Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, I'm going to show you a quick overview of hostel management system. This project is developed using two software. First is Visual Studio 2019 for designing and coding and Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio for database. Okay, so let's start with the software. So first thing, this is a login page. As you can see, I have already started the project and here we have the login page. So first thing, I have set the username btechdays and password is pass. Make sure if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon. And for source code, just contact me on Instagram. And here you can see this. When I click on this or when I hover over this, this is a quite good interface. When I click on login, we move to the dashboard. And here you can see this. The dashboard is looking quite nice. Here we have some buttons, that is log out and close button. When I click on this logout, we move to the login page again. So let me log in quickly and show you remaining features. Just sign in, and here you can see the first thing is manage rooms. So in hostel we have rooms. So first thing, we have to manage rooms. Here when I click on this, we see a interface like this, and here first thing we have add room. Here you can see this. I have already added few rooms: 101, 102, 103. I can add 200, 200. And what is this active or deactive? It means that if this one is checked, it means that the room is active. Here you can see this room status. If the room status is not active, it means that you cannot allot that room. It means room is either under construction or we have some work in this. So I'm going to add this room for now and I'm going to deactivate this for now. Just click on this and room added. When I click on OK, here you can see 200, room status is no and booked is no. And let me close this. Before updating, let me show you few stuff. When I click on this new student, and here you can see this, when I click on this, you cannot find 200 because that room status for 200 is none. No, it means that that room is not active for allotment. Let me change that and update that. Click on this and we have to search which room we have to update. We have to update 200 and search for that room found. What happened if we enter wrong room over here? So here you can see this. When I click like this and search for this, no room exists. You cannot update this room. So I'm going to search for this, or let me just click on this and see what happens. The details updated, that is the stuff which shown. Click on this room found, and when I click on this and click on update details updated, click on OK, and here you can see this room status is now yes. And what happened when I go over here and now search for room, here you can see this, we have 200 over here. Next thing what I have to do is I have to delete. We can delete the rooms as well. So I'm going to delete 103 for now, 103, and click on delete. Trying to delete which doesn't exist. Okay, sorry, I haven't clicked on this search button. When I click on this room found and delete, room details deleted, and click on OK, here you can see this 103 is deleted. And if you search like this, search, no room exists, and when you click on this, trying to delete which doesn't exist. This is a good interface and seems so nice. Okay, click on this and let me close this. Now we move to the new student. When you click on this, here you find a user interface like this. Here you have to enter mobile number and few of the details which are mandatory. So I'm going to enter with the mobile number first. So 5566. Okay, let me 445566. After this, let me add some Rohan as a name, and father name Kumar, mother name Kumari, email ID rohan@gmail.com, permanent address India, college name ABC College, ID proof like this. I'm going to give random ID. Okay, and I'm going to allot the new room in which that is 200 and click on save. Student registration successful and click on OK. When you click on OK, every data is cleared. You can manually clear the data. Suppose you have filled the data and you don't want to register that as student. In that case, you can click on this button, that is clear. Every data will be removed. So let me close this. Update and delete student. When you click on this and mobile number, you can search by mobile number because for every student, mobile number will be unique. 445566. That is the mobile number we have given to the Rohan. And when you search for that, here you can see this. Now Rohan is over here. Let me update his name Rohan to Rohan Kumar and just click on update. Data updation successful. Now I clear and again search for 4455 and 66 and click on this, and here you can see this. Now the name is Rohan. When I type something wrong, when we enter something wrong, what happened? Let me show you. Here you can see this. I have added 5 in the last that doesn't exist in the mobile number. When I click on this, every data will be cleared if the data is wrong. Okay. In the same way, you can delete any record. So let me click and let me add few student. And here you can see this. We have actually plotted room number 200. That's why the booked status is yes. Okay. We cannot allot 200 again. Here you can see this in the room number. We can't find 200 over here. Okay, here you can see this. Now I'm going to add a new student and I'm going to delete that. Okay, I'm going to add random data in this. Oh, sorry, it's mother name. Okay, so I'm going to add something Kumari and edf@gmail.com. India, college name ABC College, ID proof like this, and I'm going to allot this 1100 and save. Successful. Close this, and 100 is also now booked. And let me click on this and search for 44. Sorry, I forgot the room number, mobile number actually. Okay, so what the mobile number is 112233, I guess, right? Okay, so that's the not mobile number. Let me check with the database. We have to just click on this and let me search for 552233. Actually the mobile number is, so 552233, and search for this, and I'm going to delete this one. Are you sure you want to delete it? Asking for the confirmation and click on OK. Now I have searched for this 552233 and I'm going to delete this one. When I click on this and it's asking for the confirmation, when I click on OK, student record deleted. Now when you search for 552233 and search, nothing will be found, and you can manually clear the data for each of these stuff. Clear, and you can see this clear. When you delete that record, that room booked status will be changed to no. Okay, after this, here you can observe we have the fees, student fees. We can submit the fees for that particular student. So our details for the student is 4455 and 66. Search for this Rohan Kumar, and here you can see this for the August. This student haven't paid any amount. Let me pay 5,000 for this, 5,000, and click on pay fees paid and close this. And when you click on again, and you can search for 445566, search for this, and you can observe that now we have some data inside this data grid view, that is 445566 August 2020, 5,000 paid. If you try to again pay some amount for August or same month, no dues of August 2020 left. You have to just change the date, like either for the future or past. You can, that date doesn't matter over here because we have to just pay for that particular month. So September 2020, and I want to pay 6,000 this time. Click on pay fees paid. Yeah, that's work fine. And when you search for this, and here you can see this now for September, the fees is already paid, and you try to again pay something like 60,000. No dues of September 2020 left. Yeah, this one is working fine. Here you can observe you cannot pay same month rent again and again. Okay. Next thing, we have all student living. So Rohan Kumar is still in our hostel because its living status is yes, and room number 200 is already booked. Okay, so that's why all the details for the student who are in the hostel will be visible over here, and all students who left our hostel is over here. So let me change this one. Click on this, and mobile number for Rohan is, let me check that, 445566. Click on this 445566 and search for this, and living status is yes. And if I change this one to no and update and click on OK, clear this, close this, and move back over here. All student living, no student is living right now. Click on this. Yeah, Rohan is over here because he has left the hostel. Let me change that status to back, living status to yes. Click on this. Yeah. After this, we have new employee. Here you can register a new employee like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, name is something Kumar Rahul, and something Kumari Kumar@gmail.com, permanent address India, unique ID and designation, hostel in charge, account manager, yeah, safe. Employee registration successful and it's already cleared, but you can clear with this button too. And now our employee registration is now done. Here you can see this. In this, you can update the detail for the registered employee like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. For now, we have registered Kumar Rahul. We can update the name to Kumar Bank or Kumar something Anil. Yeah, and update this one. Okay, and working status is yes. That's why we can see these all employee working in this. We can find this Kumar Anil, and let me close this and move back over here, and here you can see this. We have Kumar Anil working in status. Okay, and lead employee, you can see Rohan Kumar Raj Neha, this father name, mother name, email ID, address, ID, designation, working no, and you can update and delete all of these stuff details over here like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have shown you that update work perfectly fine, and you can the same way you can delete the data for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I'm not going to delete this one now because I have to just pay this amount, something like salary employee payment. We have to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Suppose that you worked for August 2020 and you have to just pay the certain amount, like I have to pay 5,000, and when you click on pay salary for month August 2020 paid, click on OK, search, and here you can see this, you have search for this. If you try to pay this again, payment of August 2020 is done, and if you can clear with this button as well. You can clear all the record over here, and this one is working fine. After this, all employee working, here you can see the detail for all the employee working, and in the leave to student, here you can see this, the employee who have left working in our hostel, the data of those will be visible over here. So that's it for this video, guys. I'm going to design and detailed video. I'm going to explain each of these stuff, so just stay tuned and just be with me. I'm going to design everything in this, you can see. Okay, so that's it. Thanks for watching, and please share and subscribe. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, I'm going to show you how to design this login page. Okay, so let's start with that. So let me stop this and create a new project. So I have already created a new project with the name Hostel Management Video. Here you can see this, and this is a empty form and don't have anything, and I haven't made any changes. So how to create a new form? You have to just click on the file, click on new, select project, and here you have to select Windows Form app. In this one, you can search this Windows Form app, this one. When you select this, click on next, and you can just name this whatever you want to give the name of your project, and click on create. This will create a new project, and you will have a look like this. After this, what you have to do is you have to just start the designing this. So let me do that. Right click and go to properties, and first thing what we have to do is we have to remove this form border. So how to do that? For that, just search for form border style. Here you can see this, change this one to none. What I have to do, the first thing is that let me copy the size of this form from this one. Okay, so just click on this and let me copy the size. So size is 384 390. So just copy this, move back to our project, right click and go to properties, search for size. There we go, just paste it and hit enter. After this, what I have to do is I have to set the color, that is the color code for this form. Just go to properties and let me move back over here and let me copy the color code. I have copied this one. Search for back color. Here you can find this, and here you have to write 255 79 0. When you hit enter, now you can see this. Now this one is looking better. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one label. Search for label, just drag and drop it over here, and here what we have to do is we have to change the text for this one. So by default text is labeled 1, so I'm going to change this one to login, hit enter. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the fog color. So fog color is actually the color of the text. So color of the text is now is black, so change this one to white. Just click on this and click on custom and select white, and here you can see that the text is white. So now let me copy the font of this one. So font is snap ITC and size is, let me just check that. Size is, okay, so snap ITC regular and size is 18. So let me do that. Move back over here, just click on this small dot and the font, and you have to search for the snap ITC regular and size is 18. And when you hit enter, yeah, here you can see this one is looking better. And let me copy the location so that I can keep this one in the proper position. So let me copy that 143,59. Click on this, and the location is 143,59. Hit enter. Here you can see this one is the perfect location. After this, we have to add one more label, and we have to change few properties of that. So let me copy this and paste it again, and I have to change the text first. So I have to change the text to welcome, please log in. So search for text, and default name is login for this time because I have copied and pasted that. So welcome, please login. After this, what we have to do is we have to copy the text size and font, and we have to set the location. Just click on this, select the second label. Location is 81,109 and size is 153,20. 153,20. Just click on this, search for size 153,20. Hit enter. Sorry, I have by default 153,20. In the place of comma I have mentioned dot. So when I click on this, okay, oh, just change the location first, 81,109, and after this change the text size of and font to. So let me do that. Just move back over here, just click on this and search for Arial narrow and size is 12. Arial and size is 12. Just move back over here, just select this Arial narrow and size is 12 and hit enter. After this one is in a perfect location, so click on this and search for location, or let me copy the size 153,20. so move back over here and search for size. Yeah, this one is in the perfect size and perfect location. After this we have to add few text boxes, but by default you cannot find the text box like this. This one is quite fancy and it looks perfectly nice, and we can add actually placeholder text inside this one. So what I have done is I have added one DLL file into my toolbox. So I have already provided a link for that DLL file in the description of this video, and I have also provided a video link in the description how to add DLL file into Visual Studio. So what I have added is, let me just show you that when I search for text box, you can find Guna 2 text box over here. So I'm going to use this one. Actually, I have added Guna 2 DLL. So when I type Guna, I can find n number of Guna 2 designs. These give our application a fancy and very nice look with extra features. So that's why it made it free to use, because I have used this one throughout the project, and you have to use this to look this one much better. Okay, if you face any issue, just contact me on Instagram. I will resolve your error. Okay, so let me search for text box. So I'm going to use this one. Just drag and drop it over here. Okay, so it's asking for this, but I'm going to close this. Here you can see that this one is looking normal. So how to do this, how to make this one fancy? First thing what I am going to do is, because I need 2 text boxes, so I'm not going to copy and paste it for now. I'm going to copy and paste it when I make all the changes for this one. So let me move back over here, click on this, and let me copy the font size, that is whatever I write inside this needs to be on which size. So size is 13 and the font is Sergio UI something. I can't able to read it properly, but you can see this. Okay, so search font in this. Yeah, by default it's whatever it is, and the size is 13. So hit enter. And here you can see this is quite large. It happens with you, then not to worry about that. I'm going to show you the size of this one. Okay, so move back over here, just click on this. Let me copy the size of this one. Okay, where is size? Sometimes it take more time to find me something. Size is 231,46. So move back over here, just click on this, search for size. Yeah, where it is. Yeah, here we find, and hit enter. Now what we have to do is we have to make something this one look fancy. So how to do that? For that, first we have to fill the color, this one orange, inside this one. So just click on this and copy the back color code, copy this, click on this, and we have to just change the fill color from white to, yeah, we need to change this one to same. After this, you can observe we have the rectangle box, but I need this one edgy from the corner, ellipse type. Okay, so how to do that? For that, you have to just search for border radius. Just click on this and search, select 22 or whatever you feel like. I have just selected 22 for now because this one is looking better. Here you can observe. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually add few text inside this one. So actually that is a placeholder text. Either you can just click on this small arrow. From here you can add placeholder text, or you can simply do click on this and search placeholder inside this one. So I will prefer this one over here. So I'm going to add placeholder text, that is first is user name, and when you hit enter, yeah, the thing is stuff is added. After this, what we have to do is we have to just copy and paste it to replicate. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the placeholder text for this one to password. Hit enter. Yeah, here you can observe this one is looking nice, and we have set everything for these two text boxes. After this, what I have to do is I have to just set this one for perfect location. So just let me copy the location of this one. Just click on this 74,138. Just copy this, click on the first one, and we set the location for this one, paste it and hit enter. Yeah, this one is in perfect position. Select the second one, search for location, copy and paste the location for the second one too, and when you hit enter, yeah, you can observe this one as on the perfect position. After this, I have to add button, so I'm going to use Guna2 button as well. Guna2 button, not circular and anything else. So you have to use this Guna2 button. Just drag and drop it over here and click on this, and I'm going to change this one to, first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually change the text fill color, change this one to white, and we have to change the text color as well. So let me copy the color code for this one, orange. Whatever I write inside this needs to be in that color. So just select this and hit enter. 255,79,0. Here you can see this, whatever I write inside this one is now that color. After this, what we have to do is we have to make the corner edgy, or let's change this one to 20 or 19, or let me just change this one to 22. Yeah, now it's looking better. And I have to change the border thickness to 1. Hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the text, search for text and change this one to, let me change that, where is text is, where, let me find that. Yeah, here it is. So I'm going to change this one to sign in. Hit enter. After this, I'm going to copy few properties of this one from here. Just click on this, move back, and let me copy the font. So I have used ALGERIAN, Algerian regular, and size is 14. Just click on this, search for font. If you find pronouncing the number funny, then it's okay, can't do anything with that. So here you can see this, now this one is looking better. After this, what I have to do is, what I want is whenever I start this project, this needs to be in the center. So let me just change one property of this one, form, so that I can check this, change the start position to center screen. Now I'm going to start this. And why I'm going to start this, let me just explain you. Okay. Okay, so it's taking a little bit of time. So before starting, let me just tell you that if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon and follow me on Instagram. And if you get stuck, I'm going to resolve your errors, or if you want to purchase the source code, you can do that for sure. We provide these at a very affordable price. You can buy that. Okay, here you can see this. What I want is when I hover over this, here you can see this, when I move mouse over this, slightly the color, white color is faded, but this one is not looking better. What I want is in the demo, in the overview video, I have shown you that when I hover over this, the back color is changed to this orange and the text color is changed to white. So I have to do that. So how to do that? Just click on this, and when you find in the properties, you have to just find the hover state. For that, we search for that. There it is. Here you can see this. Yeah, here we go. So here what I have to do is I have to change the color. So let me just copy the color code for now. Where it is, hover state. Yeah. Here what I want is the fill color needs to be in that. So search for fill color and change this one to 255,79,0, and what I want is the text color needs to be of white. So change this one for color, just click on this and select white, and when you start this, now you can see the difference clearly. Here you can see this. Yeah, this one is looking better. Okay. Here you can see this. Okay. Here we still remain with one issue, that the border color, when I hover over this, the border color also needs to be white so that it look fancy. Here you can see this, when I hover over this one look nice, but when this border change to white, this one look more fancy. Just stop this, click on this, and you have to just search for border color, change this one to white too when we hover over this, and when you start this, and now when I hover over this, yeah, this one is look better. Okay, here you can see this. Yeah, this one is looking better. And you can observe one small stuff, that whatever right inside this one, this is of the different color that is can't visible. So I want this one needs to be in white, and this password needs to be in the star format. So how to do that? For that, just select both text boxes and change the for color to white. Okay, search for color. Here you can see this, the for color. Click on this, select white, and for the second one, select the second one and search for password char to change whatever we write inside this into the star format. We have to do that. So for that, you have to search for password char. Here you can see this. Just write star in this and hit enter. And now let me start this and let's see the difference. Here you can see this, whatever I write inside this one is in white color, and this one is looking nice, and the second one, this one is in the star format, and this one is working fine. Now we remain with the few stuff, that is edgy corners and curved corners and few labels over here and sign up button. I'm not going to code for the sign up button in this project. You have to do this by yourself. Okay, so I'm going to design the dashboard and everything else in this project, whatever I have shown you in the overview. Just stick to that. So I'm going to set the size for this button from this one. Just click on this and location as well. So let me copy the size. So size is 171,45. Just click on this and search for size, where it is. Yeah, hit enter. After this, we have to place this one on the proper position. Just click on this and change the location to 103,263. Click on this 103,263, hit enter. Yeah, here we go. Now we have to add few more labels. So let me copy this and paste it and place this over here, and we have to set forget password for the first label, and okay, change the text for this one. So forget password question mark, hit enter. And we have to change few properties of these labels, so I'm going to do that later. Let me add few more. You just click on this and you have to change the text for this one too. Don't have an account question mark account yet. Hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to change few properties of these label. So what we have to change is just move back over here and select this. Just click on this. The font is Arial, narrow, italic, and size is 9. So move back over here. Just select these, both of these. Just click on this. Arial, narrow, and size is 9, and it's italic. And hit OK. Yeah, here you can see this one is looking better. After this, what I want is when I hover over this forgot password, I want the handy look. Let me start this and let me show you what actually I'm trying to show you. So I have started with what I want is when I hover over this, I don't want to see this mouse pointer. I want to see a hand pointing to this one. So how to do that? For that, you have to just select this one label and search for something called, okay, I forgot the name, cursor. Change this one to, you have these options, you can choose any, but I'm going to choose this one, hand. Now when you save and start this, and you can find when I hover over this, the pointer is changed to hand, and this one is looking much better. It means that you can click this. Yeah, this one is looking better. After this, I have to add one sign up link label over here. So I'm going to add that link label. Just drag and drop it over here. Just click on this and change the text to sign up, and link color, change this one to white. Just click on this and select white. And after this, we have to change the text. So search for text, where it is. Yeah, here we go. There we go. Sign up. Hit enter. Yeah, this one is looking better, and we have to just increase the size little bit. Just click on this, select this, and we have to increase this one to 11 or 10, whatever you like. Okay, so I'm going to change this one to 10. Yeah, this one is better. After this, what we have to do is we have to put these all label on the proper position. So let me do that from here. Just click on this, select this. The size is 9 actually. Let me copy the location, 70,333. Location. Yeah, here we go. Hit enter. And just like this, second one. Second one, location is 155,333. Okay, so actually we have did some mistake. That's why it's showing it's overlapping. Okay, so size, strike out, yeah, something. Let me check that. So actually I have used narrow italic for these font. That's why these are quite small. So just selecting narrow italic for now and click on OK. Yeah, here you can see this. Now these are small, and we have to set the location. Now the location is set for these two. I have to just set the location for the third one. Just click on this and let me copy the location, 276,335, and go back over here. Just click on this and search for location. Yeah, here we go. And everything is on place. Yeah, I've adjusted this one a little bit. Let me just do this with the help of labels. Yeah, change the label to 9 because sign up is looking quite large. After I have changed this one to regular. Yeah, and here we go. This one is looking better. After this, what we have to do is we have to make the corners edgy. Sorry, curve corner. So how to do that? For that, you have to just go to the toolbox and you have to search for Guna 2 transition, not transition. We have to search for, let me check that, Guna 2 ellipse. Yeah, Guna 2 ellipse. How can I forget the name? I'm not sure. Let's see something it happens. Just drag and drop it over here. Just click on this, and you have to just select the target control. Change this one to the form one. This form name is form one, so you have to select the name form one. When you select this, that by default border radius is 6, and you can observe a little bit of slightly curved corner. So what we have to do is we have to make this one large. So change this one to 30 and hit enter. Now you can see the difference, the corner edgy. Next thing what I want is when I click on the sign in page, I want to move to the new dashboard or new form. So I'm going to just add a new form for now. Just right click and click on add. Select, either you can click on new item or you can directly select form over here. If this is not in your pop-up, then you can just select new item, and after selecting this new item, a new pop-up will be here, and you have to select form, and I'm going to change the name to dashboard and hit enter. Now new form is added. Now what I want is when I click on sign in, I want to move to this dashboard if the user ID is btechdays and password is pass. So I'm not going to connect this one with the database for now. This is the hard coded, and after the completion of this project in the last video, I'm going to connect this one with the database. So let me change the design name for these two text boxes and button as well. So search for design name. Here we can go see design name is Kunadu text box 1. So I'm going to change this one to txt user name, and the second one to txt password, and this one to btn sign in. And what I want is when I click on this, the validation needs to be done. After this, I want to move to this dashboard. Okay, so just double click on this button to generate a click event. So double click on this, and here we go, btn sign in click event is generated. Now what we have to do is we have to just write few lines of code. That is, first I have to check the condition that if user enter btechdays and password or not. So if txt username dot text, text is equal to what is, you can set whatever you want, or I'm going to set btechdays and txt password dot text is equal to pass. It means that what I'm doing is I'm actually checking that in the text box, that is the first one, and the name for that text box I have changed to txt username, and from that text box what we have to extract is text. It means that the text inside that text box is equal to btechdays, and the text inside the second text box, that is the password, is equal to pass. Then only I want to move to the dashboard. So how to move to the dashboard? For dashboard I have to just create a object for that. Dashboard ds is equal to new dashboard, and after this we have to just call ts.show, and now start this, and let's see if this works or not. So we have set username btechdays, so I'm going to write that, and password is pass. So when I click on this, you will see this new form is open, but we have one issue, that I don't want this login page to be visible when this dashboard is popped up. So what I have to do is we have to hide this one. So how to do that? For that we have to, let me just stop this and move back over here. And before showing the dashboard, I want to hide that. So we have to just write this. It means that this means the login page. So we have to just call this method, that is hide. This one is predefined. So this dot hide, when you write this, now the login page will be hidden and dashboard will be visible. So let me start this, and here you can see this btechdays and password is pass. Click on this. Here you can see this. Now we don't have the login page, we have only the dashboard. Okay, so this one is working fine. And one more thing what we have to do is whenever we write a wrong username or password, I want to clear the password field. What I want is, let me just show you. Here you can see this. I write something wrong like this, and when I click on sign in, I want to just clear this password. Whenever either the username is wrong or password is wrong, I just want to clear this password field. So how to do that? Here you can see this in the if condition. We have mentioned that is only when this credential match, then only we need to move to the dashboard, and we have to just write in the else condition that what we have to write is we have to just clear the second text box. So txt password dot clear. Yeah. When you call this, yeah. Now start this, and it's taking a little bit of time. So btechdays and password is pass, but I'm going to write something long. But when I click on this, here this one is clear. If I write something like this and I enter valid password, again the password will be clear. Yeah, this one is working fine. Okay. So in this project, throughout the project, I'm going to use the dark theme of the Visual Studio, because while you're watching the video, this affect your eyes very less. That's why I'm using this. If you suggest me to use white, then I will just comment in the comment section. I will change this theme to white. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to design the dashboard and how to add all the buttons and how the logout will work, how the close will work, everything. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and hit like and share with your friends. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this login page and how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I put the link to my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design the dashboard. So let me show that what I'm going to design you in this video. This is a complete project, so I can see everything. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design this dashboard, and this blinking hostel management system and logout, close button, and each of these buttons with the icons. So please download the icon link I've already provided in the description, all the icon and image link. Download that, and after that start designing this one with me. Okay, so let me close this and let's start with the project on which we are working. We are working on hostel management video, and here we go. In the last video, I have added the form that is dashboard. So let's start with that. The first thing what we have to do is we have to actually set the size for this dashboard. Okay, so let me do that. Right click, go to properties, and before setting the size, I want to remove this form border. Okay, so let me do that. Search for form border style, change this one to none. After this, what I have to do is I have to just set the size and back color of this one. So first I'm going to copy the size. So move back to our complete project, and where we have this one. Yeah, I have right click, go to properties, and let me copy the size for this one, where the size is. Yeah, here we go. Size is 1386,768. So copy this, move back over here, right click, go to properties, search for size. Here we go, and paste it. And when I hit enter, here you can see this. Now the form is enlarged. Yeah. After this, I have to set the background color. So let me do that. Color code is 151,48,103 is the color code. Right click, go to properties, editor, and here you can see this. Now the color is changed and this one is looking beautiful. After this, we have to add few stuff. First, I'm going to add the picture box, all the image inside that, and the labels, whatever, hostel management system, and etc. Okay, so let me do that. First, I'm going to add one picture box. So search for picture box, and I'm going to use Guna 2 picture box. Okay, so if you are worried about that, from where this Guna 2 picture box is coming up, so you have to watch the previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just check out my description. There I've added one DLL file link in the description of the video, and I have also first download that, and I have also added one video link in the description that how to add DLL file into Visual Studio. Just watch that and start coding with me. Okay, so I'm going to use this one, and after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just set an image for this one. Just click on this, click on image, Click on local resources, click on import. I hope you all have downloaded the images and icon which I have already provided in the description. That's what I'm going to use. Okay, so this one, yeah, this image I'm going to use. Okay, okay, and after this, change the style size mode from normal to stretch mode. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the size for this one. Just move back over, click on this, and let me copy the size. The size is 1107,661. Just copy this, click on this, copy the paste the size, that is 1107,661, and here you can see this, and I'm going to copy the location of this one too. So just click on this, copy the location 247,81. Move back over here, click on this location, paste it and hit enter. Now here you can see this one is the perfect location, but one small issue is still remaining. Let me start this and let me show you that quickly. Okay, so it's taking a little bit of time while starting, and here you can observe we don't have the curved corners. I don't want this pointed corner, I want the curved corner, so I'm going to show you how to do that. Okay, so before starting, let me just show you quickly if this is one is working fine or not. Yeah, here we go. Sign in. Yeah, here you can see this one is in a perfect position, and we need one the curve H for this picture, and everything is looking fine. So I'm going to close this, and after this I have used Alt F4 to close that application. Yeah, click on this and set this border radius to 22, and when you hit enter, okay, so I have added a dot over there, so 22, and hit enter. Yeah, here you can see this, we have now curve H, curve corner, sorry, you can increase this to 30. Yeah, 30 is better, and here you can see this one is looking better. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one label over here, that is navigator bar, and second one over here. So I'm going to add label, just drag and drop it, click on this, and first change the text for this one. So change the text to navigator bar, all in capitals. After this, what we have to do is we have to change few properties of this. So first thing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the font color, change this one to white. After this, we have to change few more properties. Now I'm going to change the style of this one. So let me search for that flat style, change this one to pop-up, no, standard. We have one more stuff, we search for that, where it is. Actually we have to change the border style. Just click on this and click on fix 3D, and you can see this the difference. Now I'm going to copy the size and font size of this one. So move back over here, just click on this, and let me see what is the size and which font I have used. Just click on this. Okay, so I have used material bold and size is 20. Material bold and size is 20. Okay, so let me do that. Just click on this, click on this one, bold and size is 20, and click on OK. Here you can see this. Now what we have to do is we have to just put this one on the proper position. So let me copy the location for this. Location is 24,19. Just click on this. Yeah, here we go. Here you can see this one is looking better. After this, we need one more label over here to place the text, that is hostel management system, which is being blinked each time. Okay, so first I'm going to change the text, change this one to hostel management system. After this, change the font color, change that to white, change the text size and font as well. So move back over here, just click on this and search for that. It's something chiller, CHILLER, regular, and size is 36. So move back over here, just click on this. Regular size is 36. Yeah, here you can see this. Yeah, this one is looking better. After this, what we have to do is we have to just put this one on the proper position. So click on this and copy the location. So location is 587,8, so that we can put this one in the center. Search for that location and hit enter. Here you can see this. Yeah, this one is the better position. After this, we have to add buttons on this side. So I'm going to add the button, and how this one is blinking, I'm going to do this in the last of this video. Okay, let's start with this. So I'm going to add button. So I'm going to use the Guna 2 button. So drag and drop the first one, and I'm going to change one properties of complete property of this button first, and after that I'm going to copy and paste it again and again. Okay, just click on this and change the text for this one first. Okay, so where is the text? Here, find this. So change this one to manage rooms. Manage rooms. Hit enter. After this, what I have to do is I have to change the fill color, or I'm going to change the fill color at the last. Okay, I'm going to change this stuff, that is I'm going to set the curve of this button is to 26, or you can just change this one to 19 actually. Yeah. Or what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually copy the size of the button from this one, and before copying the size I want to actually copy the font size of this one. Okay, just click on this, search UI regular and 10, move back over here, just click on this, search UI regular and size is 10, and after this let me copy the size and location as well. So I'm going to copy the size to 11,40, click on this, set the size. You can keep this according to your requirement, but I'm going to put this one, and I'm going to put this one on the proper location as well. So click on this, copy this one and put this one in the proper location. Yeah, here we go. After this, what I have to actually, I'm not changing the color because we have to see that each of these buttons in the perfect position or not. So I'm going to copy and paste how many buttons we want in the same way. So actually we need, let me count the buttons, I forgot. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. Actually we need 11 buttons, so I'm going to do that, copy and paste it. Just click on this, copy, paste again and again, and we need 11 buttons. Okay, so put this on the proper position as well. So okay, I'm going to set the coordinates for these letters, don't worry about that. 3 to 5, we need 11, so 6 7 8 9 10, and finally one more, that is 11. Now I'm going to set the location one by one. So for the first button I have already set the location. For the second button, let me copy the location. Just click on this, copy the location. For the third one, in the same way I have to do this, 12,196. You can adjust this manually and you can skip a little bit of video, but I'm doing this so that every button needs to be on the proper position. That's why I'm showing you location. Yeah, I can make this video short by skipping this part, but that is not feasible for other students. Okay, just click on this and finally this one, 12, 3, 12. Yeah, there we go. And after this we have few more buttons left. The student, so click on this, copy. Click on this one. Okay, so we have to move a little bit down. New employee, 12,433. After this, we have to change for this one. We need to change the location of only 3 buttons more. There we go, 12,553 and 2 buttons remaining. So just click on this, 12, 6, 12. Click on this and last. Just click on this, 12, 6, 73. Just move back over here. Just click on this and paste the location needed. Yeah, here we go. Now buttons in the proper position. Now what we have to do is we have to change the text. So first is manage room, second is new staff. So let me change that. So we will find the text in the below. So new student. Third one is update and delete students. Fourth one is student fees. Fifth one is all student living. After this we have sixth, change this one to leave the student. Finally this one to new employee. This one to update and delete employee. This one to employee payment. This one to all employee working. This one to leaved employee. Now all buttons are ready. Now let me start this and let me check how this one look like. So I've started the project. It's always take a little bit of time because my system is quite full. Yeah, there we go. We take days and password is pass. Just sign in. And as you can see this, yeah, we have all the stuff. But what I want is when I click on this, the color needs to be changed to white. And when I click on the second one, the color, this one become normal and the second one become white. Okay, so how to do that? We have to actually change the properties, check the state property for that. So let me select all of these buttons. Okay, you can select like this. Yeah, we have selected one remaining. Okay, so after this we have to change the property that check the state, and what I want is when this one is checked, fill color needs to be of white and the text color needs to be of different, that is what, this color 150 on this one 151 comma 48 comma 103. So let me do that. Here's check the state. Yeah, for color change this one to fill color to white and for color to here. And now start this and let's see if this works or not. click on this. Yeah, nothing happens. Why this is not happening? Because we have to change one more property of these buttons. So what we have to do is, let me just show you that. So we have to change the button mode actually. So let me select all of these buttons. So I have selected, yeah, one is remaining. So change this one and change the button mode. Search for that, where it is. Button mode, where it is. Yeah, here we go. Button mode. I want radio button. It means that when I select one, other needs to be unselected. And if I select the another, remaining needs to be unselected. Yeah, we want this. So I have selected button mode radio button. Okay, so now I'm going to see if this works or not. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set a btechdays and password by default here, because when I click on this, yeah, this one is working. I select one, yeah, it's working like a radio button. That's what we want. Next thing what I have to do is I have to just change the color of this one to this. Let me do that, and before that I'm going to set the password and username default. Click on this and I'm going to set the text for this one. So text is btechdays username, yeah, and password is pass. Okay, now I'm going to change the color of these all. So what we have to do is we have to just select all of these stuff buttons and just select this one too and change the color. That is the fill color. Change this one too. Okay, so not this one. Oh, yeah, here we go. 151, 48, 103. And when you change this, when you start, now this one will look better than before. Okay, so let's see. Here you can see this, we have username and password by default. Yeah, here you can see this one is looking nice as we have expected. Yeah, everything is working fine. Now what we have to do is we have to set the icons inside these all buttons. So let me do that. So move back over here, let me stop this, click on this one and search for image. I hope you all have downloaded all the images which I have provided already in the description of the link, description of this video. You can just download and you can open that folder and attach images with me. Okay, so search for image, and whoever have not subscribed yet, please subscribe and hit the bell icon, because we are really working very hard to provide you better stuff and explain in detail. Okay, so I'm going to click on import, and here we have my folder in which I have all the images, and I have just enlarged this so that I can easily find the images. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the first image, that is manage room. So I'm going to use the icon, this one. Click on open and click on OK. Here you can see this, the image is already set in the center. The same way we have to do for the second one. Local resources, click on import, and so like this one. Open. For the third one, the search, click on image, local resources, click on import, and we have to set where it is. Yeah, here we go. Student fees, click on this, local resources, click on import, and we have to select fees. Open. All student living, just click on this, local resources, import, and all student living, yeah. Open. Okay, leave the student, click on this, local resources, import, and here we go. New employee, just click on this, and I'm going to use the same image because that doesn't make any difference, and this one is looking fine. You have not just observed that I have used these images again. I'm just setting this one again, that's why you can observe this, otherwise you haven't observed in the demo video if you have watched. Just click on this, and where it is, this one. Yeah. Click on OK. Employee payment, I'm going to use the same image which I have used for fees. local resources, click on import, all employee working, local resources, click on import, and I'm going to use this one and leave. Just click on this, local resources, click on import, click on open. Okay, yeah, here we go. This one is looking nice. Now let's start this and check if this one is looking nice or not and working properly or not. Okay, so I've started, we'll sign in, and here we go. Here you can see this, everything is looking nice. After this, what we have left with, we have to add two buttons, the logout button and close button, and we have to make those functional and at the same time make this one blinking as I have shown in the demo video or overview. Okay, so let me do that. First, I'm going to add two buttons in this one. So move back over here and let me add two buttons. So actually, I'm going to copy this button from here and paste it again and move back over here, and let me just first change the text. Okay, so first I'm going to remove the image. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just delete this and add new button and start this one from scratch. Okay, first I'm going to add the text, change this one to logout, hit enter. After this, we have to just change the fill color. I'm going to copy this color code, back color, change this one to hit enter, 151,48, and you can see this one is invisible. And what we have to do is we have to actually set the image for this button too. So search for image, click on this, local resources, and click on this one. And this one is logout PNG, so I'm going to open this. Here you can see this, yeah, the image is set. After this, I have to set the border. So border thickness will be 1 and hit enter. Here you can see this, now the border is visible. After this, what I want to change the color. So border color needs to be of white color, so select white, and border radius needs to be 26, hit enter. Now it's curved. After this, what I have to do is just increase the font. So let me move back over here to the complete project and let me just copy the size from here. Size is Sergio UI, I guess 15, yeah. Sergio UI, regular 15. Click on this. Search for size, font actually. Click on this. Size is 15. And we have to just decrease the size a little bit. That is the font size. So I have to just decrease the radius, border radius a little bit, 22. Yeah, now this one is looking better. What I want is when I hover over this, I have shown in the demo, when I hover over this, the color is changed to blue. So how to do that? For that, click on this and change the hover state. Just click on this plus sign. Change the fill color to 0,225,118. Click on, oh sorry, just 0,118,225, and you hit enter. Yeah, the color is changed. And I want this one, the fill color needs to be this and the text needs to be in the white. That will be fine. Okay, so I need this one. Let's see if this works or not. Let me start this. Here you can see this, when I hover over this, yeah, this one is looking better. Okay, let me close this. After this, if you want to increase the image size, because the image is looking quite small, you can change this one from here. Let me do that 30,30 and hit enter. Here you can see this. In the same way, you can increase more if you want. Yeah, this one is looking better. After this, what we have to do is we have to make this one functional. So how to do that? For that, let me first change the design name. So change this one to btn logout. Hit enter. After this, just double click on this to generate a click event. And what we have to do is we have to just write a code to log out. What I want is when I click on that button, the dashboard needs to be hidden and the login form needs to be visible. So login form name is form 1. fm is equal to new form 1 like this, and fm dot show, you have to write this, and after showing that I want to hide the dashboard, so this dot hide. Let's see if this works or not. Start this, click on sign in, and here we have the logout button. Let me click on this. Yeah, we move to the login page, and this one is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just add one exit button to the dashboard. So just copy this. We have already set all the properties we have needed for this one, so copy this and paste it once again. We don't have to change anything for this button, so let me do like this, and we have to just remove the text to capital X, hit enter, and we have to remove the image, so I'm going to clear it. Okay, yeah, we don't need any image, just like this. Yeah, there we go. This one is looking better. And change the design name to btn exit. Change this one to btn exit. Just double click on this and we will generate a click event for this button. Just double click on this, and I want to close this application. So application dot exit, and now start this and let's see if this works or not. Sign in. Here you can see this button is quite out of the box. You can just need to move this one in a little bit of left side. So click on this. Yeah, our application is closed. So let me do that. Move these two buttons on a little bit of the left side. There we go. Yeah, this one is the perfect position. Now we remaining with the one stuff, that is this blinking label. So what we have to do is first we have to set the name for this label. So I'm going to set this label HMS label. Actually change the design name. So here we have this label 2. So I'm going to change this one to HMS label. After this, what I have to do is I have to actually add one timer. So go to toolbox, search for timer, drag and drop it over here. Just click on this and change this interval to 1000. It means that 1 second, and make this one enabled is equal to true. After this, what you have to do is just double click on this timer to generate a timer tick event. Timer tick event is now generated, and here what we have to do is we have to actually take one variable over here. First thing, that's the boolean, and I'm to name this one label visible, and first initially change the value to true. After this, what I have to do is I have to check the condition. If label visible is equal to true, then what I have to do is I have to actually show the HMS label dot visible is equal to true. Yeah. What I want is when this boolean value is equal to true, then this label, the HMS label, the name is for this one. I want to make this one visible, and if this boolean value is false, it means that false, then I want to hide this label. So here you can see this show, initially show, and change the value of this one to false. Label visible dot label visible is equal to false, and in the else condition we want to hide the label. HMS dot visible is equal to false, and change the value of label visible to true, so that it go inside into an infinite loop. Whenever we tick, this one will, yeah, you are thinking that the code is written, yeah, this code is perfectly fine, no error is over here, but still when I start this, you will find that the label is still not blinking as we expected. Sign in, And when I sign in here, you can see that this one is fixed. Okay, it started blinking. Oh, sorry. This one happens because I have enabled the timer over here, and this actually started by default. So what we have to do is we have to actually, if this one is false and not working, then you have to just do one stuff. Just double click on this empty space, and this will generate a form load event. You have to just name the timer. So timer1 dot enabled is equal to true, and you have to write timer1 dot start. You have to just call this method over here, and it will start blinking initially. If this doesn't work, if this code doesn't work, or you forget to enable this one over here, this will work. Okay, let me start this. And let's see everything is on place or not. You can see that this one is blinking after 1 second. You can make this one faster if you need, and every button, this logout and close button, is working. Okay, that's it for this video, guys. I hope you like and enjoyed designing with me. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to design for this managed rooms and how to backend code for this. Just stay tuned and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this dashboard and how this level is blinking, and I have also shown how to code for this logout and close button. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to the description. There I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing. Just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design this manage rooms form and how to connect this one with this button and how this one is appearing on this position. So I'm going to show you each of this stuff. Okay, so let's start with that. This one is a complete project. That's why I'm going to close this one for now, and I'm moving back on project on which we are working. We are working in hostel management video. So first thing what we have to do is we have to actually add one new form. So right click on this, go to Solution Explorer, right click on your project name, click on add, and select the form over here. If you can't find this, just click on new item and search for form, and you will find, when you select the form, you will find an interface like this on your screen. Here you can see this. Now here what you have to do is you have to just set a name for that form. So I'm going to set the name, that is add new room. Add new room. With the help of this name, we can uniquely identify for which form we are actually talking about. Just click on add and new form will be added. So first thing what I have to do is I have to just remove the form border, and after this we have to change the background color. So right click and go to properties. Let me maximize this because we don't need the Solution Explorer for now. And first let me remove the form border style, change this one to none. After this what I have to do is I have to just copy the size of this one from the complete project. So this one is complete project. Click on this. Okay, so let me maximize this one too, like this. And first I'm going to copy the color code. Color code is actually available in that project too. So I'm going to copy the size 875, 512. Move back over here, right click and go to properties. Set the size 875, 512, hit enter, and here you can see this. After this I have to just set the color for this one. Copy this, yeah, right click and go to properties, search for back color, and you have to write 151, 48, 103 and hit enter. Now here this stuff is ready. After this what we have to do is we have to add few labels, text boxes, buttons, etc. So just search for that label, just drag and drop it over here. Just change the color for this one to white for now. After this we have to change the text for this one. Change the text to add new room. After this we need one more label. Just copy and paste and change the text for this one to room number. After this we have to add one more label. Just copy and paste. I will set the size for these one letter. So change the text to activate and or deactivate. After this, we need to add one more label, paste, change this one to update room, update delete room, update or. We have to add or over here so that this make clear. And after this, we need to add more label. So let me copy and paste it again and again. Change the text for this one to room number. After this, just copy this and paste it again because we need same label. And after this, we have to add few more stuff. First, I'm going to add one text box. I'm not going to use the default text box. I'm going to use the Guna2 text box. So drag and drop in the Guna2 text box. After this, I'm going to add one checkbox. So I'm going to use Guna2 checkbox and change the text for this Guna2. So I'm going to change this one to yes and change the text color to white. Yeah, and we have to just copy this once again and paste it because we need one more over here, and we have to add one more text boxes. So copy and paste it again over here, and we have to add few buttons. So I'm going to add button over here too. So button, and I'm going to use Guna2 button. So drag and drop it over here, and we have to set the few properties of this button. So I'm going to change the text first. Change the text to search. Okay, and let me copy the size of this button from here, our complete project. Just move back over here, click on this and copy the size. Okay, search for size where it is. Size is 118,30. Hit enter. Okay, there we go. After this, we need 3 buttons of the same type, or 4 actually. One over here, one more over here, and one more. Yeah, that's it. After this, we need one more label. So copy and paste it and place this over here. So I'm going to change each of the properties of this label and buttons. Not to worry about that. I'm just making the basic structure for now. All rooms, and we have to put one data grid view. So data grid view, I'm going to use this Guna2 data grid view and place it over here, and just make this one large like this. Now everything we need is on place. Now what we have to do is we have to just adjust the labels for the font size of each of these stuff. So first I'm going to start with this one. So move back over here on complete project, just click on this and copy the size, and let me just pronounce the font name. It's ALGERIAN, regular, size is 18. So move back over here, click on this, size is 18, hit enter. Here you can see this, and we have to put this one on the proper position. So for that, what we have to do is we have to just copy the location as well. So you can just skip the part of putting location if you want, and if you want to just code with me, you can do that. Yeah. Here you can see this. After this, we have to set the label size also. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all the label at once so that we can easily set the size for all the labels. So not this one actually. I'm going to set the label for remaining of the part. Okay, so before we do that, we have to set the same stuff for this one too, this label too. Okay, so I'm going to just click on this. Oh, not this one. This one. Yeah. regular and sizes 18 and hit OK, and we have to put this one on the proper position. So location, actually copy this, copy the location. I have copied the location. Search for location where it is. Yeah, I'm going to paste this 20, 147, and after this select all the labels, small labels, room number, activate or deactivate, and move back over here. Just click on this, search for font, Century Gothic, size is 11. Selected all of this stuff, click on this, Century Gothic, size is 11, and hit OK. Yeah, there we go. Now we have to just put these all on the proper position, and we have to set the size for this text box too. So what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to change the font color. It means that whatever we write inside this one needs to be in the black color first thing. After this, what I have to do is I have to just increase the text size. Whatever I write inside this one needs to be of size 11 at least, so that that is visible. And if you see, there's a size of this one is quite increased, so I will do that. I will adjust that too. So click on 11, and I'm going to just change the font color to black. Okay, let me copy the size for this one and the location as well. Size is 200, 30, and location 140, 75. 200, 30. Click on this, search for size 200, 30, and location 140, 75. Click on this 200, 30, and we have to put the label on the proper position, so we can manually put this on the right position. And after this, we have to set the location for this label. Checkbox, actually just click on this. Let me copy the location 571, 79, and just put this one like this. Yeah, here we go. We can actually move this one a little bit down if we need, if we want. And after this, yeah, this one is looking fine. We have to change the button style, so I'm going to change the text first. So change this one to add room, hit enter. After this, we have to change the fill color, change this one to 0, 118, 225. After this, we have to match the corner curve, so we have to search for border radius, change this one to 15. Here we can go. This one is looking better. And after this, we have to change the font, so I'm going to change the font from this one, complete project. Just click on this, click on this, Sojo UI, size is 13, italic. Move back over here. I'm going to select all of these by pressing the serial key, italic, and size is 13. Click on OK, and here you can see that this one is looking better. After this, what we have to do is, here you can see that the color of this one, I've already changed that, but I'm going to change the color for remaining two. So search for border radius first and change this one to 15, so that every button text size will be changed. And after this, what we have to do is we have to change the fill color. So search for fill color, where it is, fill color, search for that. This one is for color, can't able to find the fill color. Fill color, here we go, 0, 118, 225, hit enter. Now here you can see this, every button is customized. Now what we have to do is we have to just change the text. So this one is search, this one is update, this one is delete. Yeah, now we have to add images over this. to search for images. Image. Click on this local resource. I hope you have downloaded all the images and icon which I have already provided. Okay, so I'm going to use the image, this one. Okay, here you can see this, the image is set now. The same way do for the search. Just click on this local resources and we have to use the magnified glass, this one. Yeah, this one. Click on image, local resources, click on import and just use the save. For delete we have to use the dustbin, local resources, the dustbin image, where it is. Yeah, here we go. Just click on this. Okay, now what we have to do is we have to add one close button over here, so just copy and paste it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just remove the text from this one and make this one small, and I'm going to make this one a little bit fancy. So I have added one image. Click on this. I'm going to use this one, and here we go. And what we have to do is just change the fill color to this one. For that button, just click on this and change the fill color where it is. Search for fill color for that button. Here we go. Change this one to that. Now you can observe this one is looking better, so you can actually maximize this one if you want, and you can increase the image size too. So I'm going to increase the image size a little bit so that these look better. Just click on this, change this one to 30,30. Hit, yeah, here you can see this. Now this one is looking better. You can do this or you can make this changes according to yourself. Okay, so now the buttons, these stuff are ready. Now we have to adjust these stuff. Just click on this and move this one in the proper position, and this text box like this. Okay, I'm moving this one with the help of keyboard, and search button over here, and we have to add this like this. Yeah, there we go. You can manually add the coordinates or you can just do like this, and we have to just copy the size of this data grid view from the complete project. Here you can see this one is actually, I've changed the color for this one, so you don't need to actually do that. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any difference. Okay, whenever the data is filled, this will be in the same color, that is white. So move back over here, just click on this, and I'm going to set the size for this one. Search for size, here it is, just hit enter. There we go. That's it. This one is in the proper position. Now we have to just increase the font size for this one, and this font is the centric Gothic, right? Just click on this. Size is 14. Yeah, 14 is okay. Now everything is placed in place. Now what we have to do is, let me just code for this button because we have to close that if we need it. So btn exit, and just double click on this, and I have to just write a code that is this dot close, or I guess hide, right? No, I want this one to be closed when this button is clicked. And we have, what we have to do is we have to connect this one with this button. So we have to just change the design name for this button. So I'm going to do that. So first I'm going to change the name. So just change this btn manage rooms. Hit enter. Double click on this and this will generate a click event. And here what we have to do is we have to actually create an object for form, that is add new room. A and R, you can write anything, is equal to new add new room A and R dot show. Now let's start this and see if this works or not. It's taking a little bit of time. log in and click on this. Yeah, this one is working. When I click on this, yeah, this one is working fine. But here you can observe every time the location for this one is different. What I want is I want to just open this over here on this position every time, and that look fine. So how to do that? For that, what we have to do is we have to just move back to our this form, and we have to just double click on the empty space over here. Just double click on this and add new room. Load event will be generated, and there you have to just set the location for that form. So what we have to write is this. It means that this form dot set the location for that location is equal to new, and we have to set the point, and which point is 350 comma 170. I have set the coordinates by changing it multiple times, and that this coordinate fit into my computer. If you want to change, then you can manually change it again and again. You can see the difference. Okay, so I have changed that location. Sign in, and when I click on this here, you can see that this one is the center of this image, and we can actually close this, and when I click again, this will be the best place. Okay, so I hope this one is working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to backend code for this. So just stay tuned and just keep watching and keep supporting us, and follow us on Instagram and subscribe and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this form, that is manage rooms form. And if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to backend code for this form. Okay, so let me close this first. And first thing what we have to do is we have to actually create a database, and we have to create a table to store the data from these text boxes and from these forms. Okay, so I'm going to open my Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. Here you can see this is the name, and first thing what you have to do is you have to just execute this one, create database hotel. When you open this, you will find an interface like this. Here you can see this like this one. You have to just click on connect, and after that what you have to do is by default here master is selected. Okay, this one is selected. What you have to do is you have to just execute this query, create database, and name the database name. I have given it Hostel. So select this and click on execute. This will be the database will be created. After that what you have to do is just click on this refresh button. After clicking on that, you have to just change this one from master to Hostel. Search for that. Where it is, here we find this Hostel. Just click on this. After selecting this, you have to just write this one. Just pause the video and you have to write create table. Table name is rooms, and first thing we have is room, and N is capital, room number, and it's a big N, not null, and it's a primary key. Room number is primary key. After that, room S is capital, room status, and it's a varchar type of size 250, not null. After that, we have the third column, that is booked, and it's a varchar 150 and default no. It means that whenever new data will be inserted, nothing is inserted is booked, then the value will be no by default. Okay, so just pause the video and execute this to query. I hope you have executed the query. Now I'm moving back to our project on which we are working. So move back over here, and here I have actually left few stuff that we still have to set. Actually I have missed one label over here and another over here. So let me just copy this and paste it, and let me just change the color for this one, for color to yellow. After this, let me change the text. For now, set text, and I need one more, so copy and paste over here. Okay, after this just click on this and let me change the name for this one to design name, actually label room exist, and this one to labeled room. not to worry about anything if you are not understanding what I'm doing right now. So just follow the step. I have just changed the design name for these two labels. After this, I'm going to change the design name of this text box, this one, and this one as well. So I'm going to do that. First, click on this and search for design in the properties of that, and I'm going to name this one txt room number 1, because this is the first text box for room number actually, and change this one to checkbox 1. So just select this one and let me remove this. Checkbox 1, change this one to txt room number 2, and this one to checkbox 2, like this. Hit enter. After this, I'm going to change the name for these button as well. So select this and btn add room, this one to btn search, this one to btn update, this one to btn delete. Okay, finally everything is now set for this one. After this, what you want is, when this form load, I want to fill this data grid view with the data. That's the first thing I want. And one more thing we need, I want to hide these two labels whenever this form is loaded. These label needs to be visible only in certain conditions. I will explain that in this video. Just be focused and have some patience. So first thing, I'm going to just hide these two labels when this form loads and fill this data grid view with the data. So just double click on the empty space and we move back to the add new room load event, and here we have already set the location, that is the opening location. We don't need to make any changes to that. First thing, we have to actually hide the labels. So what label we have changed? Actually, we have changed the name of the label. So first label is label room, I guess. Yeah, label room dot visible is equal to false, and let's check if this works or not. So I'm going to start this project and I have hidden only one label. It means that one label will be still visible. Okay, so I'm going to click on this, and here you can see this one label is hidden and one label is visible. So I have to hide this one too. So let me close this, and we have to write the same thing for label 2. So label room exist dot visible is equal to false. Now both labels are hidden. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually fetch the data from that database, and we have to set the data into this data grid view. For that, what we have to do is we have to first create a class. So let me minimize this one a little bit, and after that we have to just right click on this, click on add, and we have to search for class. Where it is? Okay, new item. Oh, here we go, class. And I'm going to name this class function and click on add. Okay, it will take a little bit of time. Here you can see this, now the function class is ready. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually create few methods to get a connection from the database. One method will be for that. Another method will be to set the data. It means that for insertion, updation, and deletion. And one method will be to fetch the data from the database. So let's start doing that. So let's start with that. So first we have to write protected. This is a type. Actually, it's the access modifier. So when I write protected, it means that this method is only accessible inside this class. Okay. So protected SQL is going to return a SQL connection type object. Okay. So when I write SQL connection, and here you can see this, automatically this library is included in our project using system.data.sql client. If this doesn't happen with yourself, in your system, then you have to just manually write it over here and error will be resolved. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to just write the method name. So I'm going to name this method get connection and just curly brackets. After this, here you can see that this one is showing error because we haven't returned a SQL connection type object, because this one we have mentioned that it's going to return a SQL connection type object. So don't worry about this error. If you find this, you have to just keep writing with me, and at the last this will be removed. So first create a SQL connection object. Con is equal to new SQL connection. Con dot, we have to pass the connection string like this. There we go. And next thing what we have to do is return, okay, return con. When I write this, return con, and here you can see this, when I write this, error item is resolved, but our method is not completed yet. We have to mention few stuff over here. So connection string, what we have to mention is, first thing we have to mention data source, and from where you are going to get this, move back to your database, and you have to just click on this, click on connection object. You have to copy this stuff, just copy this, move back over here, and you have to just paste it, and you have to add one more slash over here. Otherwise this will show error. So let me just minimize this one a little bit. After this we have to just add a semicolon. After this we have to mention the database name. So database, and my database name is Hostel, and integrated security. It is asking for password like that, so we don't need to worry about this one. We have to just simply write integrated security is equal to true. Security is equal to true. That's it. So you can see this clearly. I have written like this. Don't make any small mistake, not even a single spelling mistake. If that happens, this will cause a serious problem. Okay, just pause the video and write the same stuff. After this we have to mention, now we have the connection. Whenever we call this method get connection, this is going to return a SQL connection object. Okay, so what next we have to do is we have to actually create two methods. One is to actually set the data, and one to get the data. So public, and we need actually data first. So data set, and when I hit enter, this one will be added over here using system.data. Then only we can actually use this data set over here. So why I have written data set over here, because after firing whatever query we pass inside this method is going to access it, fetch some data from the database, and being that data is being set or stored inside a data set, and that data set object we will return whenever this method will be called. If you are confused with my statement, so not to worry, when I'm writing this complete method you will be understand clearly. Okay, so I'm going to name this method get data. For now, understand this, that this method get data is going to return an object of data set type. That's it. Okay, so this method is going to accept one query, one argument of a string type. So string and query. Not to worry, you will understand everything. Just be focused and have some patience. Okay, the SQL connection, we need some connection. So we already have a method that get connection. So I'm going to just create an object or variable for that SQL connection, and I'm going to just call the method get connection. That's it. When we call this method, this all will be fired and this connection will be returned, and this connection, the connection will be now stored in this one, and I can actually use this. Okay, After this, we have to just write few more line of code. So first thing, we have to create a SQL command object. So SQL command cmd is equal to new SQL command. Sorry. After this, we have to just pass the connection to the command object. Cmd dot connection is equal to con. After this, we have to pass the command text. So cmd dot command text is equal to, and from where this text will be fetched, whenever we call this method, we are going to pass one string type stuff with this, so that query will be passed over here. So I'm going to name that query. So I'm using this argument over here. Okay. After this, we have to mention SQL data adapter object. We have to create that. DA is equal to new SQL data adapter, and we have to pass CMD inside this one. After this, we have to create an object of data set. DS is equal to new data set. Okay. Like this. After this, we have to just fill this data set with the data. So whatever query we have passed inside this one will be executed and placed in the DA. We have to just fill the data set from the DA values. Okay, so let me do that. And we have to write DA dot fill, and in this we have to pass DS. And finally, now everything is done, and here you can see this one is showing an error because we haven't returned any data set type object. Okay, so I'm going to return that. So return DS. When you write this, error will be resolved. Now the method we need is written over here. So actually I'm going to write one more method to actually set the data. We don't need that method in this video, but I'm going to write that to simplify our stuff. Okay, so not to worry, I'm going to explain each of the stuff. If you have any issue, just you can contact me on Instagram. I'm going to resolve your error as soon as possible. Okay, so we have to write this public void, and I'm going to name this one set data, and this one is also going to accept two arguments. First is string query, and the second one is of string type as well, and message. So we have to create a SQL connection as well. So you know from where I'm going to get that, from the method which we have already written over there, get connection. After this, we have to create a SQL command object. CMD is equal to new SQL command. After this, I'm going to write CMD dot connection. I'm going to pass the connection object to the CMD is equal to con, and now I'm going to open the connection. So actually set data and get data, a little bit of difference in the code, so not to worry about that. Here we have to actually open the connection first, so I'm going to open that connection. We have to just simply write open, and after this we have to just fire the query. So cmd dot command text is equal to query. We have to fire that, and we have passed the query to command. After this, how to fire that? For that, we have to mention cmd dot execute non-query, and when you write this, the query will be fired into the database. After this, we have to just execution of query. We have to close the connection. So con dot close, and finally we have to show some message to the user that your operation is successful. Whatever message is being passed by the user, I want to show that into the message box. So I'm going to write a line of code for that. So message box dot show and what I want to show is a message. So this variable is a string type, and I'm going to show that whatever the user passes inside that. So msg, when you write this, yeah, this will work perfectly fine. And I'm going to name something to this message box. So I'm going to name this one information. After this, I'm going to uh, give some button to this message box. So message box button dot, and I need only one button, so okay. And I'm going to add some icons to this. So message box icon dot information, and here we go. And now our two methods are ready. Whatever we need only these two methods. I hope you understand what I have written. If you don't understand, just contact me. Okay, so now I move back to over here. Here we have discussed that we have to hide these two labels, so we have already done that over here on this form load event. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set the data to this data grid view. So let me do that. Just double click on this, and here we move over here. So first thing, we have to create an object for that function class which we have recently created. So after creation, we have to just press the ctrl yes button to save this one, and here the small star mark like this will be removed when you save this. I hope you did that. Now move back over here. So first thing, I'm going to create a function class object. So function, I'm creating object because so that I can use the methods which I have created inside this class. Okay, so function fn is equal to new function. Okay, so now we have actually created a object for that. And next thing what we have to do is we have to actually create a variable, and I'm going to name this one query. You can name anything whatever you like, but I'm going to name this one query. Okay, so I have written in globally so that I can access or use these two throughout this class. Okay, so what we have to do is first we have to write the query. So I'm going to write the query. So what I want is I want to fetch all the data from this table and show that into the data grid view. So our table name is rooms, ROOMS, and all in small letters. So I'm going to write select star from rooms. Now our query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create a data set object to store the data into that. And when we call the method, that is the get data, so fn, that is a function class object fn dot get data. Here you can see this, and it's expecting one argument of string type. So I'm going to pass the query. We have written over here this one. You can name anything for this one, whatever you feel like this one. So I have written this query because it's easy to understand. Okay, so now we have the data. When you fire this method is going to return a dataset object. I have already explained you that from here. Here you can see this, and that dataset object will be stored. The data from that will be stored in this DS. So next thing what we have to do is we have to show that data into this data grid view. So let me see the name for this data grid view. What is the name? Okay, so the name for this one is search for design actually. So anyone can see that? Okay, also can't able to see where it is. Yeah, here you can see this Guna 2 data grid view. So let me just remove this Guna 2 data grid view 1. Oh, that's look nice. So let me make this D small. Yeah, now move back over here, data grid view 1. So move back over here and we have to set that. So data grid view 1 dot data source is equal to ds, and the data stored in the data set is in the form of tables. So tables and we have only one table. And why I have mentioned 0 over, because in computers the indexing start from 0, that's why table 0. Okay, so now let's see that if this data grid view is filled with the data or not. So now start this. Okay, it's taking a little bit of time, not to worry about that. We have to wait few seconds. Okay, now here our project is started. Just log in, sorry, sign in, click on this, and here you can see this. Yeah, now all the data from the database will be now visible in this data grid view. Okay, so next thing what I have to do is I have to actually set the data for these two stuff. Actually, I want to insert the data. Okay, so let me close this. Okay, just click on this, and first thing we have to code for this button. Okay, so what is that? This is add room button. So just double click on this, and ptn add room click event is generated. And here, first thing what I want to do is when I click on this button, suppose we have already added 101 room number in the database, and we are trying to insert 101 again. Then first we have to check that if that room exists, then we can't able to add that room again. So for that I'm going to write a query first. So query is equal to select star from rooms is actually the table name, where room number is equal to, the room number will be written inside, the first text box in this one. When I click on this, that I want to verify that room number, so we extract the room number from this one. So this one is txt room number 1. So it's in the integer format, that's why double quotes and double quotes. Okay, so txt room number 1 dot text, we want to extract text from that. When you write this, error will be resolved. Now we have this. After this, I'm going to actually store some data into the data set, because we are going to fetch the data. So is equal to and function dot get data, and we are going to pass the query. Try to understand one small stuff. If 100, suppose I'm trying to add a room number that is 100. If this room is already in the database, then when I fire this query, that is select star from rooms where room number is 100, then this is going to return some data, and that will be stored inside this DS. Okay, so if this DS is filled with the data, it means that room exists, room already registered in the database. If this DS is empty, then we can add that room here. I hope you understand. So what logic we are going to play over here is, we are going to check that if DS is empty, then only we need to add that room. In the else condition, we need to show some text into this label, that is room already exists. Let me show you that. If ds.tables 0 dot rows dot count is equal to 0, means that if DS is empty, then we want to do some stuff. In the else condition, that is, it means that that data set have some data. In the else condition, I want to show something to the user. So first thing what we have to do is we have to set the text for this one. So the name for this one is label room exist. Okay, so label label room exist, and first thing I want to set the text is equal to room already exist. I want to set this text. This text will be visible to the user, and here you can see this. When this form loads, I have made this one hidden, so I want to enable this over here. So label room exists dot visible is equal to true. Okay, so let's check if this works or not. Start this, and we will try to actually insert a room which already exists in our database. So just sign in, click on this, and here you can see this 100101. We try with the 101 or whatever you feel like. So yes, and click on this. Room already exists. Yeah, this one is working fine. We cannot insert 101 because this already exists. Yeah, this one is working fine. Okay, so now we have already checked that the room exists or not. After this, what I have to do is I have to actually insert that data into the database. If that room doesn't exist, it means that when this data set is empty. So let me do that. For that, first thing I need a variable of a string type, is the string status, and I'm going to check first thing that if this checkbox is checked, it means that if this one is checked, it means the room is active. It means that if room is active, then only that room is allowed for booking. Okay, so if, let me explain you why I have taken one variable of string type and status. Okay, so if, and the checkbox name is checkbox1, I guess. Yeah, so checkbox1 dot checked. When this one is checked, I want to set the status is equal to yes. It means that active. In the else condition, I want to set the status to no. Like this. Now this status will have the value yes and no on the basis of that checkbox is checked or not. Here you can see this. I hope you understand this part. After this, what we have to do is we have to make that label invisible. If the room is available for insertion of the data, then we don't need to see that label room exists. Okay, so I want to make that one invisible. So label room exists dot visible is equal to false, and let's check that. Start this. Let's see if this works or not. Login, click on this 101, add room. Room already exists. I want to try 1010. Click on this, and it will say that this label is invisible now because this room is not in our database. We can insert this. Okay, so this one is working fine. So let me close this. After this, what we have to do is we have to write the query to insert that into the database. So query is equal to, and we have to write insert into rooms, that is the table name, and the column name is, let me copy that from the database. Our column name is room status and booked, room number and room status. Okay, room number and room status. So let me copy this, move back over here, paste it, or you can manually write it, and values, and inside this one we have to write the values. Okay, so here we have to write that, oh sorry, plus plus. So room number is an integer format, that's why only this double quotes. We haven't mentioned the single quotes over there because that's for the string type. Okay, so here we have to extract the data from the txt room number 1 text. Txt room number 1 is the design name for this text box. After this, we have to extract the value from this one, and the value from this one will be extracted on the basis of checked or not. So we have to set this status for this room status. Okay, so we have to just mention comma over here, single quotes, double quotes, because it's a string, so plus plus, double quotes and single quotes, and we have to mention status over here. Now our query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to actually fire this query into the database. So how to do that? Fn dot, we have to call the method set data, and like this, and we have to pass two stuff inside this one. We don't need any data set over here because set data, we have mentioned the set data. In the set data, we have to only pass two queries, and this one is a void type. It means that this method is not going to return anything. Okay, so we have to pass the query first, and the second we have to pass a message. So I'm going to directly write a message over here. So what message I'm going to write is room added, and after this, when all of this task is done, I want to reload that form. So what happened when I reload this form? So in the load event, I have written this to extract the value from the database and show that into the data grid view. So when I reload that after the insertion, then there will be instant effect of updation of data into the data grid view. So let me show you the difference. So add new room load, and in this we have to pass two stuff. This, it means that this form, and second stuff we have to pass null. That's it. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to just comment this and start this. Just sign in. Just click on this. And I'm going to add room number 201. Here you can see this 201 is not over here. So first try to add 200. Just click on this. Room already exists. Nothing happens. 201. I'm going to try this. Click on add room. Room added, and when I click on OK, here you can see this, the data is not instantly visible over here. When I try to close this and click on this again, now 201 is visible over here. So this one is not that much, this one is not impressive. What I want is instantly reload that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just uncomment this and show you now the difference between these two. Sign in. Now I'm going to add 202. Yes, and here you can see this. For the last one, active status is no. So let me maximize this one a little bit. Booked, yeah, booked is no. Room status no, because we haven't checked this one last time. So I have checked this one for this time and click on add room. Room added, click on OK, and when you scroll down, 202 is over here and room status is yes. It means that it's active for booking. So now we have to search the first, we have to code for this one now. This one is working. We can add rooms now. So we have to search and we have to code for this update and delete as well. So let me start with the searching first. So just double click on this and we'll generate a click event for this search button. btn search click event is generated. After this, first thing what we have to do is we have to search for that room, if that room exists or not. Okay, so we have to write the query is equal to, and we have to write the same stuff. So we have to actually write this query again. The difference is the text box, and we have to change the text box name, text box 2. Select start from rooms where room number is equal to text box number 2, and we have to extract the text from the text box 2. The text box 2 is this one. Okay. And after this, we have to just call the create object data set ds is equal to fn dot get data, and we have to pass the query. So query. After this, what we have to do is we have to check that if data set is empty or not. If this time the thing is different. If this data set is empty, then no room exists. Whatever we are trying to search, we have to show that. If ts.tables 0 dot rows dot count is equal to 0, it means that no room exists. So we have to set that text for this label, that no room exists. So label, the name for that one is label room dot text is equal to no room exist, and I want to make this one visible. Dot visible is equal to true, and I want to make the checkbox, if this checkbox is checked, I want to make this one unchecked. So for that I have to write checkbox 2 dot checked is equal to false. Okay, so this will happen, these all stuff is done when no room exists in the database. When this data set is empty, when we try to search a room which doesn't exist. Okay, in the else condition, if room exists, then what we have to do is we have to actually show that label room dot text is equal to, I want to set the text first. What text I want to set is room found. After this, I want to make this one visible. Label room dot visible is equal to true. So if you must be worried about that. Why I always making this one visible? I have done this over here. I have done this over here too. So what I'm trying to do is, suppose if you have entered a room which already exists, then we will not move to the if condition, then we move to the else condition. In that case, we need to make this one visible over here. Okay, so I have made this one visible, room found. Let's see first, check this if this works or not. Try to search 564, that doesn't exist, so no room exists. 202 we have already added, room found. 101, search for that, room found. 1010, search for that, no room exists. Yeah, this one is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is, when I search this room, I want to make this checkbox checked and unchecked on the basis of this status from the database. Okay, so how to do that? For that, what we have to do is we have to write one stuff over here. If ts dot tables 0, I'm using this ts from here, this one, this data set. ts dot rows dot, sorry, not dot, 0th row and column 1, and convert that to string is equal to yes. What I have done over here is ts table 0 dot rows and convert this one to string. Yeah, this one is working fine. After this, what I have to do is, let me just explain you what I have did over here. It's showing an error. Secure request a 32-bit signature integer to browse the .NET framework source code type. Okay, not to worry about it. Oh, sorry, I have missed a double bracket over here, like this. Yeah, and here our error is resolved. What I have done over here is, actually in the data set, the data is stored in the form of table. So let me show you how this data is visible. I have added a breakpoint over here. To add a breakpoint, just you have to just click on this most left, and let me show you how the data set contains the data. So click on this. Sign in. Click on this. 100. Oh, sorry, not this one. This one. 100. Click on this, and we move to the breakpoint. Now you have to just hover over this and click on this small magnified glass. When you click on this, you can see we have room number, room status, and booked is yes or no. So we need to fetch this status. So this one is 0th column, sorry, 0th row and 0 and 1. This one is 1 column, 0th row and first column. Okay, so let me stop this and let me remove this breakpoint. So here what I have did is data set, and from the data set we need tables, and from that table we have to access a particular cell value. So rows, 0th row and first column, and convert that to string. It means that we have to convert that to string. Either it will be yes or no. So if it is equal to yes, it means that checkbox needs to be checked. So we have to write like this: checkbox 2 dot checked, sorry, checked is equal to true, and in the else condition, that means that the value is no. In that condition, checkbox 2 dot checked is equal to false. Let's check if this works or not. Search for 100. So you can see this status is yes. It means that when I search for this one will be checked. Just click on this. Here you can see this automatically it's checked, and the value for 201 is no. So I'm going to write 201 and click on search. This one is unchecked automatically. Yeah, this one is working fine. After this, what we have to do is we have to code for these two buttons, that is update and delete. That's it. So just close this, move back over the designing part, and we have to just double click on this and click event will be generated for the PDN update. Here we have to just take a variable of a string type, status. If checkbox 2 dot checked, if this one is checked, I want to set status to yes. And in the else condition, we can actually only update the status. Okay, so we have to just change the value of that on the basis of marked or not marked. So here what I have did is, if checkbox is checked, then I want to set the status yes, and if checkbox is not checked, then I want to set the status no for this variable. Now what we have to do is we have to write the query. So query is equal to, and we have to write the data query update and table name. So table name is rooms, and set column name. So room status is equal to single comma double plus plus double comma single, like this, and within this we have to mention the status. And now our query is ready. If you think so, then you are wrong, because if we fire this query, then each row in the table will be updated on the basis of this. If this is yes, then all the rows in the database in the table will be yes, and if no, then all the row will be no. So what we have to do is we have to actually mention the condition for which room number we have to change. So where room number is equal to, we have to check that plus plus, and we have to just extract that value from the txt room number 2 dot text, like this. Here you can see this. I'm checking that for which room number I want to update the status. Now our query is ready. After this, I have to just call the method fn dot set data. And we have to pass the query and one message, details updated. And after this, I want to reload the form. So add new room load, and we have to pass two stuff, this, and the second one is null. And let's see if this button, update button, works or not. Sign in, click on this, and here you can observe for room number 100, yes, status is yes. So I'm going to change this one to no. Just unselect this, click on update, details updated, and when I click on OK, reload, this form reloads, and here you can see that the status is changed to no. Yeah, this one is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to actually code for this delete. Let me close this and move back to the design. Just double click on this one, and this will generate a click event for PD and delete click. And here we have to check that if label room dot text is equal to room found. what I'm doing over here is, okay, so what we want is, we want to delete only those rooms which we have. If we try to delete room which doesn't exist, like 105 or like 5000, that doesn't exist in our database, then that is not feasible, that is not good programming practice. So what I have did over here is label room. What I did over here is, when we found some room, I have set the label, this label room, to room found. So I'm going to use that text. If label room dot text is equal to room found, then only I want to delete that data. In the else condition, what I want to do is, I want to show a message that you are trying to delete something that doesn't exist. Okay. So message box dot show, and what we have to write is, trying to delete which doesn't exist, and I'm going to name this one error, or you can name this one warning. Okay, so message box, and I need one button, so message box button OK, and message box icon dot error. Okay, let's check if this works or not. If no room found, then I want to show this message, trying to delete which doesn't exist. Just click on 5000, search, no room exists, click on this, trying to delete which doesn't exist. Yeah, this one is working fine. When you change this one to 100, this room is actually, if we have this one, when I click on this search, room found, and click on this, nothing happens because we haven't written any code for that. Let me close this and move back over here. You need to write the query. So to delete query is equal to, you have to write delete from table name, that is rooms, where room number is equal to, and this is a integer type, so double quotes plus plus txt room number 2 dot text. That's what we need to write query. So fn dot set data, we have to call the method, we have to pass the query first, and second thing, we have to pass the message. So we have to pass the message. I'm going to pass that room details deleted. After this, I want to reload the form. So add new room load, and we have to pass two methods, this and second one is null, two argument actually. And now let's check if this works or not. So start with this, click on sign in, click on this, search for 202, search room found. I want to delete this. Room details deleted. When I click on OK, here it is, 202 is removed. Yeah, this one is working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to design for this new student form button. Actually, when I click on this, nothing is visible over here. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to design that stuff and how to connect this with this button. Okay, so till then, bye, take care, and just subscribe and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In last video, I have already shown you how to backend code for this form, that is the manage rooms form. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design for this new student button and how to backend code for that. So let me close this first. Okay, so I have closed the application. After this, what I have to do is I have to first add one new form. So for that, you have to just go to Solution Explorer here and right click and click on Add, and you have to select form over here and I'm going to name this one new student because this one is being connected with the new student button. So I'm going to name this one new student and click on add or enter. New form is added. After this, first two things we have to do is remove border and change the back color. So I'm going to do that. Right click and go to properties. Let me maximize this one. So here we go, like this and like this, so that we can easily find the stuff what we need. So right click and go to properties. We have to search for something, form border, something form border style. Change this one to none. Here you can see this. Now the border is removed. After this, I have to change the back color. So let me close this one first. Click on this and close this one too. I'm going to copy the color code from here. Move back over here, right click and go to properties, and there I have to set the back color. So click on this and hit enter. After this, what I have to do is I have to actually copy the size of this form from the complete project. So move back over here. You don't need to move anywhere. So let me just copy the size. Okay, so click on this and the size is 875, 512, 512. Right click and go to properties and search for size and manually write it 875, 512, and when I hit enter, here you can see this one is maximized. After this, what I have to do is I have to actually start adding stuff. First thing, we have to add labels and few text boxes and one combo box to actually add room numbers or rooms. Okay, so move back over here. Let me count 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9 labels, 8 text boxes and one combo box, and 2 buttons over here and one over here. So let me do that. Move back over here. We need 9 labels. So let me first drag one label and change the properties of this one. So click on this and change the text first and the font color. So change the font color to white. Click on this and select custom and select white. After this, I want to change the text. So first thing what you have to do is just click on this, search for text over here, and first text is nothing but mobile number. Hit enter, and let me copy the font size for this one. So click on this. The font name is Century Gothic and size is 11. Century Gothic size is 11. Move back over here. Just click on this. Search for Century Gothic regular and size is 11 and hit OK. And don't forget to subscribe my YouTube channel and follow me on Instagram so that if you're stuck anywhere, you can directly message me or text me. I will resolve your error. Okay, so just click on this and we need 9 labels. So I'm going to copy this and paste it 9 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and one more 9. That's it. After this, I'm going to change the text for all of these one by one. So I have clicked on the second one. Second one is nothing but name. Third one is father name. Fourth one is mother name. Fifth one is email ID. Sixth one is permanent address, and this one is college name. This one too, ID proof, and finally the last one, change this one to room number. After this, we need text boxes. So let me copy the text box. So I'm going to use the Guna 2 text box, and in previous video I've already explained how to use this and from where I got this Guna 2 text box in my toolbox. For that, I have added one DLL file in my toolbox. The DLL file link is already in the description, and how to add the DLL file into the toolbox, that I've already made a separate video for that. That video link is also in the description. Go and watch out that. Okay, so just drag and drop it over here, and first thing what I have to do is I have to just click on this and change the fog color. Here you can see this. Fog color means whatever I write inside this needs to be on which color. So I'm going to change this one to black. Whatever I write inside this will be in the black color. After this, I'm going to change few properties for this text box. First thing is font. Change this one to Sergio UI. I'm going to select 11 and hit OK. Here you can see this. The text box is quite enlarged, so we have to resize this. I will show you the size for this one. Okay, so not to worry. So I hope you did this. After this, what we have to do is just click on this, move back over a complete project, and I'm going to just copy the size from here. So the size is 553,30. So move back over here, click on this, and we have to mention 553,30. And when I hit enter, here you can see this. I need 8 text box like this. So copy this and paste it 8 times, and we need 1 combo box, that's why only 8 times. Okay, so let me paste this one properly. Yeah, here we go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, one more, 8, and we need 1 combo box, right? So I'm going to add 1 combo box. I'm going to use this one, and I'm going to paste the size for this. Copy this one, 553,30. So move back over and paste it. After this, we have to change the text for this one. Century Sojo UI, and I'm going to click on 11. Yeah, this will be fine. After this, we have to adjust these on the proper position first. So I'm moving these all a little bit on the right side, and we have to place 2 buttons over here. That's why I'm giving and leaving a little bit of space in the bottom side. So now we have to arrange all of these text boxes so that these look nice. Okay, so where we miss it, like this. Okay, so I will start from the first one. I will be moving all of these like this. Yeah. There we go. You can adjust this according to your need. There we go. And here you can observe now these are looking better. After this, what we have to do is we have to adjust these labels properly. So move back over here and move these little bit in the center like this. Yeah. Here we go. You have to adjust these so that these look nice. Like this. There we go. Here you can observe all of these are looking nice except these few. Okay. Here you can observe we have just arranged these in the top line. So what we have to do is just select these all, and just with the help of keyboard you can just move these little bit lower side, and now you can observe these are looking better than before. After this, what we have to do is we have to add a few buttons. So from where I'm going to add buttons, so I'm going to I have 2 options. Either I can drag and drop it manually, add it, or just copy and paste it. So if you are a new viewer, so keeping in mind, I'm going to add new button. So I'm going to use Guna 2 button. So just drag and drop it over here. And first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to just increase the font for this one. So let me copy the font from here, and the size is I guess 13, right? So click on this, change the size to 13, and I forgot the font name actually. Sojo UI size is 13 and it's italic. So move back over here, narrow italic I guess, right? So just click on this and back over here italic. Okay, so now this one is italic, and first thing what I have to do is I have to change the text for this one. So search for text. Here we found this, and change this one to save. Hit enter. After this, what I have to do is I have to just change the color. So 0, 118, 225. Hit enter. Here you can observe. After this, we have to change the border radius to make the corners curve. So change this one to 19. And I'm going to copy the size of the button from here. So let me copy the size. So size for this button is 118, 30. Just click on this. Move back over here and hit enter, and here we go. So I guess I have just put the radius quite large, so change this one to 15, and here we go. So I'm going to copy this once again and paste it to make another button that is clear. Okay, so click on this and change the text and change this one to clear. And after this, we have to set the image for these two buttons. So just click on this, search for image. I've already provided the link for all images and icon I'm using in this project in the description. I hope you have downloaded. If not, then just download, and after that start coding with me. You can pause the video. So click on local resources, click on import, and search for image which we are going to use. So I'm going to use save image. Save images, where it is, yeah, this one. Click on open and click on OK. Yeah, you have to just click on the second button that is clear. Just click on this, select image, local resources, and I'm going to use this label. So click on this and click on OK. Here you can see this. Now our stuff is ready, and we need one more button over here, the close button. So copy this, paste it, move back this one over here, and what we have to do is just click on this, and first thing I'm going to remove the image. So click on this, clear, and OK, and after this just remove the text, and now I'm going to set a new image for this one. Just click on this, local resources, click on import, and I'm going to use this one. OK, OK, and I'm going to remove the fill color. Sorry, not remove. Actually, I'm going to make this one transparent. So click on web and click on transparent, and here you can see this. Yeah, this one is looking better. You can make this one large like this, and then you can increase the image size. So I'm going to make this one 35, 35, and hit enter. Oh, this one is quite large. Change this one to 30, 30. Yeah, this one is better. After this, I'm going to change the design name for this one. I'm going to change this one to btn exit, and just double click on this to generate a click event, and I'm going to write the code to close this one. So this dot close, like this. Now this close button will be functional, but still this one will be not visible when we click on new student, because we haven't connected this form with the dashboard. So we have to connect this with the dashboard. So let me close this. Where is the dashboard? Here we go. So we have to connect with this button. So first thing what we have to do is we have to actually change the design name of this button. So I'm going to change this one to btn new student. Hit enter. After this, just double click on this, and we will generate a click event for this new student. And here we have to just generate it, or generate an object for new student form, and s is equal to new student. After this, ns dot show. Now our form is connected with the dashboard. And one more thing we left is nothing but, what I want is when this form load, we want to load this one in this specific position, like we have added this add new room. So just double click on this, and let me copy this one. So this you can just manually write it over here. Okay, like this. Just double click on this empty space and we will generate a load event for this one. And here we have to write the stuff that is nothing but this dot location is equal to new point, and we have to set the coordinates. So 350 comma 170. You can manually change it as per your requirement. So now I'm going to start this and let's see if this works or not, or our form is connected with the new student or not. So it's taking a little bit of time, not to worry about that. So project is started. I'm going to sign in. Now dashboard is loaded, and here when I'm going to click on new student, yeah, here we go. This one is working fine, and here you can see this one is also working fine, and this close button is working. Yeah, everything is working. Now what we have to do is we have to actually backend code for this one. And first thing in this, what I want is I want to load the room numbers inside this one. So we need to load only those rooms which are actually in active state. It means that active is yes. We need to load only those rooms. Okay. So how to do that? For that, first I want to load the room. So when we want to load the room, when this form load, just double click on the empty space and here we go. After this, before we write any code, we have to just create one object for the function class. So function class, I have created this class in the previous video. So if you have not watched my previous video, you just watch that, and after that you can continue with me. Okay, so new function, and our object is created, that is fn. And after this, what we have to do is I have to actually create a variable of string type. So string, and I'm going to name this one query. You can write anything. I'm using query. Okay. After this, first thing what we have to do is we have to just write the query over here. And what query we have to write is select room number. We need only room number, which needs to be visible in the com box. So select room number from table name. So table name is rooms, where room status, that is either it's active yes or no, where room status is equal to yes, and we have to check another condition is we have to show only those rooms which are not booked. It means that and booked is equal to no. So actually booked is a column name in my database, and room status is also a column name. So what I'm doing over here is this query is what happening in this query is, first thing I'm selecting the room number from the rooms table. This is the table name, and I'm checking for two conditions, where the first condition is room status needs to be yes. It means that it's active if yes, and booked is no. It means that we cannot book a single room which is already allotted. Okay, so I hope you understand this. After this, what we have to do is we have to just create a database object, data set ds is equal to, and we have to call the function fn.getData, which we have created in the previous video. And in this I have to pass query because it's expecting one argument of a string type. And now here we're ready with this. Now we have the room numbers in the data set. So either you can add a breakpoint over here and you can check this. Add a breakpoint like this. Click on start. Why I have added a breakpoint, because I want to show you how actually this stuff works. If you're stuck in errors anywhere and you want to check that, you can just add a breakpoint like this. When I click on this, now we move over here because, okay, sorry. So we have uncoded quotes mark. Yeah, we actually added some mistake while writing the query over here. Here you can see this. I missed one comma over here like this. Okay, Now everything is fine. Now I'm going to start this, and when I click on that new student button, we are going to immediately move to that breakpoint. Click on this, and this time no exception, we stop on this breakpoint. Why? Because this is a new load event, and we have just written the query and we have fired inside the data set. So move back over here, and when I click on this, you can see few room numbers inside this one. We have 101 and 102. We have only two room number. So why we have only two? Let me show you in the database. So I'm going to just select start from rooms and execute this, and room status, we have 101 and 102. We have these two. Yeah, here you can observe the fourth one is yes, room status is yes, but booked is also yes. That's why this one is not visible, and these 101, sorry, 100 and 201 is not visible because these are not active. If we change the status to active, then these are visible over there. So just move back over here, and now you can see we have the data. So what I'm going to do next is, let me move back over here, and I'm going to stop this project for now. And after this, I want to set this data from this data set. I'm going to remove this breakpoint. I'm going to set the data from this data set to combo box. So before doing that, what I have to do is I have to actually change the text name, that is the design name for all of these. So I will do that. I'm going to change this one for now. Okay. So I'm going to change this one to combo box combo room number. So I'm going to change this one for now. I will change this all later. Okay. So here what we have to do is we have to just write few more lines of code. So we have to actually run a loop each time as much rows we have in the data set. If we have 10 rows, then we have to run that loop 10 times. Each time one item will be added to that combo box. So I'm going to take one for loop, and inside this one a variable int I is equal to 0, and I should be less than ts.tables 0 dot rows dot count. Means that it needs to be less than the number of rows in the data set. We cannot put is equal to over here. If you put that, you will run into an exception because array index out of index, this will be shown because in the data set the row will be starting from 0, and while you write this line it will exclude 0. Okay, I hope you understand. If not, then you can contact me on Instagram or just comment in this video. I will just reply you. Okay, so now the loop is done. This loop will run each time till the row ends. Okay, after this I want to just convert whatever in this data set is actually in the string format. So we have to convert that into integer type. So int 64 and room, I'm taking a variable of room of integer 64 and is equal to int 64 dot parse. Parse method is used to convert to string. Okay, sorry, integer. So in this I have to extract the value. So ds dot tables 0 dot rows, and we have to just select the I because for the I 0th row, and we always need zeroth column. So we have to mention 0 over here, and we have to convert this one to string. What I have did over here is ds is a data set dot tables 0, and from that table we need rows, and each time this loop runs we need to iterate through the rows. Initially the 0th row, in the second loop the first row, third loop second row, and we need constant column. We need only 0th column, that is the first column. Okay, I hope you understand this. After this we have to just add this stuff to combo box. So combo box name is combo box room number dot items dot add, and what we have to add is room. Now when I start this, and you will find that that combo box actually contains data. So I've started the project, sign in, new student, and when I click on this, okay, so the data is not over here. Let me check that why. So let me close this. Okay, so it's showing a little bit of lines. Okay, why this is? Okay, there is no mistake. Actually gives little bit of time to adjust changes to your computer. Okay, so I've started this, and here you can see this. I haven't made any changes in the code, and just start this, and this time you can find room number over here. You can see this 101 and 102 is over here. I'm going to make changes with the room number 100. This one is active no, and it's booked yes. Okay, so if I make this one yes, then this will be not visible. Okay, so I want to change this one 201. So 201, search for this room found and make this one active and update details updated. Now this 201 needs to be visible in the new student. When I click on this, here you can see this. Now we have 201 over here. It means that the changes is being reflected over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create one table to actually store all of the data from these text boxes. Okay, so before creating a table, first thing I am going to change the name, design name for these text boxes. So just click on this and change the design name, this one to txt mobile, the second one to txt name, this one to txt father, this one to txt mother, this one to txt email, this one to txt permanent, or yeah, permanent, this one to txt college, this one to txt id proof, and we have to change, we have already changed the name for this one. I'm going to change the name for these two buttons, so btn save, and this one to btn clear. So now what I have to do is I have to actually create a table to move back to the database, and here which query you have to execute is this one. Just pause the video and write this much. I'm giving you time to pause. Just pause and write till here. Now whatever on the screen, let me just zoom this little bit. I hope now you have written these line of code. Let me explain this. First, create table. Make sure when you execute this by selecting like this and click on execute, the hostel is selected. Okay. After this one is the first column is ID. It's of int type and identity 1, 1. It means that whenever we insert a new row, the ID will be automatically incremented by 1, and it's the primary key. After this, we have mobile. It's a big int type and not null. Next is name, varchar 250 not null. Not null is a constraint. It means that you cannot fill, just give empty data into this column. If you do that, exception will be generated. Fname, father name, varchar 250 not null. Mother name, mname, varchar 250 not null. Email, varchar not null. Permanent address, you can make this one big because address is sometimes quite large. You can make this one 350, 450 as per your requirement. College, varchar 250 not null. ID proof, varchar 250 not null. Room number, big int not null. And I have just make this living varchar default to yes. It means that whenever a new registration is done, it means that you have just registered those students which are just started being living in the hostel, so you don't have to insert this data this time. Each time you insert a new row, this will be automatically added yes in this column. Default, I have set default yes. And I have made room number foreign key, this room number, and from where it references, so references to rooms table, and this one is column name, so rooms over here and the column name is room number. That's what I have written over here. So now I hope the table is ready at your end. So move back to our project, and here first thing what I have to do is I have to actually code for this button, that is a clear button. So just double click on this and this will generate a click event, and I'm going to write one method over here. So public void clear all. I'm writing a method, so txt mobile dot clear, and this will clear the text box txt mobile. And after this we have txt name dot clear, this will clear the name field. Txt father dot clear. After this we have txt mother dot clear. After this we have txt email dot clear. After this we have permanent address dot clear. After this we have college dot clear. After this we have id proof dot clear. And finally the last one is combo box. So combo box, and we don't need to clear that. I have to just deselect the room number. So dot selected index is selected index is equal to -1. When you mention -1, nothing will be selected. And now our method is ready, so I'm going to call this on clear button click. So I have written a method because I'm going to use this more than one time. Okay, so just to start this, and let's see if this clear button click works or not. Sign in, move back over here, write something, yeah, and I'm going to select one and click on clear. Everything is clear, and the combo box is not clear, actually deselected. Yeah, everything is working fine. After this I have to just code for this save button, so close this. Now our table is ready. Now we are good to go. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event for PD and save. And here first thing what we have to do is we have to actually extract the data from all the text boxes. So first thing I have to extract is int64 type, that is the mobile, so that's a big int type in the database. Column is big int type, so that's why int64 is equal to, we have to convert that into the integer type, so int64 dot pass, and the text box name is, let me just make this one little small. Okay, sorry, actually let me make this one full screen. So click on view, full screen, and here you can see observe, this one is looking better. Then here we have to write txt mobile, actually, right? Mobile. This one is mother dot, and we need to extract the text. Okay, here we go. After this we have name, so string name is equal to txt name dot text. After this we have f name, that is the father name, is equal to txt father dot text. After this we have mother name, so m name is equal to txt m mother dot text. After this we have email is equal to txt email dot text, and after email we have permanent address, p address is equal to txt permanent dot text. After this we have college is equal to txt college dot text. After this we have id proof txt id proof dot text, and after id proof we have room number that's in the integer format, so we have to convert that in 64. Room number is equal to in 64 dot parse txt room. It's actually, sorry, we have to just extract that from the combo room number dot text. And now we have extracted all the data from all the text boxes and combo box as well. So next thing what I have to do is I have to actually write a query and insert these all data into that table which we have created. So I'm going to write the query. So query is equal to, and we have to write the query insert into the table name is new student, and we have to mention the column's name inside this one. So move back over here. I have already written the column name over here. So copy this, move back over here. I'm going to paste this one. So column name is mobile, name, f name, m name, email, p address, college, id proof, room number, and actually the room number is last. We don't need to actually insert this living over here. So okay, let me remove this. The last one is room number, and after this we have to write values, and we have to mention the values starting bracket. And first one is a string. It's an integer type, so double quotes like this, and you just move like this, double quotes and double plus, and in this we have to mention the name. So name is nothing but, it's a variable name is mobile, so we have to mention mobile over here. So first one is mobile. Let me move a little bit on the right side. After this we have name, so there's single quotes, double quotes, it's a string type, so 2 plus sign, double quotes and single. We have to mention name, and after this single, double quotes, plus plus, double and single quotes. After name we have f name. After this we have mother name, that's also a string type, so single, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes. And we have to mention f name. After this we have m name, right. After m name we have email, so that's also a string type, so single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes, m name, and we have email, single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes. After email we have p address, that is the permanent address. Move more little bit to the right side. After p address we have college, that's also a string type, so single, double, single, and 2 plus sign in the between, so college. After this we have to mention the room number, that's an integer type. Before the room number we have actually id proof, that's a string type, so single, double, plus plus, double, single, and we have to mention id proof. And finally we have to mention the room number, that's a string, sorry, not an integer type, so just double quotes and 2 plus sign, and this you have to write room number. Okay, so this will done. Now when this data will be inserted with the help of this query, our query is ready. Okay, so there is still one issue. What I have to do is, let me move back to the database, and suppose the new student 101 or 100 is selected. So what I want to do is I want to make the booked status Yes, I want to change the status to yes whenever new student is registered to some particular room. So we have to fire one more query with this one. So I'm going to write one more query after this. So just give a little bit of space, and after this you have to write a one more query, that is update rooms table. So rooms set booked. Booked is the column name. Booked is equal to yes, where room number is equal to, and we have to extract that room number from the variable, that is room number itself. Room number from this variable. So here we go. Now our query is ready. This will update the booked status for that particular room number which is selected for that student. Now our query is ready. After this, what I have to do is, I hope you just pause the video and write this line of code. After this, next thing what we have to do is just fire this query into the database. So what we have to do is we have to just write fn.setData, and we have to mention query and one message with it. So I'm going to write the message student. If you are worried about that, from where this set data is coming up and from where I'm using this, so you have to just watch my previous video to understand this stuff. And if still you can't able to get it, just contact me. Make sure you subscribe my YouTube channel. Csharp registration successful. Yeah, the text is over here. And finally, I want to clear all the text fields. So clear all. I have to just call this method which I have already written over here. Okay, so now our button is ready. So let me just exit the full screen mode, and I'm going to start this, and let's check if this works or not. Sign in, new student, and mobile number is 32 or 123 for now. The name is something, what I will say, Jay. Father name is Kumar. Mother is Kumari. Email ID jay@gmail.com. Common interest is India. College name SOA. ID proof something like this. And what I have to do is I have to select the room number. I'm going to select this 201. And for now, you can observe that it will move back to the database. Over here, the 201 is now booked status is no. So I have to also check that the room status needs to be changed to yes when this room 201 is booked. So move back over here, and okay, so this one is, oh sorry. And when I click on the save button, student registration successful, and when I click on OK, everything is now removed. So let me close this, manage rooms, and here you can observe 201 booked status is yes. Here you can see this booked, and 201 is yes. Now when I click on new student, you can't able to find 201 over here because that room is booked. So this one is working fine. One more thing, we get to exception in one condition. If we try to click on save when these text fields are empty, so we have to check that these text fields needs to be filled when we click on the save button. So how to do that? Just close this, move back over here, and here I have to check one condition, that is if txt first text box is txt mobile dot text is not equal to null, and txt name dot text is not equal to null, and txt father dot text is not equal to null. So let me copy this much of stuff. Each time we have to write this, so I get rid of this, and txt. Further we have txt mother. Paste this. After mother we have txt email. Paste. After this txt we have permanent, and we have to paste this. After permanent we have txt college, and paste this. And we have txt id proof. After this paste is the next thing is combo box room number 1 dot selected index is not equal to -1, and just close the bracket and hit enter and add one curly bracket over here, and just cut the lower curly bracket, and you have to just put it over here like this. And after this we have to put else condition, and we want to show some message to the user whenever user try to insert empty text box. So message box dot show, and we have to mention fill. I need to show the user fill all fields, fill all empty space. Okay, and this needs to be name information. Yeah, spelling is correct. Information, and this needs to have some buttons. So message box buttons dot OK, and message box needs to have some icon. So I'm going to keep this one warning like this and close this. I hope you have written this code. You have observed this. Now I'm going to start this and try to save the empty text box. Sign in, click on this, fill all empty spaces. If you fill the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, and it's still, yeah, this one is working fine. When I click on this one is working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design for this update and delete student. Till then, stay tuned and subscribe to our YouTube channel and share with your friends, and follow me on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design the stuff for this new student and how to backend code for this. Here you can see this, all the stuff you can write inside this one, and when I click on this clear, this works, and I can also actually save the data into the database when I click on the save button. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design this one, that is the update and delete student. With the mobile number, you can search for the student which we have already registered. Here you can see this, the number is 123456, and when I click on search, the details are being fetched, and I can update and delete the details as well. And when I click on clear button, everything will be clear. So in this video, I'm going to show this. So without wasting time, let me close this and move back to the project on which we are working. We are working in hostel management video. So click on this, and here we go. Let me start this and show you till where our task is done. So it's starting. I'm going to sign in, and here you can see this one is working, and when I click on this, nothing happens. Okay, so let me add the stuff. So first thing what we have to do is we have to actually add one new form. For that, right click on this, go to Solution Explorer, right click on this and click on add. After this, you have to select form, click on this, and we have to give some name to the form. So it's taking a little bit of time. Okay, here we go. So here it's asking for a name. So I'm going to name this one update delete student. And when I click on add, a new form will be added. Here you can see this. So first thing what I have to do is I have to actually remove the form border. how to do that. For that, right click and go to properties. Let me maximize this a little bit. After this, you have to search for bottom form border style. Just click on this, change this one from sizeable to none, and here you can see this. Now the border is removed. After this, what we have to do is we have to just set the size for this one and the color. So for that, I'm going to complete project, and here from this one I'm going to copy the size and the color as well. So click on this and first copy the size. So size is 875, 544. Just copy this. You can manually write it over here. Right click and go to properties, and there you have to search for size. Here we go. Just paste it and hit enter. Here you can see this. Now this one is maximized. After this, I have to set the color. So I'm going back over here and going to copy the color code. That is 151, 48, 103. Right click and go to properties, and back color change this one to 151, 48, 103. When you hit enter, now the color is changed. After this, what we have to do is we have to add labels, buttons, and text boxes as well. So first thing, let me count how many labels we need. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 labels, 10 text boxes, and few buttons. Okay, so let me add these one by one. So first thing, I have to drag and drop one label. Just drag and drop it over here. And first thing, here you can see there is the for color, that is the text color is black. So I'm going to change this one to white so that it will be clearly visible. So for that, just search for color in properties, click on this. When you click on this, click on custom and select white. After this, what we have to do is we have to set few more properties of this one, that is the font size and font type. So I'm referring the previous one. So click on this, and the font name is Century Gothic and size is 12. Century Gothic, oh sorry, size is 11. Okay, so move back over here, click on this, font Century Gothic regular and size is 11, and hit OK. There you can see this. After this, how many levels we need is actually 10. So let me copy this 10 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Finally, we have 10 label. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually set the text for this one. So first one is mobile number. So search for text and set the text. There we go, text. Change this one to mobile number. The second one to name. Third one to father name. Fourth one to mother name. Fifth one to email ID. And this one, sixth one to permanent address. Seventh to college name. Eighth to ID proof. Ninth, change this one to room number. And finally this one to living status. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few buttons, text boxes, and one combo box. So let me do that. For that, I'm going to use text box. So search for text box, and I'm going to use this Guna2 text box. If you are worried about that, from where I'm finding this Guna2 text box in my toolbox, not to worry about that. Just go to description. There I've added one DLL file. The link for DLL file is already in the description. Just download it, and I have also provided one video link over there how to add the DLL file into the toolbox. Just watch that and add that DLL file into your toolbox. After that, you can find multiple options of Guna2. So I'm going to use this. So Guna2 text box is over here. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the font size first. It means that whatever I write inside this one of that size. Okay. So just move back over here. Let me copy that from this one. So click on this. So the size is, I guess, 11 or 12. 11. Search UI 11. So click on this and select this. The size is 11 and hit OK. And you can see that this one is quite large. So what I'm going to do is I'm moving back out to complete project and click on this, and I'm going to copy the size of this one. So the size is 268,30. So copy this, move back over here, click on this, search for size, and paste it and hit enter. The size is 268,30. After this, what I want is whatever I write inside this one needs to be in black color. For that, you have to just click on this, right click, go to properties, or you can simply click on this, search for font color, click on this one, click custom and select black. Whatever we write inside this one needs to be in the black color. So everything, whatever we need to set for this text box is now set, and now we need 8 more text boxes. So copy this, paste this 8 times. Okay, let me just remove one. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to set the size for this one according to the second one. So click on this and copy the size. Size is 593,30. Copy this, move back over here, just click on this and paste the size. Hit enter, and here we go. Now we have to copy this one and paste it again and again because we need this one like this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's it. After this, we need one combo box to actually set the status yes or no. So let me just drag one combo box. I'm going to use this Guna2 combo box. Just drag and drop it. And after this, let me just stretch this. Okay. And change the text color. For color, change this one to black. And after this, I want to just increase the size a little bit, so it's 10 by default, so I'm going to change this one to 11 and hit OK. And after this, what we have to do is we have to actually adjust all of these stuff properly, and we have to add few more buttons. So let me add buttons now. And after that, finally, I'm going to adjust all of this stuff. So I'm going to use this Guna2 button, so drag and drop it over here. Click on this. First thing what we have to do is we have to change the font color for this one, fill color 0, 118,225. Yeah, that's right. After this, what we have to do is we have to make the corner curve. So how to do that? For that, just search for border radius and just click on that and click 15, and here we go. We don't need this button this much large, so let me move back over here, click on this, and let me first select the font, whatever right inside this one. So Sojo UI italic and size is 13, and let me copy the size for this one, 118,30. Move back over here, click on this, search for size, and paste and hit enter. Button is quite small. After this, I have to set the font. Click on this, Sergio UI italic and size is 13 and hit OK. After this, we have to change the text for this one to search. To change the text, the text is text, and change this one to search. Hit enter. After this, we have to set the image for this one. Just click on this image, and if you are worried about that from where you are going to get these all images, so I must tell you that all the image link is already in the description. Just download that and start designing, and if you have already downloaded, then not to worry. So here this open, so I'm going to use the magnified glass, this one. Okay, it's showing little bit, yeah, now it's okay. And here you can see this, the image is set. After this, we need few more buttons, so I'm going to copy this and paste this one 3 times because we need 3 more. and I'm going to change the image, not to worry about that, and the text as well. So this one is not search, this one is update, and this one is delete, and this one is clear. I'm going to change the image one by one. So select this, click on this, click on import and update. This one I'm going to use this save. Click on this delete, click on image, okay, click on this one, click on import and the delete this one, right, and open and hit OK. Finally this one clear. Just click on this, click on import and select this, open and OK. Now here you can see this, all the stuff is now in place, and we need one more button. So just paste this, and we need this one over here. So what I have to do is just clear the image first, and I want to set a new image, local resource import, and just click on this. Okay, and first thing what I have to do is just remove this all text, and after this just make this one small, increase the image size from 20 to 35, hit enter, like this one. After this, okay, sorry, the image is quite large, change this one to 30, 30. Yeah, that's look better. And after this what I have to do is just change the fill color, or let me just increase the border radius. Let's see which one look better. Change this one to 30, 35, 40, not 40, 25. Hit enter and change the actually back color to this one. So let me copy this color code and change this fill color to shift. Sorry. Paste over here, hit enter, and here we go. Now this one is looking better. Now everything is added, whatever we need. Now what we have to do is we have to just adjust the stuff. Okay, so let me copy the location first for the first text box, and after that I will arrange this by own. Okay, so let me copy the location 217, 20. Copy, click on this, search for location, paste, hit enter, and we have to adjust this like this. Yeah, here we go. Now I'm going to adjust all of these one by one. We left with few. I'm adjusting this with the help of keyboards. Okay, I'm using this up and down keys to adjust this by selecting one. There we go. Few adjustments is remaining. There we go. Now you can see this one is looking better. Let me adjust these on the proper position. So let me move these one to left and these label on the proper position. Okay, so with the help of keyboard I'm moving these. There we go. Now here you can see this, everything is in place and looking better. After this what we have to do is we have to just start designing and actually connect this one with the dashboard. So before connecting this one, I'm going to code for this one so that I can click on this to close this form. So first I'm going to change the design name. So design name is search for this design, and name over here I'm going to change this one to btm exit and just double click on this to generate a click event. And here btn exit click event is generated. And here what we have to do is we have to just write this dot close and one more thing what we have to do is we have to actually set the location where this form needs to be opened when this one is loaded. So just double click on the empty space so that load event is generated. Just double click on this and here we have to mention the location. So this dot location is equal to new point and we have to mention the point 350 comma 150. You can change this one is x coordinate and the second one is y coordinate. You can change this according to your requirement or your computer specification. Okay, so here you can see this. Now all the stuff is done. We have to just enter ctl yes to save this all the changes and ctl s over here, and finally we have to add this form with the dashboard. So let me minimize this one a little bit and move back to the dashboard. Just double click on this and dashboard is over here. So this button we have to connect this one with this button. So let me change this button design name first. So move back over here and change the design name. This one is Guna 2 button 3. So I'm going to change this one to btn update delete student and hit enter. Name is quite large, but yeah, worth it because we can uniquely identify with this name. So just double click on this. And here what we have to do is as usual we have to create an object and we have to just call that object dot show. So update delete student uds is equal to new update delete student. Now object is created and we have to call show method on that object. So uds dot show, and when you do this everything is now in place. Just save this and just start and let's see if this works or not. So it's taking a little bit of time. Now here it's loaded. Now I'm signing in. I clicked on that and here we have this update and delete student. So I'm going to click on this and here you can see that this is on the proper position and everything is in place and nothing working. Here you can see this when I click on clear nothing happens. So what we have to do next is first I have to add few stuff in this combo box, that is yes and no. Living status is either yes or no, and we have to code for this one, this one, this one, and this one as well. So let me close this first and let's start designing and back end coding for this one. So let me close this because we don't need this one anymore and not this one even. Just click on this and let me close this one too. Okay, let me close the remaining stuff because we don't need for now. Okay, here we go. We left with the only one stuff, that is update delete student. So first thing what we have to do is we have to just change the design name for all of these stuff, and before that I'm going to actually add few items, that is yes or no inside this one. So for that either you can click on this and search for the proper inside this one, or you can simply do one thing, just click on this and search for items, click on this one, and here we have to mention two things, yes, and hit enter and no. Click on OK and click on this one and the item is added. Now when we open this and click on this combo box, we will fetch two stuff, that is yes or no. Now the thing is we want to actually change the design name for all of these stuff. So let me do that first. Just click on this, change the design name for this one. So search for name, where it is, here we go. Change this one to txt mobile, hit enter. This one to txt name, this one to txt father, this one to txt mother, this one to txt email, this one to txt permanent, this one to txt college, txt, this one to txt id proof, and this one to txt room number, and this one is a comma box, so I'm going to change this one to, let me just small c comma box living, hit enter. Now the name for all of these text boxes is changed. Now we have to change the name of this one, so I'm going to change this one to btn search, this one to btn update, guys. If you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon and share with your friends, don't forget that. Okay, change this one to btn delete and this one to btn clear. Okay, after this what I have to do is, first I'm going to code for this one, that is a clear. So just double click on this and this will generate a clear click event. So at this button, what I want is, whatever I write inside all of these text boxes, when we search, the data is filled inside all of these. I want to clear that data when I click on that button. So for that, here we can see btn clear click event is generated, but I am going to write one method over here. So method will be private void, private because I'm going to use this one inside this.cs. It means that update delete dot student.cs inside this one only. Okay, so that's why and void because I'm not going to return, this method is not going to return anything. So I'm going to name this one clear all, and inside this one what we have to do is we have to just write the name of the text boxes. So txt mobile number dot clear, after this txt name dot clear. I'm writing this one because I'm going to use this clear method in the update button as well, in the delete button as well, and if I find something error, then also I'm going to use that. That's why I'm writing this method first. So third text box is txt father dot clear. After this txt mother dot clear, txt email dot clear, and after this we have, after email we have permanent dot clear. You can write in any order, but I'm following a sequence txt so that nothing will get missed. So clear txt college clear, and after this txt id group dot clear, and after this we have txt room number dot clear, and finally we have the combo box. So if you are coding and designing with me from the first video, then you must know what I'm going to write next. So just pause the video and try to search in your mind. Okay, if you find this, that's good. Otherwise, let me just tell you. We have to write comma box. The clear will not work over here. So what we have to write is, we have to write selected index. We have to change the selected index. So selected index is equal to -1. When you write this, when you change the selected index to -1, then nothing will be selected. Okay, so now our clear method is ready. So now what we have to do is, when I click on that button, I want to clear everything. So I'm going to call this method on that button click event. So here you can see this. Now I have added. I'm going to start this and let's see if this clear button works or not. So I have started the project. And here it goes. So sign in, click on this. I'm going to write something, anything, and click on this. Yes, this one is also working, and click on this. Yeah, this one is working. Now what I have to do is, I have to actually code for this search button. So let me close this and move back to our coding part and designing first, and just double click on this to generate a search button click event. So just double click on this and btn search click event is now generated. And here what we have to do is, first thing we have to create an object over here for the function class. In the previous video I have already shown you that the function class what methods I have used. So function fn is equal to new function, and I have written over here so that I can use this throughout this package. Okay, so I need one variable of a string type, so I'm going to name this one query. Now our function object is created and the query is also ready. So with this function object, I can access all the method written inside this function class. Okay, so now move back over here, btn search click event, and here what I have to do is I have to write the query. So query is equal to like this. First thing what I want is I want to check that if that mobile number exists or not. Suppose I want to search for the mobile number 123456789 which doesn't exist in our database, then what I want is whenever this one clicks, if the data is previously loaded with this text box, I want to clear those all, or you can set any of the functionality. So first thing what we have to do is we have to check that if that exists or not. So select star from the table name is new student where mobile is a column name, and we have to mention this over here. So mobile number is in string format, sorry, not in string format, it's a big end. That's why we have to mention this one in the double quotes only, not the single one. And here we have to mention the txt mobile dot text. When you write this txt mobile dot text means the txt mobile is a text box name, and from that text box I need text. So that's why txt mobile dot text. Now our query is ready. Next thing what I have to do is I have to call the method. So we have created object fn dot get data, and in this we have to pass the query. And in previous videos I have already told you that this get data method is going to return a data set object. That's why we need a data set variable to store that data. So ts dataset ts is equal to fn dot get data. When we call this data set will be filled with the data. Okay. Here what we have to do is I have written select star from new student where mobile number from this text box. Okay. Suppose if 123456 exists in our database, then this data set will have some data. It means that that mobile number is in the database. So we have to check that if this ts has some value, then only this needs to be fetched. Otherwise you want to show the message, then show the message, or you want to clear the text box, you can do that. So I'm going to check that if this ts contains some data or not. So if ts dot tables 0 dot rows dot count is not equal to 0, it means that not equal to 0 means it contains some data. Then only what I want to do is I want to fetch that data from that data set table and I want to show into all of these text boxes. So as I have told you that data inside the database is already in the same format, first name, father name, and in the same way it's organized. So first thing I want to extract that and set that name to of that student for which we are searching. So txt name dot text, that is a text box, this text box txt name dot text. I want to set the text from this ts. So how to do that? For that just type equals ts dot tables 0 dot rows. Which row? We have only one row, 0. There will be always 0, and the column. So I want to just select the 2 and convert that to string. Let me just tell you why I have selected this 2. So I'm going to add one breakpoint over here and just to start this project, and let me show you. If some mobile number exists, then only we will enter into this if condition. So click on this and I'm going to enter 123456 and hit on this. And when I click on this, we move to that breakpoint. Here you can see this. Now move back over ds. When you hover over this, you will find a small magnified glass. Just click on this and you can see the table. Here you can see this. Now everything is visible over here. So mobile. So first is ID. That is, this one is 0 through 0 columns. This one is ID. I don't want that. I'm not interested in this. The second one is mobile number, which I am already typing. That the valid mobile number. So this one is 0 and 1. This will always be 0. This one is 0 through, and this is the column number. So I'm interested in name because I want to set the name. So this one is 2, 0, 1 and 2. So here you can see this. And the next is father name. So this one is zeroth, 0, 1, 2, and F name will be 3. So you can see this. In the same way we have to, the mother name is 404, email is 05, address is 06, college name is 07, and ID proof is 08, room number is 09, and living status is 010. Here you can see this. Let me close this and continue, and you will find that this one is filled with the name. Now this one is working. In the same way we have to code for the rest. So let me close this, stop this, and we have to add few codes over here. We have to mention txt father dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 and the column numbers 3, and convert this one to string. Txt mother dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0, and this one is 4, and convert this one to string. After this mother we have txt email dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 table always and rows 0, and the column is 5, and convert this one to string. After this, let me just actually copy this much of stuff, okay, because this one is repeating. Only we have to change the column number. So after email we have txt permanent, just paste this. After permanent address we have txt college, just paste this one. After college we have txt id proof, so just paste this one. Txt id proof we have room number, and paste this one. After room number we have actually combo box, just paste this one, and we have to change this stuff. So 5 over here, change this one to 6, change this one to 7, change this one to 8, that is the column numbers I'm changing, 9, and this one to change, and let's see if this works or not. So just to start this, just sign in, click on this, and while number 1 2 3 4 5 6, click on search. Yeah, here you can see this, everything is valid. And suppose I enter something wrong and click on search, nothing happens. What I want is, when no user exists, then I want to show that no user exists, and I want to clear all the text fields. Here you can see this. Now the old data is loaded when I click on this, and this one is not looking that much nice. Just close this, and we have to mention in the else condition. So else, and here what I want to do is I want to clear all the text box. So over here I have already written a method clear all, so I'm going to call that clear all, and after this I want to show a message. So message box dot show, I'm going to call this method. I'm not going to actually call the method, I'm going to name the message whatever I want to show to the user. So no record with this mobile number exist. Info, either you can write this info or information, and I'm going to name, actually add few more stuff to this one, actually the buttons as well. So message box dot buttons dot okay, need only one button, and icon as well. So message box icon dot information. Yeah, here we go. So now everything is in place, and now start this, and let's see if this works or not. Sign in, click on this, search for 1 2 3 4 5 6, search. Yeah, this one is visual. Now I'm going to enter something 4565 that doesn't exist. Click on this, first cleared, and no record with this mobile number exists. Yeah, this one is working fine. Okay, so click on OK. Yeah, After this, what we have to do is we have to just go for this update button and delete button as well. So let me close this, move back over here in the designing part, and just double click on this one to generate a click event. So just double click on this. BTN update click event is now generated. Here, first thing what I have to do is I have to actually extract all the value from all the text boxes. Okay. So first thing that is a mobile. So that's an integer type. So int64 type, and I'm going to name this one mobile is equal to, and we have to convert that whatever inside the text box is actually in the integer, sorry, in the string format. That's why we have to parse that or convert that into an integer format. So int64 dot parse method is used to convert that. So txt mobile dot text. After this we need name, so string name is equal to txt name dot text. After this we need father name, so ring f name is equal to txt father dot text. After this we need m name txt mother dot text. After this we need string. After m name we need email, so is equal to txt email dot text. After email we need permanent address, so string address is equal to txt permanent dot text. After address we need college is equal to txt college dot text. After college we need id proof is equal to txt id proof dot text. After id proof we have room number, that's in the integer format, that is big int in the database. So I'm going to convert that into int64 room number is equal to int64 dot parse, and inside this one we have to write txt room number dot text. And finally we have status string and living status, so is equal to combo box living dot text. Here we go. Now everything we need is now in these variables. So now what we have to do is we have to just write the query. So write the query and is equal to, and we have to mention few stuff. What I have to write is update, and the table name is new student, S is in the capital. And after this, let me just maximize this one. So click on view and full screen. There we go. Now this one is looking much better. After this, update new student, and we have to mention, we have to write set. And after this, first thing what we have to set is we have to set the name. So we have to write the column name from the database. If you change the column name, then make sure you write that. So the column name for the name field is name in my database. Okay, this is a string type, so single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes. And inside this one, this is a name, so I'm going to name this one name. After this we have f name, that is the father name. So f name, the column name is f name, is equal to single, double, plus plus, double, single, and we have to mention father. Yeah, f name actually. Yeah. Here you can see this, the name is f name, so that's why f name inside this one. So whatever in the plus sign, in the between the plus sign is the name from here. And here you can see this, whatever I am mentioning over here, the dot from that below is removed and the color is became lighter. After the f name we have mother name, so that is m name. The database is also m name, so single, double, plus plus, double, single. Inside this plus sign we have to mention the m name. After mother name we have email. Oh, where to go? The email is equal to single, double, plus plus, double, single, and inside this one we have to mention email. After this we have address. So the column name for the address is p address, right? P A D D R E double S is equal to single double plus plus double single. We just scroll a little bit and we have to mention p address over here. After p address we have the college. So let me add that. So college, COLLEGE, the column name is equal to, and it's also a string type, to single double plus plus double single, and inside this one we have to mention college. After college we have ID proof. ID proof is equal to single double plus plus double single ID proof. After this we have room number, so ROOM, and N is capital in my database as well. So single, it's a actually integer type, so that's why we have to mention just double quotes, double plus double quotes, not the single one. So room number, and after this we have to mention living is equal to single double plus plus double single living status. And finally, now our the updated status is complete, but we still missing the where clause. If we miss that, then every row in the database in this table will be updated with this data. So we have to mention where clause mandatory. So where mobile is the column name, is equal to double quotes, and inside this plus plus, and we have to mention mobile. It's an integer type, that's why this one. So now here we go. Now our query is ready. And one more thing you have to just understand, that if this living status is changed, it means that it becomes from yes to no or no to yes. In that case, what we have to do is we have to actually update. Let me exit the full screen. We have to actually update the status of room in the rooms table. Okay. So for that we have to write one more query within this one, and that will work fine. So what we have to write is update. We have to write over here, keep typing, not to add anything. Update rooms table, and there we have to set the booked status is equal to single quotes double quotes plus plus double quotes single quotes. We have to mention living status, and for which we have to change the mobile number, which room actually. So WHICH, sorry, where room number is equal to double quotes and with this 2 plus sign, and we have to extract that from the variable that is room number. There we go. Now in this case, the first thing, I'm updating the all data of that student if anything is changed, and the second thing, I'm updating the room status on the basis of the changes made over this combo box. Okay, so now this query will work fine. After this, what I have to do is I have to just simply write this stuff, that is nothing but fn as a function object function dot set data, and inside this one we have to pass the query first, and the second thing, it's expecting two in string arguments. So first thing is query, and the second one is a message. So data updation successful. There we go. And now let me just start this and let's see if this works or not. Started this. It's taking a little bit of time. Yeah, I started. Click on this. Click on this one. Search for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Search. And here we go. I'm going to change this one from sort of to sort of saying. And just click on this update. Data updation successful. Now I'm going to clear all of this stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Search for this, and here you can see this. Now the star of sync is over here. Now the data is being updated correctly, and this one is working fine, and the message is also being shown. Next thing what we have to do is we have to actually check for this, actually code for this delete button. What I want is when I click on this delete, I want to remove that data. And before that, what I have to do is, here you can see this, the living status is no by default, and the room number is 100. It means that 100 is still open for booking. So let me maximize this one. Room status booked, 100 booked, no. So what I want to do is I want to just update this one to yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, search for this one, change this one to yes, and update. Close this, manage rooms, and here you will find the booked status is for 100 is yes, and this one is working fine. Now booked status is yes, it means that when new student try to register, then 100 is not visible over here. When you make that no, that is the booked status will be no, then only 100 is available to register. So let me just change this one to no and update. Click on OK, close this, move back over here. Now this one is no. Click on this, and here you can find 100. Okay. Now this one is working fine. And after this, what we have to do is we have to code for this delete button so that I can delete that record. Let me close this and let me move back over in the designing part. Just double click on this to generate a click event for this delete button. And here we have to write the few stuff. That is the first thing, the query. Query is equal to, and we have to write delete from table name new student where mobile is equal to double quotes plus plus double quotes. We have to mention a mobile number, so txt mobile dot text, and our query is ready. Finally, we have to just call that method fn dot set data, and we have to pass the query over here. And the second thing, the message, what we want to show. So student record deleted. And after this, I want to clear all the text fields. So we have to just call the method that is clear all. And suppose if someone by default or wrongly suddenly clicked on this delete button, then that record will be deleted, then this will not look that much nice. What I want is that the application asks the user for the confirmation. Are you sure you want to delete? So for that, I have to add one more line of code, that is if message box dot show, and here we have to write the message, are you sure? Message box name will be confirmation, and this message needs to have some buttons. So message box button dot yes or no, and after this message box icon dot warning, and we have to check that if user clicked on yes or no. For that, we have to just move back over here, just double equals, and we have to mention dialog result dot yes. Just hit enter, curly braces. Here you can see this, what I have written like this, curly braces, hit enter, just cut these line of code and paste it over here. If user click on no, nothing will happen, and if user click on yes, then this code will be executed. It means that the data for that mobile number will be deleted. So let me start this, and let's see if this delete button works or not. So I'm going to add one new student now, new student, and mobile number is 456 ABC 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 at the gmail.com. Permanent address India, college name ABC, public college. It's public school, I'm going to write that, but school is not nice. Okay, so I'm going to register this one in 101, and mobile number is 456. So save this one registration successful, click on OK, close this. Here we have to search for 456, search, and when I click on this delete, are you sure you want to delete? Just click on no, nothing happens, and we can actually search for this one again, and when I click on yes, student record deleted, and click on OK, everything is clear. Now try to search for 456, click on this one, no record with this mobile number exists. Yeah, everything is working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to design for this student fees and how to backend code for this. So if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, please subscribe and hit the bell icon, and make sure you share with your friends, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this one and how to backend code for this, that is update and delete student. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is student fees. Here you can see this one is popped up when I click on this. So I'm going to show you how to design this one and how to connect this with this button. Okay, so let's start with this. This one is actually a complete project, so I'm going to close this one for now. And I'm going to open my project on which we are working. We are working on hostel management video. So here we go. So here, first thing what we have to do is we have to actually add one form. So for that, right click on your solution explorer and the project name, you have to just right click on that and click on add, and after that you have to select form. I have selected this, and it's taking a little bit of time, not to worry, it depends upon computer. Okay, so here we go. So I'm going to name this one student fees because this is quite familiar or similar name, fees, and click on add, and this will add a new form. First thing what we have to do is we have to just remove the form border. So right click, go to properties, and maximize this one a little bit, and like this, and we have to search for form border style. Here you can see this, just select this and change this one to none, and here you can observe now the form border is removed. After this, what I want is I want to change the back color. For that, let me go over here, just click on this and copy the color code 151, 48, 103. Right click and go to properties, back color, and paste it over here and hit enter. Now what I have to do is I have to set the size for this one. So search for size. Where is it? Is here you can see this the size. Let me copy the size from here. Just click on this and the size is, let me maximize this one. So this form size is 875, 512. So copy, right click and go to over here, and we have to just write 875, 512 and hit enter, and now you can observe the stuff is big now. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few labels, text boxes, buttons, and one data grid view. So let me do that. Go to toolbox, search for labels. So first thing I'm going to add label. So just drag and drop it over here. Just click on this, and first I'm going to change the text, and first thing is nothing but mobile number, and after this I'm going to change the text color, that is a far color. Change this one to, click on this, click on custom and select white. After this we have to set the font size and the font for this one. So I'm going to copy this from this one. So click on this and let me select the font. Which font I have used is Century Gothic. If you can't able to find that, you can use any of the font, whatever you like. Century Gothic, regular, and 11. I am copying this so that this look familiar or similar, you can simply say that. So regular and size is 11 and hit OK, and here you can see this one is looking better. After this we have to add few more labels. Actually, let me count, 3 and 3, 6 labels. Okay, so I'm going to add 6 over here. So 1, copy and paste this, 2, 3, 4, 5, and one more. There we go. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually change the text for the second one, because first one is right. So I'm going to change the text for second one. So second one is nothing but name. Third one is nothing but email ID. Fourth one is room number. Fifth one is month, which month he or she is going to pay, and last one is dues amount. Hit enter. Now here we go, everything is in place, and after this what we have to do is we have to add text boxes over here. So I'm going to drag and drop text box. So I'm going to use this Guna 2 text box, and if you have not watched my previous video then you must be worried about that, from where I'm getting this Guna 2 text box. So not to worry, you can just go to description, there you can download the Guna 2 DLL file from the description, and there I have also put one video link in the description how to add DLL file into this toolbox. Okay, after that you can start coding with me. So I'm going to drag and drop it over here, this one, and first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to change few properties of this text box. So first thing, it's going to change the text color. It means that whatever is going to be written inside this one needs to be in the black color, but by default it's set something off white or gray, I can say. So I'm going to click on this one and click on black. Select this font color. After this you have to change few properties, so move back over here in this text box. So we have to change few properties, that is the font as well. Sojo UI and size is 11 regular. So move back over here, click on this Sojo UI and size is 11. Click on OK, and here you can see that this one is quite large, so I'm going to copy the size of this one too. So size 268,30. So copy this, move back over here, click on this. You can manually decrease the size with the help of this one like this, but I prefer with the help of these coordinates like this. Okay, so after this what we have to do is we have to actually copy and paste few more text boxes as well. So how to do that? For that, just copy this and paste this like this, because when you copy and paste it, copy with all the properties. It means that for this one text box we have changed the font color to black, then this text box is also for font color is black. Here you can see that. Let me copy the size of this one from the complete one. So move back over here, click on this and copy the size, that is 547,30. So move back over here, click on this and paste and hit enter, and we need to copy this one more time, and we need one more, and finally one more. And for the month I'm going to use date time picker. Actually I'm going to use Guna 2 date time picker, and this is okay, sorry, this one is different. Let me remove that. Date time picker, where it is? Okay, sorry, date Guna 2 date time picker. Drag and drop it over here, just click on this, and just we have to actually set the size for this one. So click on this and let me copy the size, click on this one, paste it and hit enter, and we have to adjust this like this. Yeah, everything is in place, so we have to adjust this all little bit like this, and here we go. Everything is looking nice. So what we have to do is we have to adjust the labels according to that. So I'm doing this with the help of keyboard. You can do the same with this either mouse or keyboard. Here you can see this. Now everything is in place. Okay, here we go. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add one data grid view and few buttons over here. You can adjust this according to your need, little bit on the right side, left side, wherever you like. I'm going to move this one a little bit on the right side. Yeah, there we go. So after this what I'm going to do is I'm going to add few buttons. So search for button, Guna 2 button, drag and drop it over here. One button is needed over here. So first I'm going to change the text for this one. So I'm going to change the text to search, hit enter. After this I'm going to change the fill color. So change this one to 0,118,225, hit enter. Here we go. After this what I have to do is I have to actually copy the size from this one. So click on this and copy the size. In previous video I have shown you each of these stuff, so I will suggest you to please watch that. So I'm going to copy the size 118, 30. Click on this, paste it over here, 118, 30, manually write it. And you have to change the radius, border radius first of all. Let me search for that. Border radius size guess 15. Yeah, 15. Here you can see this 15. Okay, so I'm not going to copy that. I'm going to actually copy the font size. So click on this. Sojo UI italic and size is 13. Move back over here. Click on this. Sojo UI size is 13 and it's italic and hit OK. So you can see this. This one is looking better now. And after this, we have to change the border radius. Search for border radius. Here you can see this one is 0, so change this one to 15, and our button is ready. And we have to actually add one stuff, that is the image icon inside this one. So here you can see this image. I've already provided all images and icon link already in the description. Just download that if you have not downloaded yet. Okay, and don't forget to subscribe if you have not subscribed. Okay, and please follow on the Instagram too. So click on import and this will open your local directory, and here you can see this. I'm going to use which image. Let me just show you. I'm going to use this one. Search, open, hit OK, and here we go. Now the button is ready. In the same way we have to add few more buttons. So I'm going to copy this one and paste this again. So copy this and paste this. I need two over here. So copy and paste it again and again. So click on this and change the text first. So change this one to pay, the second one to clear. And next thing what I have to do is I have to change the images for all of these two buttons. So click on this, click on import. So for clear, you know, I'm going to use this one, open and OK. For pay, I'm going to use the save icon. You can add any of this stuff, like, yeah, you can use this one too. This one will look nice. Yeah, there we go. So now our button is ready. You can keep a little bit of distance like this. After this, what we have to do is we have to add a data grid view inside this one. So I'm going to use Luna 2 data grid view like this. I'm going to stretch this. Here you can observe this one is looking better. So we don't need to do anything else. We have to just copy and paste and we have to stretch this. One more button is needed to actually close this one. So copy this and paste it over here. Just do like this. Click on this and just remove the text first. After this, we have to change the image. So click on this, import, this one, open and OK. After this, the button is quite small. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on over this and copy the size of this one. So image size is 30. Okay, so click on this and change the fill color first. So copy this back color code, and after this you have to change one stuff, that is this one, fill color. Change this one to that. Click on this and here you can see that this one is looking nice. After this, change the image size 30, 30 and hit enter, and this button is looking better. After this, what we have to do is we have to connect this one with the dashboard, and we need to actually make this one functional. So you already know how to make this one functional if you have watched my previous videos. Okay, so this one is looking a little bit offside like this. So first click on this and change the button name. So change this one to btn exit. Double click on this. This will generate a click event, and I'm going to just write this dot close. Like this, and this will actually close my form, this one. Okay, so now this button is functional, and next thing what we have to do is we have to connect this one with the dashboard, and we want to load this one in the proper position. For that, what we have to do is we have to actually set the coordinates on the screen. For that, just double click on the empty space, and this will generate a load event for that, and we have to write one thing where we have to load. For that, how to set the coordinate for the form. For that, you have to write this dot location is equal to new point, and we have to mention the location 350, 170, So this coordinate is appropriate according to my system. You can change this according to yours. You have to just change the numbers and you can adjust this according to yourself. I'm going to CTRL and save. CTRL and yes, I have pressed that button. And we have to change one more property. So here you can see this. We have day, date, everything is over here. But in our complete project, we have only date. So how to do that? For that, just move back over here, click on this. And we have to change one property, that is date format. Okay, so let me search for that. Where it is. Just click on this. Yeah, not this one. Let me search for that. Oh, it's in our front. So this one. Change this one. Click on this. Change this one to short, and when you do that, you can find only date over here, and this one is looking better. Now everything is ready. Now one thing is remaining, that we have to connect this one with the dashboard. So how to do that? For that, just minimize this, click on the dashboard, double click on this, and this will generate a dashboard, sorry, load the dashboard, and change the design name for this one. Let me maximize this. Change the design name for this button. So change this one to PTN student fees. Hit enter. Now the name for this one is changed. After this, just double click on this, and this will generate a PTN student fees. Click event, and after this, we have just created a form with the name student fees. So we have to create an object of that. So student fees SF is equal to new student fees, and we have to just call SF dot show and just save it. Now let me start this and let's see. It's taking a little bit of time, not to worry about that. Most of the time it's made quick than this. So within this period of time, you have to just subscribe if you haven't done it. Okay, so sign in. Just click on this, and here you can see this one is working, and this one is loading on the proper position, and this close button is also working. You can start this again, and yeah, everything is working. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to backend code for this. So till then, just stay tuned and subscribe and follow us on Instagram. Thanks for watching, and please don't forget to hit the like button and share with your friends. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this form, that is student fees. So if you have not watched my previous video, just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how to backend code for this form. So let's start with that. So I'm going to close this, and here we go. So first thing, what I have to do is I have to actually change the design name of all these text boxes and button as well. So first I'm going to click on this, and here let me just stretch this a little bit so that I can see each of these stuff very clearly, and search for the design name. So here we go. The design name is gonna to text box 1, so I'm going to change this one to txt mobile. Hit enter. After this, the second one, just click on this. Okay, it's taking a little bit of time, so click on this. Yeah, now change this one to txt name, this one to txt email, email ID, and this one to txt room number, this one to date time picker. Let me just change this one to, yeah, just leave it to date time picker. That's it. And change this one to txt amount. Hit enter, and change the name of this button as well. So change this one to PTN search, this one to PTN pay, and this one to PTN clear. After this, first thing what I want is, I want to actually create a table in which I want to store the fees, month, and the amount which we have paid. Okay, so for that, you have to just open this. That is nothing but Microsoft SQL Server Manager Studio. And if you don't know how to set up all of these stuff, then you can simply contact me on Instagram. You know my Instagram account ID actually. Okay. So here, first thing what you have to do is you have to just select the database name, that is Hostel, and here you have to just write this create table, and table name is fees FEES, and we have only 3 columns inside this one, that is mobile number, and it's of big int and not null. It means that we have to insert some data inside this one, and F month, that is for fees month, amount, like this, and we have to just select like this and click on execute, and new table with the name fees will be created. And here you can see this. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to just execute this, and after this move back to our project on which we are working, and here we go. So first thing what I have to do is I have to set a customized date for this one, this label, and sorry, this date time picker. So how to do that and when or where to do that, we have to just write the line of code when this form loads. So just double click on the empty space to generate a form load event. So just double click on this, and here what we have to write is we have to just write date time picker, this is the name which we have given, dot format is equal to date time picker, this one, dot custom. We have to set the custom like this, and after this what we have to do is, wait for a second, oh sorry, I have made a mistake, change this one to date time picker format actually, date time picker format dot custom, and we have to set the custom format for this one, and we have to write date time picker dot custom format is equal to, I want only month and year, so m space y and y. Okay, that's it. Whatever we need to set for that custom date time picker, the code is already over here. After this what I have to do is I have to actually code for the search button. So just double click on this, and this will generate a search click event. Just double click on this, and here first thing what we have to do is we have to actually create an object of the function class, and in previous videos I've already shown you what I have written the code inside the function class. To have created 2 methods, get data, set data, and I have also created one get connection method which is actually used inside that function class. So if you have not watched my previous video, then I will suggest you to please start watching from the first one. Okay, and if you're stuck anywhere, you can just simply contact me on Instagram. My Instagram username is btechdays, so very easy to search. After this I'm going to now create the function class object, function fn is equal to new function, like this, and I'm going to create one variable string query. It's a string type so that I can write the query, and I can use this single variable because it's a actually public to use. I can use this anywhere inside this one, so that we can use this one a number of times. So I have to declare this only once. Okay, so I have declared this string query. After this move back to this part, that is button search click event, and here what I have to do is, first thing what I am to do is I'm going to search on the basis of this mobile number. So first thing I will check that this mobile number, this text field actually contains some data. Otherwise, this will going to generate an exception. So first I'm going to check that. So if that text box name is txt mobile, right? And from that I have to check the text, and this one is not equal to null. And now our first checking is done. And whatever we have to mention inside this one will be written inside this. After this, we have to write the query. So query is equal to, I've already declared this variable like this, and inside this one I have to write select name, email, room number from new student where mobile is equal to like this. Mobile number is a integer type, that's why only in the double quotes, not extra single quotes. And txt mobile dot text like this. Let me minimize this little bit so that you can see clearly. Here we go. I hope now you can clearly see. So what I have selecting is from the new student, the data is of student is actually saved inside which table? That is new student table. In previous videos I have created this new student table, so if you have not watched, then again I'm going to show you, must watch my previous videos. Okay, so from that table I'm going to select only these stuff because I have created the text boxes only for name, email ID and room number. So I need only these three, name, email ID and room number from new student table where, and I'm going to match the number with the mobile number. Okay, after this what I have to do is I have to actually fire this query into the database. Okay, so for that I'm going to use this function class object fn.getData, and getData actually accept one string type argument. Here you can see this string query. So I'm going to pass the query inside this one, and this method is actually going to return some data, that is it's going to return a dataset object. For that what I have to do is I have actually created dataset object or variable, you can say like this. And now here you can see this dataset and ds, whatever is this method is going to return is now going to store inside this dataset object. Okay, now we have the data. What if this dataset is empty? It means that no record exists with that mobile number. That simple is this one. So I'm going to check that if this dataset is empty, then no record exists. Simple as that. So I want to show that. So here I'm going to check that if ds.tables 0 dot rows dot count is not equal to 0. If it's not equal to 0, then only we want to perform some operation. And the else condition, if this one is 0, then what I have to do is I have to show a message. So message box dot show no record exists, and this message box actually needs to have some name, so I'm going to name this one information, and this actually needs some buttons. So message box buttons dot, I need only one button, that is OK button. So let me remove this one now. And we need to actually add some icons with that. So message box icon dot information. There we go. I hope you have written this. Okay, so what will happen if this dataset is empty, then this one is going to be shown that no record exists. Let me start this and let me show you if this works or not. It's taking a little bit of time, so in that time let me check that which mobile number actually exists. Okay, select start from new student, and 1 2 3 actually exists. Yeah, so I'm going to check this for 1 2 3 sign in, and I'm going to check this one for, first I'm going to check for the wrong 1 2 3 4 and click on search. And I guess something happens, right? Okay. Incorrect syntax near. Yeah, I guess I have made some mistake while writing the code. Okay. Let me check this. Okay, so let me move back to this one. Mobile is equal, yeah. select name, email, room number. Yeah, it's form. I've done a spelling mistake. It's from, right? New student where I'm going to re-execute this. Yeah, small spelling mistake can cause a big problem, so you have to write this very carefully. Okay, so I'm going to search for 1 2 3 4 and search, and this time no record exists. And when I write 1 2 3 only, because this one is this actually exists in the database I have shown you right now. So click on this, and nothing will happen because it contains some data, and data set is filled. And when data set is filled, then the code will enter over here, and here we haven't coded anything yet, so I'm going to code it over here. So first thing what we have to do is we have to set the text from data set to all of these text boxes. Which one? That is the name, email ID, and room number. So in the data set I have actually fetched the data name, email ID, and room number. So this one will be the 0th row, 0th column. This one will be 0th row, 1st column, 0th row, 2nd column. So in the same way we have to just fetch this and set it. We have to set this one into the name dot, and this text also I want to set the text. So txt name dot text is equal to ds dot tables and 0 dot rows 0 0, and just convert this one to string. And after this, in the same way, txt email dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 0, and convert this one to string. In the same way we have to do for the txt room number dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 0, and convert this one to string like this. And finally what we have to do is we have to actually do one more stuff, that is nothing but, okay, so now I'm going to check this part for now. Login, click on this 1 2 3, search. Yeah, okay. Oh shit, very blunder mistake, very small but blunder. Okay, so I've set this 0th row 0th column in the H, so I'm going to change this one to 1 and this one to 2 like this. Now start this, sign in, click on this 1 2 3, just search, and here you can see this. Now everything is being fetched. And finally what we have to do is, and here you can see this is a custom month, August 2020, in the same way. Okay, so you can select any of the month like this, September 28 or whatever you will feel like, and we have to just set the amount. Okay, and we have to actually set few more stuff, so let me do that for you. So what we have to do is actually, when I click on the search, and what I have to do is on the basis of that mobile number, if that student have paid previous month rent and etc., then all the detail needs to be shown over here inside this data grid view. So for that what we have to do is we have to just write the same line of code over here. So what we have to mention over here is nothing but another query. So query is equal to like this. Let me do this. So select star from fees, that is a fees is a table name, where mobile, this is the column name. So if I write n in capital letter, then make sure you also write the same because it's case sensitive. Okay, and is equal to, and the mobile number is plus plus, and in this we have to mention the mobile and mobile or text mobile dot text like this. Yeah, here we go. After this what we have to do is we have to just call the method and you know that get data actually return a dataset object. So fn dot get data, and inside this one we have to pass the query like this. And after this, what we have to do is we have to actually show that data into the data grid view. So kuna to data grid view 1 is actually name, and data source is equal to ds dot tables, and whatever is stored inside the data set is actually in the table format. So let's store this. Now let's see what happens. So this is actually showing an error because we have already kept the name ds over here. So I'm going to name this one ds1 or 2. Yeah, 2 will work fine like this. And let's see if this works or not. Okay, start this, sign in, click on this, 1 to 3, search. Yeah, here you can see this student actually paid the fees for the August month, and it's visible over here. Okay, so I'm going to make few modifications. This one is working fine, no issue, but I'm going to make the separate method for this one, because so that if we need this method, the same line of code needs to be run somewhere else, then we can actually call that method. So outside this click event, I'm going to write a method with the name public void. It's going to return nothing. So public void, and it's set data grid. Okay, data grid like this, and it's going to accept an int 64 mobile. It's a variable. int 64 is the format, and it's going to accept the variable name is mobile. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually cut this line of code. I'm going to paste this inside this one, and here in the place of this one I'm going to use this variable that is nothing but mobile like this, and everything will be fine. Just let me remove this too, because here is no conflict with the ds, because only one time I have to clear this. Okay, so now whenever we call this method with a particular mobile number, by passing the mobile number, this one is going to set the data grid view 1. Okay, so here what we have to do is we have to just call this method, that is set data grid view, and inside this one what we have to do is, let me just show you, and we have to just type txt mobile.text, and but that is actually in the different format, so we have to convert that into a int64 because it's going to accept int64, and inside this one int64 dot parse, inside this one we have to mention txt mobile dot text like this. When you mention this, now this one will perfectly work fine. Let me start this. I hope you understand this stuff. I'm going to start this and show you if this will perfectly work fine, no issue. Sign in, student face, 1 2 3, click on this. Yeah, here you can see this. Now this data view is filled with the data. So yeah, the search button is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to actually code for this button pay. When I click on this, I want to insert the data to the database. Like I want to insert few stuff, not that much. So let's start with that. Insert the mobile number, month, and amount. We need to insert only 3 stuff, that is mobile number, month, and amount. These are the data to actually identify the student. Okay, we don't need to save this again. Okay, just close this, move back over here, just double click on this, as we have already changed the design name for this pay button. So just double click on this and switch it to click event, and here first thing what we have to do is we have to check that neither this mobile number is empty, neither this amount needs to be empty. So first I'm going to check txt mobile dot text is not equal to null, and txt amount dot text is not equal to null. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually write the query. So query is equal to, and what we have to do is we have to actually select star from fees. Why I'm writing this query, why I'm selecting this from the database from the fees table. Let me just tell you. First thing, suppose what happened. Suppose mobile number 123, that is the mobile number of Jay, and suppose Jay forget that he just paid the fees of hostel fees or whatever it is of the month September. He has already paid, and he go and again try to pay this rent for the same month, then it should not be allowed. Okay, so I'm going to check that if he or she has paid or not for that month. If he has paid, then he can't able to pay, and if he hasn't paid, then only he have to pay. Okay, I hope you understand a little bit, you have a rough idea. Okay, so let me just start coding with this, and after this let me just explain you. Okay, so select a star from fees where mobile number is equal to plus plus, and this one is okay, so we have to convert that to the integer type. So in 64 dot parse, inside this one txt mobile dot text, like this. The mobile number is this, and I have to check the month as well, because I know that student exists in some condition. So month table name is f month is equal to, and this is actually in string format, so single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes. This one is separate. Okay, so inside this one we have to mention date time picker dot text, like this. Okay, let me just delete this stuff a little bit. Yeah, here you can see this. Select a star from fees, FWESWHERE, while number, and it should be capital, is equal to integer 64 dot parse, converting this one to int format, and f month. I'm checking two stuff. If this happens, then what we have to do is we have to actually fetch that data. Select a star. Okay, so data set, as you know that I'm going to use the method ds is equal to function dot get data, and we have to pass this string, that is query, like this. Yeah, here we go. So whenever this method is called, try to understand a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to give you a rough idea what will happen. Select star from fees where mobile number, suppose mobile number is 123, and as you can see that Jay has already paid the rent for the month August. So here the month I have selected is August. So 123 mobile number and month is August. This actually already, these both data exist in the database. That's why this data set actually contains some data. It means that it is filled with something. In this case, I have to check if this data set is empty, then only what we have to do is we have to actually insert that data. Otherwise, just show the message that fees is already paid. Okay. So here now what I have to do is check that if ts.tables 0 dot rows dot count is equal to 0. Means that when this one is empty, then only we want to submit this data. In other condition, what we have to do is we have to just show fees is already paid. Okay, so let me do that first. Message box dot show, and we have to write just no use of, and I'm going to show a proper message. So I'm just going to concatenate the data. So plus, okay, sorry, plus data datetime picker, actually datetime picker dot text. This will actually fetch the text, that is the date, plus is left, like this. Yeah, here we go. Text is over here. After this, what I have to do is I have to just now text is whatever we have to show is now written over here. We just add a full stop, and this message box actually need to have some name. So name will be information, and after this, what we have to do is we have to actually, this actually contains some buttons. So sorry, message box button dot OK. Only one button I need. After this, I need message box icon, and I need a icon of information like this. Yeah, there we go. So you can see this message box has one button that is OK, and the icon is information like this. Let's check if this works or not. I've started this. Sign in. Click on this. Search for 123, and here you can see this for August he has already paid, so I'm going to pay again like 5241. Just click on this. No dues of August 2020 left. Yeah, this one is working fine. If I change the month, that is September, pay, yeah, this one is working. Because there's no pop-up is there because we haven't code for that for now. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to code for that. So here, first thing what we have to do is I have to actually store the variables, store the values from the text box or whatever we have to insert into that table. So first thing is mobile number, so I'm going to convert that. Mobile is equal to into int type because that's integer type, so integer dot parse txt mobile dot text like this. Here we go. After this, we have to just insert this string month or date value, whatever it is equal to date time picker dot text, dot text like this. After this, we need amount that's also in this integer format, so integer like this, and is equal to, and we have to convert that or parse that to the integer type, so we have to mention txt amount like this. Here we go. After this, what we have to do is we have to just write the query, so query is equal to like this, and here what we have to do is we have to write insert. Make sure you don't do a stupid spelling mistake. Whatever, actually I can do that a number of times. I used to do that. Okay, so insert into fees and the values, whatever. I'm not mentioning column name over here because I'm going to insert the data into each column. We have only 3 columns in this table. Okay, like this. And inside this one, first thing is mobile, that's in the integer format, so plus plus like this, and we have to mention mobile. And when you use one, you can observe the color is changed and 3 dot is also removed because this one is used. After this, we have what? Month, and month in the string form. So single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes. We have to mention month. After this, we have amount, that's in the integer format, so just double quotes, double plus, and double quotes, amount like this. Yeah, here we go. This one is nice. And next thing what we have to do is we have to just call the method of function dot set data query and one message. So what a message I'm going to pass is fees paid like this. Now I hope you understand what I have did is I have first fetched the data from the database. I have written the query to insert the data into the database and finally executed with the help of the method that is set data, which is created in the function class. Fn is a function object which I have already created in the top over here in the start of this video. I hope you understand this stuff. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start this project and I'm going to show you the stuff, if this is working or not. Sign in, click on student fees 123, search, and 6,000 I'm going to pay for the month September. You can select any of the date, that doesn't make any sense. Just pay, fees paid, and click on OK, and just search again, and here you can see this September 2020. This one is working fine. Everything is, data is being inserted and you can fetch this same data. If you try to pay again for the September month, no dues of September 2020 left. Yeah, this one is working fine. Now what we have to do is we have to actually make this clear button functional. So how to do that? For that, just close this, move back over here, just double click on this one to generate a ptn clear click event. And here what we have to do is we have to actually, first I'm going to clear all the text fields. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first create a public void clear all. That is a method name which I usually use. And here I have to just write the stuff txt mobile dot clear txt name dot clear. After this txt amount dot clear, whatever it is, you can write this in any order, that doesn't make any sense, this will work fine. Txt room number dot clear. After this what we have to do is txt email id dot clear. And finally what we have to do is we have to actually clear the data grid view. So guna2 data grid view dot data source is equal to 0. When you write this guna2 is also clear. Now what you have to do is just call this method inside this one. So I'm going to call this method clear all, and this will work fine. Here we go. So now this one is work. Let me just show you. Sign in, student fee, search for 1 to 3, search. You can write like this, and when you click on clear, yeah, every data is clear. You can also do the same when you click on this pay button. How to do that? For that, just call that method over here like this after the succession. So we have to just call the method clear all. Whenever you pay the fees, this will clear all the text fields. Okay, now start this and let me just show you how this works. I've started this, sign in, student fees 1 to 3, search for September, October, yeah, right, 5,000, click on pay, fees paid, and click on OK. Everything is clear. Now you have to search this again. Yeah, this one is looking better than before actually. If you can keep whatever you like, either this or the previous one. Okay, so that's it for this video guys. The next video I'm going to show you how to design for this one, all student leaving. So let me just close this and let me just show you what I'm going to show you in the next video. So here we go. So I'm going to start this one is a complete project, so I have started this one. It's taking a little bit of time, not to worry about that. Yeah, it's loading. Here we go, where it is. I can't able to see it, man. And I guess my username is btechdays and pass, right? Yeah, that is right. So in this next video I'm going to show you this one. Okay, Jay is living in the hostel, and this one is how to design this and how to backend code for this. So just stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends, and don't forget to follow on Instagram. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to design and how to backend code for this form, that is student fees. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how to design for this one, all student living. Here you can see this, when I click on this, nothing happens. So let's start with that. So I'm going to close this application. And after this, first thing what we have to do is we have to actually add one form inside this one. So right click on this, go to Solution Explorer, and on the project name you have to just right click and click on add. And here what we have to add is we have to add one form. So select the form, and now I'm going to name this one all student living. Okay, so here you have to set the name. So I'm going to set this one all student living, and click on add or press enter, whatever you feel like. Now new form is added. After this what we have to do is, first thing I'm going to remove the border from this one. So right click and go to properties, and let me maximize this one, this part. And after this, I want to remove the border. For that, you have to just select this form border style and click on this and select none. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the background color, and we have to set the size for this one. Okay, so for that I'm going to moving back actually on the project on which we are working. So let me do that. Move back over here, all student living, just click on this, copy the color code first, move back over here, right click and go to properties, and back color, just paste 151,48,103 and hit enter. And after this we need to copy the size, so click on this one, not this one. Okay, so I'm going to copy the font size actually. So font size is 875,512. So move back over here, right click, go to properties, and search for size. Here we go, hit enter. Here you can see this. Now this form is large as we need. After this we have to add few stuff. So first thing what I have to add is we have to actually add one label over here, one close button, and one data grid view inside this one. So what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to copy the close button from the previous one. So this one, either I can copy or simply add the stuff. So let me add that manually, not to worry. Guna 2 button, I'm using this. So if you're worried about that, from where I'm getting this Guna 2, so if you are new, then you must worry about this, and if you are a regular or on continuous basis you're watching my videos, then you must know from where this goes. Okay, so actually I have added one DLL file into the toolbox. I have provided the link for that DLL file in the description of this video, and one video how to add DLL file into toolbox is also, that link for that video is in the description. Okay, so just remove the text whatever written inside this one. I don't need these. What I have to do is I have to just add image inside this one. So search for image, search for that, click on this, select this, and image link is also in the description. If you have not downloaded it yet, then just download and start designing with me. Okay, so it's opening. Yeah, this one is actually different, some other project on which I am working. So this is Hostel, right? Yeah, here we go. So I'm going to use this one, open, okay, and I'm going to change the background color. I'm going to select the background color from here, and I'm going to set that. Let me search for that, where this one is. Search for this one, fill color, change this one to like this, and here we go. Now this one is looking better. Now what we have to do is we have to just increase this image size. I'm going to set this one to 30,30, hit enter. Now this button is looking better as we want it. Okay, so put this on the proper position. After this we have to add one label, so I'm going to add one label. Just drag and drop it over here. Change the color for this one, change the font color to white, custom, and select white. And after this change the text. So this one is actually the design name, so we don't need to change this one. Changing this will change nothing for the visual end. Okay, so change this one, text over here. Change this one to students in hostel. Hit enter. After this what we have to do is we have to set the font. So just click on this small dot, and after that what we have to do is we have to just select the size and proper font. So I'm going to use Century Gothic, this one, and size is 22. Yeah, this one is better, or you can decrease it as per your requirement. So it's 22 is quite large, so I'm going to change this one to 20. Yeah, this one is better. Put it on the proper position. After this I'm going to use one data grid view to show the data, so I'm going to use this one. Just drag and drop it over here. Either you can use the default one which is provided by the Microsoft, or you can use this Guna 2 DLL file. So I'm going to use the second one. So like this, you have to paste like this and maximize this throughout the screen like this. Okay, so now this one is looking better. After this what we have to do is we have to connect this with the dashboard. So what I have to do is I have to just move back over here in the dashboard, and we have to connect this with this button, that is all student living. So what we have to do is we have to just double click on this, And for that, clicking on that, what I have to do is I have to actually change the design name for this one. So click on this, and the design name is already not changed actually. So here we go. So this one is gonna two buttons, so I'm going to change this one to txt, not txt, btn all student living. Hit enter, and after this what you have to do is you have to just double click on this to generate a click event for this one. And here what we have to do is we have to create an object for that, all student living, all student living, and as you can name asl whatever you like. I'm going to name this one asl new all student living, like this. And next thing what we have to do is asl dot show. You have to call one method over this. Now here we go. Now let me start this and let's see if this works or not. When I click on that button, this form pops up or not. So it's starting. It will take a little bit of time. Okay, so you have to wait for a few seconds, not more than that. So now it started. Just sign in, and when I click on this, yeah, the form opens but not on the proper position. So what I have to do is I have to just set a custom position where I have to open this form. So let me close this and do that. So I've stopped the project, and here what I have to do is just move back over here and just double click on the empty space, not on this data grid view. Just double click on this, and here we go. All student living load event is generated, and here we have to set the location where I want to open this. So this dot location is equal to new point, and I'm going to set this one 350, 170. For my PC, this location is perfectly fine. So let me start this once again and let me show you quickly. Okay, so this time it will not take that much time. Okay, so it's now started. Sign in, and when I click on this, here you can see this one is in the proper position. So next thing what I have to do is I have to just, you can adjust this a little bit on the right side by changing the coordinates, so that's not a big issue. So what I have to do now is I have to just fill the data inside this data grid view. When this loads, I want to show all the data of the students which are in hostel. Okay, so let me move back over here, and what we have to do is we have to code on this one. So just move back over the designing part of this form. So just double click on this, and here we go. The first thing what we have to do is we have to create an object for the function class. So function fn is equal to new function. Now object is created. I'm going to use this one throughout this form, and after this we need one variable so that we can write query. So variable name is query itself. After this, what I want is when this form load, I want to fetch the data from the database and show into this data grid view. So here we're going to write the query inside this load event. So query is equal to, and here what we have to write is select star from the table name. So my table name is new student. In previous video I've created this table, so if you have not watched my previous video, just watch all of those videos. And if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and follow us on Instagram too. So where living is a column name, where living is equal to yes, it means that the students who are living in hostel, only those data needs to be fetched. Okay, so now query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to call the method that is get data. So that get data method is going to return a data set object which is filled with the data. So I want to accept that, and that data needs to be stored somewhere. So it's a data set object. That's why we have to store that into a data set object. Okay, it's data set, right? Data set ds is equal to function fn. Here we have created the object fn dot get data, and inside this one we have to pass one string. Here you can see this, the string, and I'm going to pass this query. Now we have the data inside this data set. Now next thing what we have to do is we have to just show that data to the, actually show the data into the data grid view. So the data grid view name is Guna 2 data grid view. Yeah, and dot data source is equal to ds.tables, and we have to mention 0 inside this one. That's it. Now everything is ready. Now start this and let's see if this works or not. Started. Okay, sign in. Click on this and it will take a little bit of time. If everything is working fine, then first it will make a database connection, and after that it will show the data. Here you can see this two students are data visible over here. So ID, mobile, name, father name, mother name, email, address, college ID, proof room number, living status is yes. It means that this one is working fine. Now this close button is not working. So what we have to do is we have to make this one functional. So for that, just move back over here, just close that application project, move back over, just click on this and first change the design name. So change this one to btn exit, and after just double click on this and this will generate a click event, and here we have to write this dot close. That's it. And you have observed that when I hover over this, the color is literally a little bit actually changed. So what I have to do is I don't want to do that, so just click on this, search for hover state, click on this, and we have to just change, just add this fill color over here. And when you start this, let's see if this works or not. Started the project, sign in, all student living, and here you can see this. When I hover over this, nothing happens because I have filled the color, same color, this background color into this when I hover over this. Okay, so everything is working fine. That's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design for this and backend code for this leaved students. Okay, so stay tuned and subscribe and share this video. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to design this one, that is all student leaving, and how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing. Just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how to design for this one and how to backend code for this. So let's start with this. First, I'm going to close this project. Okay, after this, first thing what we have to do is we have to actually add one form inside this one. For that, let me just add one form. So let me minimize this one, and after this just go to Solution Explorer. On the name of the project, just right click over there and you have to just click on new or add. Yeah, here we go, add. Just click on this and select the form. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually give a name to this form. So it's taking a little bit of time. Okay, here we go. So here we have to name this one, and I'm going to name this one leaved students, so that we can uniquely identify with the name, and click on add. And now new form will be added. Here you can see this, now new form will be added. It's added actually. Next thing what we have to do is we have to first remove the border from this one, and after this what we have to do is, let me first remove the form border style, change this one to right. Click on this and click none. When you select this, now the form border is removed. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the background color for this one. So move back over here, click on this, select this one 151, 48, 103. So back color, just move back over here, hit enter, and now what we have to do is we have to actually set the size for this one. So let me go to properties and select the size 875, 512. Move back over here, go over here, search for size. You can manually write 875, 512 and hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one more label like this. So I'm going to copy this one and paste it over here. And after this, what we have to do is we have to actually change the text for this one. So I'm going to change this one to backend student details, and when you hit enter, here you can see this, now the text is changed. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one data grid view inside this one. So I'm going to add a data grid view. So just drag and drop over here. After this, we just maximize this one to full screen like this. Here we go. Now data grid view is also added. One more thing is left is nothing but the button over here. So I'm going to add one button. So Guna2 button I'm going to use. Okay, search for buttons. Okay, so if you are worried about the from where I'm going to get this Guna2, so in previous video already explained, and for the new viewers who are watching my video for the first time, let me just explain you that I have added a DLL file into this toolbox, and that DLL file link is already in the description, and how to add the DLL file into this toolbox video link is also in the description. Go and check that out. Okay, so I'm going to add this one, and the person who have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and make my efforts successful. Okay, so I'm going to remove the text from here because I don't need any text. I'm going to actually set some image inside this one. So first thing what I'm going to do is change the fill color over here to this one, and after this I'm going to select the image. All the image link is already in the description. Make sure to download that too. Okay, so click on this and search for image over here. Just select this, click on this one, local resources, click on import and explore where you have just stored the downloaded image. So I'm going to use this one. Okay, here we go, this one, and just increase the size for this one to 30, 30. Hit enter. Now this one is looking better, and we have to actually change one more thing, that is nothing but hover style. Let me just do that. Just click on this and search for hover style. Move back over here. Fill color will be same, this one, 151 48 like this. Okay, so now our form is ready. Let me just change the name for the design name for this one. Change this one to btn exit. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to connect this form with the dashboard, because for now when I start this project, this one is not connected with that button. So when I click on that button, that is nothing but left students or leave the student, nothing will happen. Okay, so I've started the project and it's taking a little bit of time. There we go. Sign in, and here you can see this. When I click on this, nothing happens because we haven't connected yet. So now I'm going to connect this one with that button. Okay, so move back over here, dashboard design, go to that button, that is nothing but leave the student, and let me check the design name for this one. So the design name is not changed, so I'm going to change the design name. So btn leaved, btn leave students, and hit enter. After this what we have to do is just double click on this button to create a click event. Just double click on this, and here we go. After this what we have to do is we have to create an object of that form. So I'm going to create an object. So our form name is leaved student. Here we go. And ls is equal to new leaved student, like this. ls dot show. Here we go. Now let's save this and start this. Sign in, and now I'm going to check this one. When I click on this, yeah, this one is being visible but on the wrong position. Let me set this proper position for this one. Okay, so for that we have to move over here and we have to just click on the empty space to generate a form load event. When I click on this, and we have to just manually set the pop-up location or like visible location. When it pop out, we need to show that in the proper location. This dot location is equal to new point, and we have to put the coordinate. You can set this coordinate according to your system. I have already made that complete project, that's why I know the exact location where I have to set this, like this. This is the proper location. Now let's start this and let's see where it pops up now. Sign in,
click on this, and here you can see this. Yeah, this one is in the proper position. You can open this n number of times, it's going to be represented over here. Okay, so I'm going to close this one, and now what I have to do is I have to fill the data inside this one and make this close button functional. So first I'm going to make the close button functional, so just double click on this, and this will generate a btn exit click event, and here we have to just write this dot close like this. Now save this and let's check this one is working or not. Sign in, leave the students. Here you can see this. When I click on this, yeah, this one is getting closed. Yeah, this one is working. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just load that data. Okay, so where we have to code, we have to code on this load event. When this load, we need to fetch that data and show it that data inside that data grid. So for that we have to just write the query, and we have to create a function object, function class object. So in previous videos I have shown you what methods I have exactly created or written the code for in that function class. Okay, so if you have not watched a previous video, then make sure you watch that first, and after that you can continue with me. Okay, and one variable of a string type, that I'm going to name this one query. Okay, so we have now function class object. Here you can see this. In this I have one function class. Okay, and here we have three methods, and we need only these two. We use these to get data and set data. Here you can see this. So we are going to use this get data, and this is going to return a data set object which is filled with the data. Okay, whatever query we write. So now I'm going to write the query over here. Query is equal to, so what query we want? We want to fetch all the details of the students which left our hostel. So we have to write select star from table name. My table name is new student, where living is a column name, and where living is no. It means that they left. Now our query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to call that method, and as I have shown you that method is going to actually return a data set object. For that, to store that data set object, we need a data set object. Data set ds is equal to fn dot get data, and in this we have to pass one string variable, that is query. Now we have the data inside the data set. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just show that data into that data grid view inside this one. So let me check the name for this one. So the name of this data grid view is data grid view 1. Okay, Guna 2 data grid view 1. So I'm going to just show that Guna 2 data grid view 1 dot data source is equal to ds dot tables, like this. There we go. Everything is done. Let's start and check if this one is working or not. So it's taking a little bit of time. So sign in. When I click on this, it's loading, and here you can see this. Now backend student details is visible over here. Living status is no, and in the same way here living status is yes. All yes is shown over here, and who left the hostel is shown over here. So everything is working fine. So guys, that's it for this video guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is new employee, and how to backend code for this. So till then, just stay tuned and subscribe and hit the bell icon and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have shown you how to design this one, that is leaved students, and how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay, so in this video I am going to show you how to design this one, that is new employee, how to actually design that and how to backend code for that. So let's start with that without wasting any time. So let me just close this application for now. Okay, after this, first thing what we have to do is we have to actually add one form inside this one. So for that, go to Solution Explorer, right click on the project name, click on add, and click on this form. After this, what you have to do is we have to just name this form something. So I'm going to name this one new employee.
and just click on add, and it will add a new form to our project. After this, as you all know, what I'm going to do the next is nothing but removing the form border. So search for form border style, here we go, select this one and change to none, and after this we have to change the background color for this one. So I'm going to change the background color. So color code is 151,48,103. So just right click on this, go to properties and search for back color, and you can manually write it 151,48,103 and hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the form size. So I'm going to copy the size from the complete project. This is our complete project, and from here we are going to actually design the same GUI. Here you can see this new employee registration, and let me copy the size of this one, 875,512. So move back over here, right click and go to properties and search for size. There we go, paste, hit enter, 875,512. and after this what I have to do is I have to actually start adding labels. So first thing, I'm going to add one label over here, just drag and drop it. And next thing what we have to do is we have to actually change the text for this one. First thing what I'm going to do is changing the text, not this one, never change this name for the labels, change only if required. Okay, so I'm going to change the text. So I'm going to change this one to new employee registration, hit enter. After this what we have to do is we have to make this one look similar like this. So what I have to do is I have to just set the back color 255,192. So move back over here, just click on this and let me set the size back color. Okay, hit enter. After this I have to set the font size and font as well. So for that, click on this and move back over here in the font, search for font. So clicked on this one. Okay, so the font name is ALGERIAN, Algerian, like a regular, and size is 22. So I'm going to do that. Just click on this, select the font, just click on this small three dots, Algerian, regular, and size is 22. Hit OK, and here we go. This one is looking better, and we have to just put this on the center of the screen. And after this what we have to do is we have to add one more button inside this one. So we have to actually add a close button. So what I'm going to do is I've shown you this how to add this close button several times. So I'm going to copy this one at this time and paste it over here. I'm not going to actually design this one again and again. Okay, like this. Okay, and what I have to do is I have to actually change the design name to btn exit. Here this name for this one is already changed, so just double click on this and this will generate a btn exit click event. And what I have to do is when I click on that I have to just close this form. So this dot close, like this one. Okay, now save this and move back over here. And first thing, before adding all of this stuff, I want to actually add this one with the dashboard. Okay, so we don't need these now. So let me close this, and we need to actually move back to the dashboard and we have to code on this one. So first we have to connect that new employee with this button. So let me change that button name for now. So right click and go to properties, and there we will find the name. Just click on this and change this one to btn new employee. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event, and here we have to just register new employee, NE or DE is equal to new employee, like this. And after this we have to just call ne.show, like this. Now let's check if this works or not. So I'm going to start this. Now it started. And sign in, and after this let me just click on this, and here you can see this. Now this one is popped up, and next thing what we have to do is we have to set where to actually start position. We have to change the start position for this one, and this close button is actually working. Okay, so let me close this and move back over here, and for the start position we have to set the location for the start position on the form load. So just double click on this, and here we have to just add the start location, start position. So this dot location is equal to new point and 350 comma 170, like this. Now the location is set. Now start this and let's check if this works or not. So started this one, just going to sign in, new employee, and here you can see that this one location start position is changed. If you want this one or little bit right side, so you have to change the first one, and if you want little bit on the bottom side, so you have to change the second one, that is 170. If you change this one, the form will move little bit lower, and when you change this one, it will move little bit right side or left side. If you decrease this, it will move left side, and if you increase this, it will move right side. In the same way this works. Okay, so now we are ready with the designing part. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to start adding the labels and text boxes. So I'm going to start this one. So first thing what we have to do is we have to add one label over here. So just drag and drop one label, just add one label, just click on this. And first thing, let's change the font color, change this one to white, click on custom, change this one to white, and after this I'm going to change the text for the first one, that is nothing but mobile number. Hit enter. After this what we have to do is we have to actually just set the size for this one. So move back over here, just click on this and click on this one, Century Gothic, and size is 11. So move back over here, click on this, select this font, just click on this one, regular, and size is 12. Hit OK. Now here you can see this one is added. After this what we have to do is we have to actually count how many labels we need. So move back over here, 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7 more. Okay, so I'm going to do one thing, just copy this 7 more times, paste, like this, and that's it. We need these number of labels. Now what we have to do is we have to change the text for these all. So I'm going to change this one to name, this one to father name, this one to mother name, this one to email ID. Okay, change like this, yeah. Next one to permanent address, and next one to unique ID. It can be PAN, Aadhaar card, anything. Just click on this and change this one to designation. Hit enter. After this what we have to do is we have to start adding the text boxes. Okay, so go to toolbox and search for text box, just drag and drop it over here, the text box. I'm going to use, actually I'm using this Guna 2 text box, so make sure you have added this Guna 2 DLL file into your toolbox, and if not then just go to description, download the Guna 2 DLL file and watch the video how to add DLL file into the toolbox. The video link is also in the description, and just add that. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to actually set the size for this one and the font size first. Okay, so first I'm going to change the font color. It means that whatever written inside this one needs to be in the black color. So click on this one and select black, and after this move back over here. Let me just move back over here and let me just select the font. So font is Sergio UI regular and size is 11, and move back over here. Just click on this, search for font, there we go. Just click on this, Sergio UI and size is 11. hit OK. And after this, here you can see that this one is looking quite large. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually set the size for this one. So search for size, yeah, 553,30. So copy this and paste it over here. Search for the size. Here we go. Paste it over and hit enter. And here you can see this. Now this one is looking better. Move back this little bit upside like this, and we have to paste this for 1 2 3 4 5 6 times. Not for this designation, we are going to set a combo box for that. So copy paste like this. Make sure you keep equal distance. Like this. We have to adjust this a little bit. There we go. Now this one is looking better. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add one more combo box. Search for combo box. I'm going to use this Guna 2 combo box. Just drag and drop it over here. And the same thing we have to do for this one. First thing, change the for color. For color, change this one to black. And after this, the size is Sojo UI and size will be 11 actually. Click on OK. And one more thing what we have to do is we have to change the size. So I'm going to copy the size from here, 553,30. Just click on this, change the size, paste, hit enter, and just adjust this on the proper position like this. And here we go. Now this one is looking better. And let me move all of these stuff a little bit on the right side like this. Now this one is looking better, and adjust this label a little bit like this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add few buttons. So I'm going to add the buttons. So I'm going to use this Guna 2 button. Just drag and drop it over here. And after this what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the text first. So change this one to save. And I'm going to change the color, back color for this one. So move back over here on the complete project. So our complete project is this one, and click on this and copy the color code for now. And move back over here, just click on this and change the fill color. There it is. Search for this fill color. Paste it 0,118,225. And after this what we have to do is we have to increase the font size. Oh sorry. You have to increase the font size. Just click on this. Sojo UI and I guess size is 13. Okay. Sojo UI and size is 13. Italic. Just click on this. Sojo UI italic and size is 13 and hit OK. After this what we have to do is we have to set the border radius. Search for that. Here we go. Change this one to 15 or 20, I guess. You can change this one to 20. And what we have to do is we have to set one image, and as I have told you that all the image link is already in the description. So just download and start coding. For save, I'm going to use this one and hit OK. And you can increase the size from here. Change this one to 30,30, or no, it's 22,20 is good. And let me just decrease this one a little bit. Yeah, this one is looking better. Or you can just decrease like this too if you want. Okay, I'm going to change the height with the help of the actually changing in the code over here. Change this one to 40 like this, or maybe 38. Okay, now this one is looking better. Next thing what we have to do is we have to actually copy this one more time and paste it once again like this. Okay, and we have to just change the image and text for this one. So first I'm going to change the image. Just click on this, import, and select which one, this one, open and hit OK. And after this we have to change the text, change this one to clear, hit enter. Here you can see this. Now our designing part is ready. Next thing, let me just start this and show you that this one is looking better or not. Sign in, click on this, and here you can see this. Yeah, this one is working fine, everything is working good. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to create a database, actually a table in which we can actually store the data. So move back over here to your database, make sure you selected this hostel over here, and after this you have to just manually write these line, create table, new employee, new E is in capital letter. After this we have ID, that is a primary key, and it's written identity 1,1. It means that it will auto incremented 1 each time whenever a new record is inserted. It means that you don't need to insert anything inside this one ID. After this we have column for e-mobile, that is a big int type. Okay, so sorry, big int type, and it's not null. It means that it's required, you have to mention, you have to enter some data. After this we have e name, that is the employee name, it's also varchar 250 size. Ef name, it means that father name, employee father name, varchar 250 size, and not null. E mother name, varchar 250 not null. Email, varchar 250 not null. EP address, employee address, varchar 250 not null. EID proof, varchar 250 not null. E designation, it means that on which post he or she is being hired, not null. And after this working, you don't need to insert anything inside this one. By default this column will be created. Working status, it means that working yes or no. By default when you register new employee, the new employee will be registered only when they start working. It means that default value is set to yes. When they left our company or our hostel, then only this will going to change to no. Okay, so write each word in the same way. If I have written E capital over here, so you have to mention E capital over here, and everything is small. Don't make any changes. If you make changes, then you will stuck in some error. Okay, so I hope you have just written these line of queries for now, and just you have to just select like this and click on execute. Make sure you have selected the proper database over here. Okay, and click on execute, and this will generate a table. So for now, like table like this will be shown over here, and we have only 2 rows for now. Okay, so now I'm moving back to our project on which we are working on this one. First thing what we have to do is we have to actually change the design name for all of these text boxes and buttons as well. So I'm going to do that. So first click on this and go to properties, right click and go to properties and search for design. Here we go, design name. Change this one to txt name. Change this one to, okay, sorry, not txt name, this one is txt mobile actually. Change this one to txt name. The third one to txt father. Fourth one to txt mother. This one to txt email. ID. This one to txt permanent. This one to txt unique ID. This one to txt designation. And change this one to btn save and btn clear, and this one to btn clear. One more thing, what we have to do is we have to add the items inside this one. So I'm going to hard code that. So move back over here, just click on this, click on this one, click on items. For now we have only these 4 in my project. You can add more if you feel like. Okay, So move back over here, just right click and go to properties, not properties, just click on this and select items over here. I need to mention the 4 stuff, that is hostel in charge, cleaning staff, mess staff, account manager. You can add other 2 if you need. Okay, so click on OK, and now the items is added. When this form loads, you can actually select from all these 4 stuff. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to actually code for nothing but the save button. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is we have to actually save the data. So just double click on this and move back over, btn save click event. So first thing what I want is I want that whenever this text box is, any of these text boxes is empty, then I want to show user that fill all data. So how to do that? For that, first I'm going to check that all text boxes filled or not. So if txt name dot text is equal to, sorry, not equal to null. This is the first thing I have checked. It means that if txt name dot text is not equal to null, then only we want to do something. In the else condition, I want to show the message. Let me just show you. Message box dot show, and here we have to write fill all required data, like this. And I'm going to name this one information. After this is message box. We need some buttons, so I need only one button, that is OK for now. After this we need few icons for this message box icon. I need information, like this, and we have to just put one semicolon over here, like this one. I hope you have written this. Okay, so let me just remove this for now, and let's check if this works or not for the txt name. So it's check or not. Started this. Sign in, new employee, and here you can see this, the name is empty. When I click on this, fill all required fields. Okay, so when I write something inside this one, when I click on this, nothing happens. It means that this one is working fine. In the if condition, inside the if condition, I have written nothing, no code over there. Okay, so txt name. Before txt name, we have to check for one more thing, that is the mobile number. So you can actually check that later, or you can just write this one like this, mobile dot text is not equal to null, like this one. So we have checked for 2 stuff, and after this we have to check for the remaining. So txt mobile, we have father dot text is not equal to null, and okay, so let me just make this one view full screen. Here we go. Make this one full screen so that I can write or code properly. Okay, so after father name we have txt mother, right? Mother dot text is not equal to null, and after txt mother we have email, txt email dot text not equal to null. Let me scroll a little bit. After this and txt email id, and after this we have address, permanent address, I guess, yeah, dot text is not equal to null, and after permanent address we have unique id, txt unique id dot text is not equal to null, and finally we have txt designation. Okay, we don't need to check the designation, that's a combo box, so it will be selected, and you can check like this, and txt designation dot selected index is not equal to -1. Okay, so I haven't did this before. for the combo box, but I'm going to do this for now. Okay, so let me check if this works or not. So I've checked for all of this stuff, so let me just exit and start this, and let's see if the selected combo box works or not. Okay, sign in, new employee. I'm going to write something inside all of these. Click on this. Okay, fill all required field. It means that this one is working. When I select this one, any of this, yeah, this one is working fine. Okay, so let me close this, and here you have observed that we have the stuff inside this one, designation, the combo box. We have the stuff inside this one. Okay, so this one is working fine. Now we have checked for all of the empty spaces and we have selected the combo box or not. Now what we have to do is we have to first extract the values from all the required text fields, and then we have to save that into the database. Okay, so first thing we have to extract the value. So first thing is mobile. So that's of the big int in the database, as I have shown you. It's a big int type, so we have to convert that into integer type, and all of the remaining stuff is varchar, so that needs to be in the string format, not an issue. So int64 mobile is equal to int64 dot parse. Parse method is used to convert the string type to integer type. Okay, so here we have to mention txt mobile dot text like this, and this will be converted into a integer type. Okay, let me see this. No error is over here. After the int64 mobile, we need name. So name is equal to txt name dot text. After name, we need father name is equal to txt father dot text. After this, we need father name, we need name is equal to txt mother dot text like this. After mother name, we need email, right? Email is equal to txt email dot text. After email, we need address is equal to txt permanent dot text. After address, we need, okay, so I have made a mistake over here, string, yeah, that's right. After address, we need id, so it's equal to txt uni id dot text. After id, I need a designation, so designation is equal to txt designation dot text. So let me explain this, why I have written like this. Txt name is a text box name, and from that text box what I need to extract is nothing but text. So from that text box we extracted text, and that is being assigned is equal to assigned to this variable name, and this is a local variable of type string. In the same way, this all stuff is working. Okay, so now we have all the data inside these levels. After this, what we have to do is we have to insert that data into database. Before writing further code, what we have to do is we have to create an object for the function class. In previous videos, I've already shown you I've created a function class. In that we have few methods, and I'm going to use those. Function fn is equal to new function. If you are worried about this function class, then not to worry, just start watching from the first video and you will get everything, I assure you that. And if you want to purchase the source code, you can purchase the source code. Just contact me on Instagram, and my Instagram username is also btechdays. Okay, so string query. Now we have to, I've actually written the one more variable. I've taken one more variable, that is query, to write the query inside this variable. This is of a string type, and one object. I've created one object for the function class. Now move back over here, and now what we have to do is first thing we have to write the query. So query is equal to, and we have to start writing the query. So we have to insert the data. So insert into the table name. So my table name is new employee, employee, and we have to mention the columns name over here. So name, first thing is mobile name. We have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 column name. So move back over here. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Not this one. This one we need to insert anything. Okay, so this one, right? Till, I guess we need till over here. Let me copy this, paste it over here. E-mobile, just match this one. E-mobile, E-name, E-F name, E-M name, E-email, E-PA address, E-ID proof, E-designation. So we need to copy this. Just write like this and copy this and move back to the project and paste inside this one. There we go. So now we have pasted the stuff over here. After this, what we have to do is we have to just write values like this. Values, and we have to start mentioning the values inside this one. So let me make this one full screen like this. I hope you have written this part. Insert into the table name new employee, E is capital, and you have just copied and pasted over here, and in the values we have to mention the values. So first thing, nothing but in the same order we have to mention. The first column is nothing but the mobile, and that's of integer type, so big int type, so double quotes, double plus sign, and within this plus sign, okay, within this plus sign we have to mention the variable. So we have stored the mobile number as mobile variable. Let me just show you. Mobile variable name, F name, so we have to just do that. After this, just put a comma, and the second thing is name, and that's of a string type, that is varchar type. So just single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes, and inside this one we have to mention name. After this we have again we have father name, so single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double and single, F name. After father name we have mother name, so single, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes like this. So now you can see this clearly. Here we have to mention M name, that is the mother name. Again put comma, single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes, and inside this one after mother name we have email. After email we have address, single quotes, double, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes, address. After address we have ID. After ID we have designation, single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes, designation. Here we go. Now let me just delete this space over here. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 mobile name, father name. Let me match this. Mobile name, father name, mother name, email address, ID and designation. Email address, ID and designation. Now our query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just fire this query into the database. So how to do that? For that, just enter fn dot set data, and we have to pass the query. It accepts two string type variables. The first thing is query, and the second thing a text, whatever you feel like. I'm going to pass this one, employee registered successful, like this. After this, what we have to do is we have to just check the stuff first. So just start this and let's check if this works or not. For now, I have shown you we have only 2 records, and I'm going to insert the third one. So I've started the project, sign in, new employee, I'm going to register with 555, 3 times 5, and name is, I'm going to name it, okay, let me check what name I have added to the database. Okay, so I'm going to add J now. J. Father name is something ABC, mother name is ABC, email address j@gmail.com, permanent address India, unique ID D50-C88 something, whatever you like, and it's a mess stuff, and just save it. When I click on this, employee registration successful, click on OK, move back to database, and now I'm going to select a star from new employee and just execute this, and let's check. Here you can see this 55jabcabcj@email.com. Here you can see this message staff working. Yes. Here you can see this by default, this one is yes, we haven't inserted this one. Okay, so everything is working fine, and next thing what we have to do is we have to code for this clear button. So let me close this, move back to our project, and here the registration, the save button is working fine. After this we have to just code for this one. Just double click on this, and next thing what we have to do is we have to just create a method. I'm going to write a method that is nothing but, I'm going to write this one private because I'm going to use this one inside this module as itself. Okay, so public void, and I'm going to name this one clear all, to clear all the text fields. So txt name dot clear, txt mobile dot clear, txt father dot clear, txt mother dot clear. After the mother and father and mother, we have email address, txt email address dot clear. After the email address, we have txt permanent dot clear. After the permanent, we have txt id, unique ID dot clear. Now we have all this stuff over here, 3, 3, 6 and 7, and one more thing, we have to just change the selected index for nothing but the designation. So txt designation, that's a combo box, so dot selected index, we have to set this one to -1. And now the method is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just call this method inside this button. When we click that button, we have to just call that method clear all. And one more thing, what I want is whenever the data is saved, it means that whenever the employee is registered, I want to clear all the text fields. So for that we have to just call this method over here too, clear all. Now save this. What happened is when this all stuff code is run, it means that if an employee registration successful is message, the pop-up is shown, and when I click on OK, after that all the text field will be clear. Just start this and let's see if that clear button is working fine or not. Sign in, click on this. I'm going to fill the data. Selected this and click on clear, and here you can see this one is clear. Okay, so everything is working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design this one and backend code for this. That is nothing but update and delete employee. Here you can see this, when I click on this, for now nothing happens. So if you are not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and share with your friends, and thanks for watching, and just stay tuned and follow us on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have already shown you how to design this form, that is new employee, and how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is the update and delete employee. So first I'm going to close this project and let's start with the designing part. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is we have to actually add new form. For that, just go to Solution Explorer, right click on this, and click on add and then select form. Here you can see this Windows form. Just click on this. After this, what we have to do is we have to give a name to this one. So I'm going to name this one update delete employee. Click on add and this will add a new form. After this, first thing what you have to do is I have to remove the form border. So let me maximize this one and right click and go to properties, and then you have to search for form border style. Select this and click on none. After this, let me just close this first. Click on this. Let me copy the color code 151, 48, 103. Right click and go to properties. Paste the color 151, 48, 103 and hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually set the size for this form. For that, I'm going to move back to our complete project. So this one is our complete project, and here we have to design the scene like this GUI. So click on this empty space, and here what we have to do is we have to just copy the size. So size is 875, 512. So right click, go to properties, search for size 875, 512, hit enter. Now here you can see this is done. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one button to close this one. So button, search for this one. I'm going to use this Guna 2 button and just decrease the size. Just click on this. So I don't need any text. What we have to do is just change the fill color as well. So what color we have to fill is 151, 48, 103. Hit enter. After this, we have to set image. So click on this, local resources, click on import this one, and the image, all image I have already provided in the description. If you have not downloaded, then just download. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually change one more thing, that is the hover state. Let me find that hover state. Click on this, fill color needs to be the same, and click the state. Search for click. Let me search for that. Check the state. We don't need any check the state. Okay, so we don't need to change anything else. So next thing what I have to do is I have to code for this one to actually close this form. So for that we have to change the design name. Here you can see this, change this one to BPM exit. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event, and here we have to just write this dot close like this. After this, move back over here, and first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect this one with the dashboard. There we go. This is the dashboard, and we have to connect that form with this button. So just click on this and move back to the design part. Change this one to btn update delete employee. Hit enter. After this, just double click on this and this will generate a click event for this update and delete employee click event. Here you can see this, the name we have set right now. After this, we have to create an object of the form which we have created, that is nothing but update delete employee form. This one is QTE, you can name anything, new update employee like this. And next thing what we have to do is UDE.show, we have to call the method show. This will show the form on the desktop. Okay, so now we have connected this, but there is a small issue that needs to be fixed. Let me just start this and show you that if this one is working or not. After that, I will show you the issue. I have started the project. Sign in. Click on this one, and here you can see this one is appeared on the wrong position, so we have to set the start position, custom start position. Okay, so just close this, move back over here, just double click on the empty space, and this will generate a load event for the form, and here we have to set the location. So how to set the location? For that, in previous videos I have shown you. If you know, then just write it by yourself, otherwise I'm going to write this. Okay, so this dot location is equal to new location sorry, no new location, new point actually, point 350 comma 170. These are the coordinate. This is x-axis and this is y-axis. If you decrease this, the form will move little bit on the left side, and if you increase this, form will move on the right side. In the same way, this is y-axis. If you increase this will move downward, and if you decrease this, it will move upward, and when you increase this will move downward. Okay, so let's start this and let's see if this works or not. Sign in, click on this, and here you can see this one is in the proper position and this one is looking. You can click on n number of times, this is going to pop up on the same position. Yeah, everything is ready. Now what we have to do next is we have to just start designing this stuff. Okay, so move back over here, and first thing what we have to do is we have to add one label. So just move back over here, label, just drag and drop it, click on this, and we have to change the text first. Before changing text, what I have to do is I have to actually change the back color. So let me take the back color from here. You can keep any back color whatever you feel like. I'm going to use this one for now, and after this what I have to do is I have to change the font. I guess it's something, yeah, this one, and the size is 11. This one is better. I will check that with the complete project what is the size actually. So I have to change the text over here. So text will be employee details modification. So size is a little bit small. Okay, so let me move back over here and let me check the size for this one. I guess size is 16. Yeah, 16. Click on this, and here we go. Now this one is looking better. After this what we have to do is we have to actually set labels and text boxes. So first thing we need is label. You just drag and drop it over here, just click on this, change the font color to white. After this what we have to do is we have to change the font. So click on this, Calibri. It's not Calibri, I guess something different. Yeah, it's Century Gothic. You have to write this, regular in size is 11, and hit OK. After this what we have to do is we have to change the text for the first one. Change the text, and I have to name this one mobile number. Hit enter. After this we have to copy this a few more times. So copy this, paste, 2, 3, we need 9 times, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That's all we need. Now I'm going to start changing with the design of this one, actually the text for this one. So this one is name, this one is father name, this one is mother name, this one is email ID, this one is permanent address, after this we need to write unique ID. After unique ID we need to write designation, and finally at last we have to mention working status. Okay, so everything is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to actually add few text boxes and buttons. So search for text box. I'm going to use this Guna 2 text box. If you are worried that this is not in your toolbox, then what you have to do is you have to just add a DLL file. That DLL file link is already in the description of this video, and how to add that DLL file into Toolbox, that video link is already in the description. Okay, just drag and drop it over here, and first thing what we have to do is we have to just change few properties of this one. It means that whatever is written inside this one is of this color. Here you can see this. I want this one to be black, so click on this one, select black. After this, what we have to do is we have to change few stuff for this text box. What is that? That is nothing but click on this. Whatever written inside this one needs to be of some proper size. So it needs to be Sojo UI and the size will be 11. So go back over here, click on this, Sojo UI and size needs to be 11 and hit OK. After this, here you can see that this one is quite large now. So next thing what I have to do is move back to the complete project and let me copy the size for this one. So the size is, where the size is 302,30. So move back over here, click on this, right click and go to properties and just paste the size, hit enter. This is the proper size according to my complete project. After this, I have to copy this one and paste it again, but the size needs to be different. So for that I'm going to copy the size from here. Just click on this, copy the size for the second one and move back over here. Just click on this and paste the size. Here we go. So now this one is better. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few more text boxes similar to the second one. So copy this, paste it again, paste it this one too, paste again, paste again. We need, now that's it. After this we need two combo boxes. So let me drag the combo boxes, just drag and drop it over here like this. Just click on this, and after this what I have to do is I have to just change the font color first. So change the font color to black as well. Click on this, and after this we have to add the items. So I'm going to copy that items from here. Just click on this, items, the same items you need to add. No need to, in the both places we have to add the same items. Hit OK. Now the items are added. After this, let me just check the size. Font size is 10 actually, so make this one 11 too. So click on OK. Yeah, this one is better. After this, what I have to do is I have to add one more comma boxes. So I'm going to copy this and paste it once again, but in this time we have to just remove the items from this one. Click on OK. I'm going to copy the item from here, from the complete project. So click on this, click on this, yes and no. And we need to actually copy the size of this one too. So I'm going to copy the size. Oh, let me search for the size. Yeah. Move back over here, click on this, click over here, select items, write yes and no, hit enter, click on OK. After this, just click on this properties and search for size, change this one to 14 comma like this. After this, now every text box is in the proper position. What we have to do is, let me set the size for this one 30. Yeah, this one is quite broad, so change this one to 30. And this one 2 to 30. Okay, something is wrong, because this will be like this onwards. Okay, it's not an issue. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few buttons. So I'm going to add buttons for now. So I'm going to use this Conan 2 button. So drag and drop it over here, click on this, and first thing what I have to do is I have to change the fill color. So change this one to 0,118,225, hit enter. After this, we have to change the text for this one. So change this one to like 12 or 14, I guess. Let me just check the text font size. Sojo UI, I guess It's 12. Oh, 13, italic 13. So click on this italic and type 13 over here. Just click on OK. After this, what we have to do is we have to just change the text on the first place. So change the text, change this one to search, hit enter. After this, we have to add image inside this one. So search for image, click on this. I hope you all have downloaded the image which I have provided in the description of this video, and search is this one. Click on open and OK. After this, what I have to do is I have to just set the border radius for this one. Search for border radius. Here we go. Change this one to 16 or 20. 20 is better. Okay, just decrease like this, and let me just decrease width to 30. Change this one to width. Okay, the size is not 30, is good for now. 36. 36 is what I have did is I have just created an event for this one, click event. So I'm going to just remove this. Oh, sorry for the word. Suddenly sometime it happens. Okay, so now the click event is removed. After this, okay, so let me, with the help of keyboard, I have to just drag this a little bit up and down. Okay, so now this is done. So next thing what you have to do is just copy this and paste it 3 more times, because I need 3 more button. I'm going to change the image and text for these 3. Okay, so let me decrease the size of all of these a little bit so that they can fit like this. Yeah, this one is better. Place proper positions. Let me move all of these stuff a little bit on the lower side like this. There you can see this. Now this one is looking better. After this, I have to change the text and design name. So change this one to update and change the image. Save and hit OK. Change this in the text for this one to delete. Change image, import, delete, hit OK. OK. Search, change this one to clear. Need to change the image as well, so click on this, click on import, use this one, hit OK. Here you can see this. Now our GUI is ready. Now start this and let's see if this one is looking better or not. Sign in, update. When I click on this, this will take a little bit of time in the first position, and here you can see this, everything is working. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to adjust these stuff a little bit on the proper position. Here you can see this, these are not adjusted on the proper position, little bit more space, less space like this. We have to adjust this, and after this we will start backend coding for this one. So let me close this. After this, let me adjust this one a little bit on the lower side like this. Here you can see this. Now this one is looking almost better. Label needs to be adjusted in the center to the text boxes, and now everything is looking fine. First thing, in this place what we have to do is we have to actually change the design name for all the text boxes and the buttons as well. So first thing, just click on this, search for design, txt, change this one to txt mobile, hit enter. Change this one to txt, sorry, this one is button btn search. The second one, this one is to txt name, this one to txt father, this one to txt mother, this one to txt email ID, this one to txt permanent, this one to txt unique, and this one to, it's a comma box but still I'm going to name this one txt designation, this one to txt working. And after this, what I have to do is we have to change the design name for this one. So name this one btn update, this one to btn delete, this one to btn clear. First thing, now the name for design name is changed for all of these text boxes and button. And first thing what we have to do is, whenever I write a mobile number inside this one and click on the search button, so first thing what I have to do is I have to fetch all the details for that mobile number, and it needs to be visible inside these text boxes. For that we have to just generate a click event for this button, that is a search button. So double click on this and this will generate a click event. And for writing anything inside this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to just create an object for the function class. So function fn is equal to new function, and needs to be a string. I'm taking a variable string type and the variable name is query. So in function class we have created two methods, that is get data and set data. It means that one method is used to extract the value from the database and one is used to insert the value into the database. Okay, so all of these stuff I have already explained in my previous videos, so you have to watch that to understand this stuff. Okay, so let's start with this. Okay, so after this what I have to do is, first thing I have to write a query to fetch all the data of that particular mobile number. So I have to write select, query is a variable which I have created over here. You can see this. After this you have to mention select star from new employee, that is the table name, where e-mobile is the column name for the mobile column, is equal to, it's an integer type, for that's why just double quotes plus plus sign, and here we have to mention from where we have to fetch the details. So we have to fetch the mobile number from txt mobile, and what we have to fetch is text, like this. Now our query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just fetch that data from the database. We have to just file this query into the database and we have to fetch that data. So I've created a method called get data, and that get data method is going to return a data set object. So that needs to be stored into some data set variable. Okay, so data set ds. So I have created a data set variable, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the method with the object, with the help of that object. Fn is the object. I've created an object of function class, that is fn. With the help of this fn I can access the method inside that function class. So function, I have method get data. You can see this, and it's expecting one string, so I have to pass the query over this. Now this query is going to be fired into database, and that is this method is going to return a dataset object with the values, and this is going to be stored in this ds. Now we have the value inside this ds. After this what I have to do is I have to just fetch the values from this data set and show into these columns. First thing, how to check that this data set actually contains data or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a breakpoint over here. So in this way you can add a breakpoint. Click over here, start this. This is a debugging process. You can see like this. Started this, sign in. Here you can see this. Okay, so let me check which mobile number actually exists in our database. So 555 exists. Okay. So I'm in with the 555, click on search, and we move to the breakpoint. So I've clicked on this. It's taking a little bit of time. So we move back to the coding. Here you can see this yellow arrow over this red dot. So now our program is stopped over here. Here you can see this, we have to continue. If we click on that, then it will go further. But here what we have to do is we have to actually check this data set actually contains some data or not. So how to do that? For that you have to just hover over this like this, and when you hover over this, just click and then hover. You can see a small magnified glass. Just click on this, and then a table will be popped up. Okay, so wait for a few seconds. Here you can see this. Now this table actually contains the data with the mobile number 555, and now we have the data in this data set. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to just fetch this data and show into the text boxes. So how to fetch? This one is row 0th and this one is column. So 0th row, 0th column, 1, 2. So 0, 2. So how to do that? Now understand this 0th column, 0th row and second column. The name is at 0th and 2nd. So let me stop this and let me code. Okay, it's actually resolving the functions whatever I have called. Okay, so now this one is stopped. Let me remove this breakpoint. Just click on that red dot and the breakpoint will be removed. After this what I have to do is I have to set the name. Okay, so txt name dot text is equal to, and here from where we have to fetch the data. Simple logic. This is not a something you have to find black hole or something like that. So simply what we have to do is just use a little bit of mind. From where we have to fetch the TS, and TS stores the data in the form of tables. So we have to mention tables, and we have only one table. And in coding part, you have to mention for the first 0 in this coding. So we have to mention 0, and I have told you from which row and which column. So we have to mention rows, and we have to mention 0th row, and from which column? The second column, and we have to convert that to string format like this. This is a simple logic. I hope you understand this. Now start this and let's say we can able to fetch that data or not. So start this and let's check. Okay, some error there, builds error. Okay, so let's check what actually the error is. Let me try this once again, because here you can see this no issue found it. Okay, let me check. Actually there is no error. This problem is caused sometime what happened when I start the project, it takes more time than it shows as it's taking more than 10 seconds or 15 seconds, then it shows it as error. That's why I haven't changed anything. So let's start this and let's see this one once more time. So started this and here you can see that this time 0th error. Just sign in and I'm going to search for this one, the 555, and click on search. And when I click on this, you can observe J is over here. So what happened? Now I know this one is valid. That's why when I click on this, the data is visible over here. What happened? When I enter something wrong, and when I click on search, our application is going to crash. Here you can see this. When I click on this, our application is crashed. So we have to actually handle this too. So for that, I'm going to stop this. And first thing, before actually showing the value to the text box, first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to check that if that data set actually contains some data or not. So how to do that? For that you have to just mention if ds.tables 0.rows.count is not equal to 0. If it's equal to 0, it means that this one is empty. So let me cut this and paste this one inside this. Okay, so if this one is valid, then we need to actually set the values to the text fields. In the else condition, it means that if it's invalid, then I want to show some message to the user. Message box dot show no record exist, and this is a mission, and this needs to be message box button dot okay. I need only one button, so it will be okay, and message box icon needs to be info dot information like this, and we have to put this semicolon over here like this. Now let's check for the valid and for the wrong one too at this time. So I have started the project. Sign in, click on this. First I will check for the 555 and search. Here goes this, now name is visible, and when I click for this one, search, no record exists, and our application is not crashing. Okay, so now what I have to do is I have to set the data for all the text boxes from this data set. So let's start with that. So next thing is txt father.text is equal to ds.tables 0. You have to change the rows and columns, so 0, and you know that after the name we have inserted father, so the next column will be of father, so 3.to string. After father we have mother dot text is equal to ds.tables 0 dot rows 0, and this one is 4.to string like this. After mother we have txt email id dot text is equal to ds.tables 0 dot rows 0th row and 5th column dot to string. After email id we have txt permanent address dot text is equal to ts.tables 0th dot rows 0 and the column 6, and convert this one to string. After permanent address we have txt unique dot text is equal to ds.tables 0 dot rows, you have to mention 0 and some 7 dot to string. Txt designation dot text is equal to ds.tables, and we have to set the designation dot rows, and designation we have to set this one to 0, 8, and convert this one to string like this. And finally we have the last one, that is txt working dot text is equal to ds.tables 0 dot rows 0, 9, that is a column dot to string like this. Here we go. Now everything is set. Now let's start this and check if this works or not. So I have started this one. Sign in. Click on this. Search for 555. Search. And here you can see this one is messy staff. Working status is yes. Everything is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to actually, suppose this one is Jay. So I want to name this one Jay Kumar. When I click on update, data needs to be updated in the database. So we have to code for this update button for now. So close this one, and move back to the design part. Just double click on this to generate a btn update click event. So the name of for this one is btn update. So just double click on this and this will generate a btn update click event. So first thing what we have to do is we have to extract the values from all of those text boxes. So for that what we have to do is we have to just start creating a variables, writing variables, and just extracting the value and saving that into the variable. So as you all know that mobile number is a big int type, so we have to convert that into integer type. So int64 mobile is equal to int64 dot parse. Parse method is used to convert a string type to integer type. Okay, so txt mobile dot text like this, and the remaining stuff is all in the varchar, so we don't need to parse any of the stuff. So next thing is string name is equal to txt name dot text. Next thing is string father name is equal to txt father dot text. After this we have mname is equal to txt mother dot text. After mother we have string email is equal to txt email id dot text like this. After email we have permanent address, so that is p address is equal to txt permanent dot text. After this we have id is equal to txt unique id dot text. After id we have string designation is equal to txt designation dot text like this. And finally we have working status, so working is equal to txt working dot text. So now we have extracted all the values from all the text boxes. After this, what we have to do is we have to just update that. We have to just write a query to update, and we have to just fire that query into the database. So first thing what we have to do is we have to write a query. So we have already created a variable called query in which I am going to write the query. Okay. And here what we have to do is we have to write the query like this. Update table name, that is a new employee. Don't make any spelling mistake, just stay focused and write what I write, because I got a lot of comments in which they are worried about that why my data is not being saved into the database. They even don't read the error which they are doing. The solution is already in the error what you've got, syntax error, SQL not exception, whatever it is. So just start reading the exceptions right by focusing on this. Okay, so update new employee. After this set, what do you have to set is nothing but ename. Okay, so first thing as ename, I'm not going to update the mobile number because mobile number once inserted cannot be updated, because with the help of mobile number I'm fetching that data. You have to just delete that employee, you have to just add that again from the initial. Okay, so make sure mobile number is not being chosen. And if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Okay, so mobile number is not going to change, I have told you that. Next thing, ename is a varchar type, so it needs to be in single, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes like this. Let me put a little bit of space. Here we have to mention the variable name, so variable name is name itself. After this we have father name, so comma ef name. This is the name in the, this is the column name in the database, ef name. Okay, so it's also integer type, sorry, string type, so single, double, double, single like this, f name. After f name we have mother name, so emname. So let me make this one full screen like this. Here we go. And this one is also string type, so varchar type. Okay, so this needs to be done like this, f name. After mother name we have email address, so the column name in the database is email is equal to single, double, plus plus, double and single, comma as well, so email like this. Okay, after this we have permanent address, So EPATDRESS is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes, and we have to mention p address. After the address, we need to actually store EID. Proof is equal to single, double, plus plus, double and single, and we have to mention ID over here. After this, we need to add E designation. Make sure to write the correct column name from the database. Match this one with your database once. Or you can match simply with my quotes. So single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes, and designation needs to be, designation, the variable name. After designation, it's working status, right? So we have to mention that, comma working. So let me scroll a little bit. Working is equal to single, double, plus plus, double, single, like this. Working. After this, we have to mention, we have to actually update only the specific record, and that specific record is going to be updated on the help of mobile number. So where eMobile is equal to plus plus, like this, and mobile number is a integer type, big int type, that's with only double quotes, no need of single quotes. So mobile, like this, and here we go. Now our query is ready. Here you can see this, no error is over here, and every error is resolved, and just I have deleted the spaces from here. After this, what I have to do is I have to just fire this query onto the database. So fn.setData query, pass the query, and in this we have to pass one string thing, and in this what message you want to show the user, you have to mention it over here. So I'm going to show data updation successful. That's it. Now start this, exit the full screen. Now start with the project, and let's check if this works or not, or we go into an exception or what, something. Sign in, click on this. I'm going to update this one 555 search, and I'm going to name this one Jack Kumar update. Data updation successful. Let me close this and move back over here and screen search for 555, and it will say this. Now the name is Jack Kumar. It means this one is working fine. Update button is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to code for this delete button. What I want is when I click on this delete button, it's asked for user confirmation that are you sure you want to delete. If user presses the yes, then only the data needs to be deleted. In else condition, we don't need to delete that. So let me close this, move back over here, just double click on this to generate a click event for bt and delete. Okay, so first thing, how to ask for the user that are you sure you want to delete. So if you have to mention like this, message box dot show, and here I have to write are you sure confirmation. Message box further needs to be yes or no, and this message box needs to be have some warning like symbol icon. You can say message box icon dot warning. Okay, after this what we have to do is after the closing bracket, just press double equals, and we have to mention dialog result dot yes. If yes is entered, then only we need to perform some operation over here. So let's click on start and let's check if this works or not. Sign in, click on this one, 555, search for this, click on this one. Here you can see this, are you sure? If I click on no, nothing happens. If I click on yes, then this will go inside that if block. So whatever code we have to mention it inside that if block. So let me close this. This one is working fine. After this we have to write the query. So delete query actually. So query is equal to this, and we have to write like this, delete from new employee where mobile is equal to double quotes plus plus double quotes, like this. And you have to delete this txt mobile dot text, like this. And now here we go. Next thing, our query is ready. What we have to do is we have to just fire that into the database, function dot set data, and we have to fire the query and one message whatever you want to show to the user. So employee record deleted. After this, what we want is we want to actually clear all the text boxes. When I just delete that record, we don't need that anymore. So let me start this, sign in, and let's check if this delete data or not. Search for 555, search, and I want to delete this, and when I click on yes, employee record deleted. Now when I again try to search for this, no record exists. These are the old data before deleting which we have fetched. So what I want is when I click on this delete button and click on yes, I want to clear this all text fields as well. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a method over here, public void clear all, and in this what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear all the text fields. So txt mobile dot clear, txt name dot clear. After this one we have father dot clear. After father we have mother. After mother we have email ID. After email ID we have permanent address. Out of permanent address we have unique ID. After this one we have txt designation, and I want to unselect that. So txt designation dot selected index is equal to -1, and txt working status dot selected index, that's the comma box, that's why I'm changing that one to -1, like this. And here what we have to do is now our method is ready. Next thing what I have to do is I have to just call this method after this, clear all, like this. And one more thing, what I want is, let me start this. Now whenever the one record is deleted, the all text field will be cleared. I will show you that. So I started the project, sign in, and here you can see this. When I search for 555, nothing happens, no record exists. If I search for 123, no record exists. 456, like this. Okay, so let me check one valid from the database. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Search for this, and here you can see this, the data is fetched. Now what I will do is I'm just going to change this one and search, no record exists, but still the old data is visible over here. So what I want to do is when I click on the search, if no record exists, then all details needs to be cleared. So for that, what you have to do is move back over here and go to this one. Here you can see this, eMobile, and here what we have to do is we have to just call that method over here after this in the else condition. If no record exists, if TS is empty, then I want to show that message and clear all. And now start this and let's check if this works or not. Sign in. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Search for this, and when I enter something wrong, search. Okay, and here you can see this, everything is clear. Okay, so this one is working fine. Next thing we have to code for this one, clear button, and in the same way we have to code. So just have to stop the project, just move back over, just double click on this, and this one should generate a click event for this one, and here we have to call that method clear all. Now this will work fine. And one more thing what we have to do is we have to actually, what we can do is whenever we update any data, you can clear all the fields at that time. Suppose we have updated and the updation is successful, after that you want to clear all the text fields, you don't want to see that data, then you can just call that method over here. After this you can call that method. Okay, so now let me just show you that everything is working fine or not. So started the project, sign in. So first I'm going to register a new employee, so 1 2 3, or let me just again register 555 a something, whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, just save this, successful, close this, move back over 555, search for this, and here you can see this. Now everything is visible. Now when I click on this, click on no, nothing happens. We can search that data again. Delete this, yes, employee record deleted. When I click on OK, everything is clear. Okay, and in the same way 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, search, and when I click on this button, every data is clear. And this one is working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is the employee payment. Let me close this, and when I click on this, nothing happens. Here you can see this. The next video I'm going to show you how to design this one and how to backend code for this. Till then, just stay safe and share with your friends, and thanks for watching. Like, subscribe and share. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have shown you how to design this one and how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. So in this video I'm going to show you how to design for this employee payment and how to backend code for this. Okay, so without wasting any time, let me just show you. This is a complete project, that's why this button is actually working. So let me close this one and move to the project on which we are working. We are working on hostel management video, and here let me start this one and show you quickly. So it will actually take a little bit of time because it's starting for the first time, so it will take a little bit of time. Okay, so here it's started now. Sign in, and here you can see this. When I click on this, nothing happens, but till here this one is working fine. Okay, so let's start with the designing of this one and backend coding of that. First thing what we have to do is we have to actually add new form to our project. For that, you know what to do, just go to Solution Explorer, right click on this, click on add, and after this you have to just click on form, this one, and you have to just give it a name. So I'm going to name this one employee payment. Okay, it's taking time. Okay, so employee payment, hit enter. Now here you can see new form is added with the name employee payment. First thing what we have to do is we have to actually remove the form border. For that, right click and go to properties. Let me maximize this, and after this what I have to do is I have to actually remove the form border style. For that, go to form border style, change this one from sizable to none, and after this we have to change the back color for this one. So for that, let me close this. click on this and copy the color code 151, 48, 103. So do like this, hit enter. After this, I have to copy the size of this form from the complete project. So move back to the complete project, click on this, let me copy the size. Size is 875, 512. So search for size, write 875, 512, and after this we have to add one label. So let me drag and drop one label, please. So label, search for this label and drag and drop it over here. And first thing what we have to do is we have to set the text for this one. So I'm going to set the text, that is nothing but employee payment detail. Hit enter. After this we have to actually, here you can see this in the complete project, it's a style from the border style, actually something like that. So it's a fixed 3D. So click on this and search for style. You will find that border style. Here you can see this. Just click this one and select 3D. And after this, let me just actually copy the font of this one and the color code as well. So for color is orange and the size is, let me just check that, size is 22. Okay, so move back over here, click on this, for color, change the text color first, and after this change the font. The size is 22 and font is Algerian, yeah. Okay, here you can see this. Now this one is looking better, and now it's looking similar to that one. You can change the color as per your requirement or as per you would want. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few text boxes and labels and buttons. Okay, so I'm starting with this label first. So search for label and drag and drop it over here. Change the text for this one. Before changing, let me just change the font to 11 and it's Century Gothic 11 and hit OK. After this, change the font color to white. Click on this one, click on custom, select white. Okay, after this we need actually total of number of six labels. So copy this, paste, 4, and one more. We need 6 labels. So start changing the text from the first one. So change this one to mobile number, the second one to name, this one to email address, this one to designation, and this one to month, and finally this one to payment amount. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to actually add few text boxes, one date time picker, and few buttons and one data grid view. So let me start with the text boxes first. So I'm going to drag and drop, not this one, I'm going to use this Guna 2 text box. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to make few changes in the properties of this text box. So just click on this, and first what I have to do is I have to change the for color. It means that whatever written inside this one is gray by default, so I'm going to change this one to black. It means that whatever you write inside this one needs to be in black color. After that what we have to do is we have to set the font size for this text box. So it's Sergio UI 9, so I'm going to change this one to 11 as well. Click on OK, and here you can see that the size is quite large. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back over here, click on this, and I'm going to copy the size of this text box from here. So the size is 268, 30. So copy this, move back over here, click on this, go to properties and paste the size, or you can manually write it 268, 30 like this. And now this one is looking better. After this what we have to do is we have to add few more text boxes. So I'm going to just copy this and paste it once again. When you copy and paste it, the properties you have changed is also copied. Okay, so after this I'm going to copy the size of this one, 547,30. So click on this, hit enter. In the same way we need 2 and 3 more. So copy, paste, paste, and one more time we have to paste this. After this I need one date time picker. So I'm going to use this Guna2 date time picker like this. And I'm going to maximize the still over here. Okay, so change the size to 30. Yeah, now this one is better. After this, what I have to do is I have to change one property of this Guna2 data grid view, sorry, datetime picker. That is nothing but, let me just check that where it is. Here you can see this, the format is long, change this one to short. And now you can observe that the day is now removed from this datetime picker. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few buttons over here. So let me just decrease the size of this one. The size of this one is little less, like this. Okay. After this, I have to add one data grid view. So let me first add that. So I'm going to use this one, Guna2 data grid view over here. So just drag, okay, just drag this one like this, and just make this stretch. Like this. After this, what I have to do is I have to add few buttons. So first button, I'm going to use this Guna2 button as well. So move back over here. First I'm going to use this, actually I'm going to change this one to close button. Okay, so click on image, local resources, import. I hope you all have downloaded all the images which I have provided already in the description of this video. Open, okay, change this one size to 30,30, hit enter. After this, change the back color, the fill color actually, copy this one, and here you can find this fill color, change this one to 151, 48, 103, minimize this little bit like this. And after this, what we have to do is we have to change few more properties of this one. So hover to state, you have to select over here the fill color like this. Okay, so now this button is ready. After this, we have to add few more buttons. So let me drag one more over here. So just click on this. First, remove the text and type something else like search. And here what we have to do is we have to change the font. So select this one and size is 11. So it's actually Century Gothic. Select this one, italic 11. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the fill color. So change the fill color to 0, 118, 225, and you have to select search for the border radius. Change this one to 21. Oh, sorry, it's 21. Hit enter. After this, let me copy the size of this button from here. So click on this. Copy this, move back over here, click on this, size is quite small. I need to actually change, copy the size from this button from here, 116, 36. So click on this, paste it, hit enter. Now this one is looking better. But we have to change the border radius a little bit, decrease the size of border radius as well, so that this will look fine. So search for border radius, change this one to 18. Yeah, 18 is better. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the image. So click on this, local resources, click on import, and just select this magnifies glass, this one, search. Okay, and here you can see this. Now this button is looking fine. After this, we need two more buttons. So I'm going to copy this one and paste this one two more times. So copied, then paste one more time like this. Okay, so let me move this one a little bit on the right side. like this, and change the image and text for this one. So click on this. First I'm going to change the image. So for pay salary I'm going to use this one. Click on open, click on OK, and change the text. Change this one to pay salary, and change the image for this one too. Clear. I'm going to use this one. Hit OK. Change the text. Hit enter. Now everything is, the design part is ready. First thing what we have to do is, now we have to connect this with the dashboard. So dashboard is over here. Okay, so move down a little bit, click on this, and first thing what we have to do is we have to change the design name for this one. Change this one to btn employee payment. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event for that. So employee payment EP is equal to new employee payment, and finally we have to call ep.show. Now this one is connected, but one small issue. In previous videos I've already shown you that whenever this load, it's load in the default location or anywhere randomly. So what we have to do is we have to set some location for this one. So for that, just click on this empty space and this will generate a load event for this one, and here we have to set the coordinates. So this dot location is equal to new point, and I have to set the position 350, 170 like this, and save this. Now start this and let's check if that works or not. I have started the project. Okay, so it's now started. Here you can see this. When I sign in and when I click on this, yeah, this pops up. But one small issue is still remaining. I don't want these dates. I want only month and year. So how to do that? For that you have to code something on this form load event to customize this. And here you can see, observe that there is, this one is actually a big space over here. So we have to arrange this properly. Okay, so one stuff is arranging, and second to customize this one. So let me do that, these two stuff. Okay, so let me close this. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to arrange this one like this. Just shift this a little bit upside, and here you can see this. Now everything is on the proper difference or proper space. Okay, after this what I have to do is I have to actually change the design name for this one. Okay, so let me change the design name for this one too. Month, date, time. Okay, now when on load event, what I have to do is I have to actually customize that date. I need only month and year. For that, month, date, time is the name of that, and we have to set the format. Format is equal to date, time, date, time picker, format dot custom. Like this you have to write, and after this what you have to do is month, date, time dot custom format. So what custom format we want is, we want only month, and y. It means that month and year. Now start this and let's check if this works or not. Sign in, click on this, and here you can see this. Now we have only October 2020, and this one is looking nice. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to actually, okay, so let me code for this button as well. So double click on this, and okay, so we haven't changed the design name for this one, so let me remove that click event for now. Just move back over it, change the design name first, change this one to btn exit. After this, just double click on this. This will generate a click event and this dot close. Okay, so now that button is functional now. Okay, before backend coding for this one, first thing what I have to do is I have to create a table in which I have to store the data related to the payment. So move back to the database, and here you have to write this one. So let me just maximize this one a little bit. Create table, and table name will be employee. S is capital over here, salary. Make sure to write this properly and make sure hostel is selected over here. Here you have to mention mobile number, begin type, and it's a varchar. F month, it means that which month, and it's a varchar type and size is 60 because month character is limited. You cannot exceed that. Not null, it means that it's required. Amount is a payment and it's begin, and it's also not null. The data is going to store in this format. Here you can see this. Okay, so you have to do one thing, just write this, select like this, and click on execute. Okay, so we already have this table, so I'm not going to execute this. Okay, now moving back, I hope you have written this and executed this. Moving back to the project, first thing what we have to do is we have to change the design name for all the text boxes. So click on this and change the design name to txt mobile. So search for the name. Here you can see this, txt mobile. The second one to txt name. Third one to txt email ID. This fourth one to txt designation. The name for this one we have already changed that, month, date, time. This one payment amount, change this one to txt payment amount. And finally we have to change the name of these buttons. So this one is btn search, this one is btn pay salary, this one is btn clear. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is we have to code for this one, search button. What I want is when I click on this, it needs to be fetch the data, and these data needs to be visible, name, email ID, and designation. Okay, just double click on this and this will generate a click event for btn search click. First thing what we have to check is, I want to check that if this text box is not empty, then only we need to perform some operations. So first I'm going to check if txt mobile dot text is not equal to null. If it's null, then what we have to do is we have to write the code inside this else condition. If text box is not null, it means that if text box contains some data, then the code inside the if block will be executed, and if the text box is empty, then this else block of code will be executed. So here I'm going to show a message to the user that messagebox.show enter some data like this, and this is information or warning, you can, it's okay, information. Okay, this is the message box name, that is information, and this message box needs to have some button. So message box button dot OK, and have some icon. So message box icon dot warning, like this. Now let's check if this works or not. So let's start this. I have started the project, and now sign in, employee payment, click on this, enter some data, and this one is working. If I write something inside this will work fine. Here you can see there's nothing happens because in the if block we haven't written anything, and you know that we have coded for this exit button. So when I click on this, the form is closed. Okay, this one is working fine. Okay, now we have to code inside this if block. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to write the query first, and before we write anything over there, so first I'm going to create a function class object. Fn is equal to new function. In previous video I have shown you how to create this function class and which methods I have created in that function class. So if you have not watched my previous video, just watch the video from the beginning. Okay, and I'm going to take one variable, so string, and I'm going to name this variable query. Okay, so now two stuff I have done over here is function fn is equal to new function and created one variable. After this, what I have to do is I have to write our query over here. So query is equal to, and what query we have to write is we have to fetch the data for that mobile number. So which data I want only three stuff. Here you can see this. I need name, email ID and designation. So select e-name, e-email, these are the column names. You can match this with the database. E-designation from table name. So table name is nothing but new employee, where e-mobile is the name for the column, mobile is equal to double quotes plus double quotes, and here we have to mention, we have to fetch the data from txt mobile.text, like this. Now our query is ready. Here you can see this. Let me explain this query a little bit. Select e-name is the column name for the name column, e-email is the email column name, e-designation is the designation column name, from table name is new employee, where e-mobile is actually the column name for mobile, and we are going to fetch the data from the text box. Now our query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to call the method fn.getData, and inside this one we have to pass the query. So this query is going to be fired on the database, and that method, that getData method, is going to return a dataset object which is filled with the data which we need. So that data needs to be stored somewhere. For that we have to create a dataset object. Dataset ds is equal to fn.getData, like this. After this, what we have to do is we have to check that if that mobile number is wrong. Suppose someone entered the mobile number 5600 something which doesn't exist in our database, then we need to know it that this no record exists. It means that this, if there is no record, then this ds dataset will be empty. So we have to check that if ds is not empty, then only we want to perform some operation. So if ds.tables 0 dot rows dot count is not equal to 0, it means that it has some data. Then what we have to perform, in the else condition I have to show the message. So we have to write message box dot show. Inside this one we have to mention no record exists. Information, and I need buttons. So message box button dot OK, and icon needs to be information. Dot information, like this, and finally we have to put the semicolon over here. Now the stuff is ready. If there is no record, it means that ds is empty and this message will be popped up. Let me just show you. Sign in, click on this one, and I have entered something wrong, and when I click on this, it fetch the data and it shows no record exists. Here you can see this. And when I try to enter the valid data, that is, I have shown you 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7 is a valid one. So when I click on this, nothing happens because in the if block we haven't written any code over here. So what you have to do is, now this data set contains some value, so that value needs to be shown in the text boxes. For that we have to just call txt name dot text and is equal to ts dot tables 0 dot rows, that is 0th row, and we have fetched only 3 data, so the first data will be 0th and 0th at 0th position. After this we have txt email address dot text is equal to ts dot tables 0 dot rows 0 0 dot to string. After this we have txt designation dot text is equal to ts dot tables 0 dot rows 0, and this one is 2 dot to string. I made one mistake. You have to change this one to 1. Save this and now start this. Sign in, click on this, search for 103, 4, 5, 6 and 7 and search this, and here you can see this Kumar, NL and every data is appeared over here. Next thing what I want is, when I search, the data needs to be visible over here, and all the salary, it means that all the amount which we have paid in previous month to this person needs to be visible over here. So how to do that? For that we have to write one method. I'm going to write that method. Actually we have to set the data to data grid view multiple times. That's why I'm going to write a separate method for that. I'm going to name this one public void set data grid, and this one is going to accept int 64 mobile. Means that whenever you want to set the data grid view for a particular mobile number, then you have to just pass that mobile number, call this method and pass that mobile number. If you are just confused that what the thing I'm doing, so not to worry, I'm just writing and I will explain everything to you. Okay, so set data grid view and it's of int mobile. So you have to write the query, same thing, nothing big. So we have to actually select star from which table. This time we have to select star from employee table, employee salary table, where mobile number, this is actually the table name, and one column name, that is mobile number, and is capital. Make sure you write that, is equal to plus plus like this, and we have to mention mobile inside this one. Now our query is ready. Whatever mobile number is passed inside this one as argument, and that mobile number I'm using over here. Now we have some mobile number. After this what we have to do is, we have to just call that on the data set, call that on function. Okay, so data set ts is equal to fn dot get data, and we have to pass the query. So here we go. Now we passed the query. After this what I want to do is, I want to actually set that now we have the data in the data set. So next thing what we have to do is, we have to set that data to the data grid view. So data grid view name is guna to data grid view 1 dot data source is equal to ds dot tables 0. Now our method is ready. That's what we want. Okay, just save it. Okay, so just keep this in mind that we have written the stuff over here, and I'm going to explain you right now. Okay, so what I want is, now when I click on this, you have seen that the data is being shown inside these 3 text boxes. Now what I want is, when I click on this, with the help of this mobile number, I want to fetch the employee salaries detail and needs to be shown over here. So you double click on this, and inside this one we have to just pass that phone number. So set data grid view, and inside this one I'm going to pass that data. So that data needs to be in int64 format. Okay, so for that what we have to do is, we have to actually convert that into the integer format. So int64 dot parse, and inside this one we have to write txt mobile dot text, like this. What I have did over here is I have fetched the data, that is the mobile number, from this text box and converted that into an integer type. This line is to convert that into integer type, and that mobile number is passed to the set data grid view, this method. And here I have written the query, and that mobile number is fixed over here, and it will be fired. This query is being executed on the database, and this get data method is going to return a dataset object that's going to store the data inside this dataset, and finally that data is being shown inside this data grid view. I hope you understand. If you're not, then please contact me on Instagram and follow over there, and please subscribe and hit the bell icon. I'm going to resolve your issues. Okay, so start this and let's check if this works or not. Sign in, employee payment 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, search for this, and here you can see this for 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 August. For August I have the payment, the salary is already paid. Here you can see this. Yeah, this one is working fine. Okay, after this what I want to do is I want to code for this piece salary. So just close this and move back over here, just double click on this, and this will generate a piece salary click event. After this what I have to do is, first thing I have to check that if txt mobile.text is not equal to null, and the second thing is txt amount payment txt payment amount dot text is not equal to null. These two needs to be checked. So what is this? I want that when I click on this, these two text boxes not needs to be empty. Okay, so that task is done. After this what I have to do is I have to fetch that if that employee got the salary for that month or not. It means that, let me just explain you in detail what I'm going to show you. Just sign in, employee payment 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, search for this one. Here you can see this, the amount, the salary for month August is already paid, August 2020. If I try to pay again for August, I want to get some error, August 2020. If I want to pay error, then the message needs to be popped up that the salary for August 2020 is already paid. If this one is paid, I want to fetch and match the data, is for August 2020 the salary is paid or not. So let me close this and let me do that. First thing, I have to write a query. What query I have to write? Let me just explain you. I have to write select star from employee salary, S is capital, where mobile number, N is also capital, is equal to double quotes plus plus double quotes, and mobile number is txt mobile dot text, and you just put a space little bit. After this you have to just write like this, and f month is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus double quotes and single quotes, month date time dot text. What it means, let me just explain you. Select start from employee salary. Employee salary, we have to select the stuff from the employee salary. We have to select all the stuff. Okay, if that txt mobile and month exist, it means that, suppose I have written 5000 and I have selected the month August, and again I try to pay the salary, then that query will be fired, this one, and it will match that. If the data is matched, it means that if August, for month August, and the salary exists for that mobile number, it means that this data set will be have some value. If this data set, let me just show you that data set ts.fn.getData, and I'm going to fire this query. Okay, so suppose someone just pay the salary for month August. If that the salary is paid, it means that it will be stored in the employee salary. When I try to fetch the data with the help of mobile number and for a particular month, it means that August, if this data, if these two stuff is matched, then that data will be fetched and this JS will be filled with that data. So in that case, what we have to do is we have to just check if ds.tables 0.rows.count is equal to 0, then only we want to pay the salary. It means that if this ds contains nothing, then only we want to pay the salary. In the else condition, I want to show one stuff like, let me just show you, message box dot show payment of like this. We have to write month date time dot text is done, and this needs to be a information message box button dot OK, message box icon dot information, like this. Let's see if this works or not, or let me just explain you that what I have trying to explain throughout this one. So started this. Now the things will be clear, not to worry. So click on this and I'm going to write 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Search for this one, and here you can see this August is over here. So for what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back over August 2020 and trying to pay the salary. Here you can see this for August 2020 for this mobile number, that is 1 2 3 4 5 6, already exists. When I click on this, payment of August 2020 is done. If I change the month, we can now pay. Here you can see this. When I click on this, nothing happens. When I move back to the August, when I click on this, payment of August is done. It means that now understand, for the same month we can't able to pay again. Now I hope you understand this. So let me close this. Now I hope you understand what I have did till here. After this, if that for that month the data is not filled or the payment is not done, then what we have to do is we have to just, first thing, we have to insert that into the database. So how to do that? For that, we have to first fetch the data from all the text boxes we need to insert. So first thing is int64, that is a mobile, is equal to int64 dot parse txt mobile dot text. After this, we need something called month, is equal to month date time dot text. After this, we need amount, that's in the integer format, begin from. So int 64 amount is equal to int 64 dot parse txt payment amount dot text, like this. Now we have all the data which we have to insert into the database. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just write the query, and here we have to write insert into employee salary and values. We have only three column inside this one, and in all of these three I'm going to insert the data, so that's why we don't need to mention column name over here. Okay, so employees, if you write in that way, that will be fine, but this is also fine. Okay, so values, and here first thing is mobile, that is in integer format, so double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and comma. Here we have to mention mobile. After this we have to insert the month, so that is also, that's a varchar, so single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes, and here we have to write month. After this we have amount, that is integer type, so double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and inside this one we have to mention amount. And our query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just fire this query into the database. So for that, fn dot set data, and we have to mention the query, and inside this one we have to pass one message, whatever we want to show to the user after the payment is done. So we have to just show salary for month, date, time, dot text is paid, like this. Now start this and let's see if this works or not, and we will cross check with the database as well. So click on this, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, search for month October. I want to pay this one 6,000, pay salary. Okay, so we encounter some error. Let's check. Okay, this spelling mistake, I have did a spelling mistake in your values, so I'm going to stop this. So move back over here, it's values. Now start this. Sign in. Click on employee payment 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Search for this one. For month October I want to pay this one 6,000. Pay salary. Salary for month October 2023 is paid, and click on OK. And here you can see this. Instant updation of this one is not done. I want to instantly update this one. So how to do that? For that, what I have to do is I have to just call the method, that is set data grid, and inside this one we have to pass the mobile. That's it. That's what we have to do. And let me just check with the database that if that data is updated or not. Here you can see this phone number 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, October is paid. Now move back over here, just start this and let's check. Sign in, employee payment 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, search for this one, and here you can see this October. I want to pay this one for September, and 5,000, and pay salary. Okay, and here you can see that it's instantly updated and this one is looking better. Next thing what we have to do is we have to code for this one, that is the clear button. When I click on this, I want to just clear all of these text fields and as well as this one, data grid feature. So how to do that? For that, let me just close this first and close this one too. After this, what we have to do is we have to just move back to the design part and just double click on this to generate a quick event for the clear button. And I'm going to actually write one method, public void clear all txt mobile dot clear txt name dot clear txt payment method amount dot clear txt designation dot clear txt email id dot clear, and finally we have guna to data grid view dot data source is equal to 0. When I set this, that data grid view will be cleared. And one more thing, that is month dot reset text. This will bring that to this month. Okay, so just start this. Oh, sorry, I missed one stuff over here. I have to call this method inside this button click event. So let me stop this and call this method over here. So clear all. Now start this. Sign in. When I click on this, 1 3 4 5 6 5 6 7, search for, and when I clear, here you can see this, everything is clear. Okay, search, and this one is working fine. When I click on this pay, nothing happens because this one is empty. Okay, so everything is working fine, guys. That's it for this video, guys. The next video I'm going to show you how to design for this one, all employee working, and how to backend code for this. So just stay tuned and share this with your friends, and follow me on Instagram too. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to design this one, employee payment details, and how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is all employee working. So let me close this and start designing with that. So first thing what we have to do is we have to actually add one form inside this one. So let me minimize this a little bit. Click on this, right click and click on add, and you have to select the form. After this, what we have to do is we have to give a name to this form. So I'm going to name this one all employee working. Hit enter. After this, the new form is added. First thing what I have to do is I have to actually remove the form border style. So right click and go to properties, and there search for form border style. Just click on this and select none. When you do that, you can observe now the form border has been removed. After this, what I have to do is I have to actually set the size for this form. So I'm going to moving back to the complete project, click on this, and let me copy the size of this one, 875, 512. So move back over here, right click and go to properties, search for size, hit enter. After this, what I have to do is nothing but change the color. So I'm going to copy the color code 151, 48, 103. So right click there on this, click on properties and change the color, hit enter. After this, we have to add one label. So move back over here, not this one. Actually, okay. So I'm going to go to toolbox and search for label. Just drag and drop it. Change the label color to white, custom white, and change the font size. Change this one to Century Gothic. This one. And size will be 14, I guess. Yeah, no. Or if you need large, then a little bit italic and 14. Yeah, this one is good. After this, what I have to do is we have to change the text. So change the text to all employee working. Hit enter. Now this one is looking better. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one button. So I'm going to use the button. So I'm going to use this one, Guna 2 button. So drag and drop it over here. Just remove the text from this one. So search for text, here it is. Okay, so we have to select this one and go to properties, and then we have to just remove this text first. After this, we have to set the image. So click on this, local resources, click on import and select the image. Hit OK. Change the size to 30, 30. Hit enter. Change the fill color to nothing but this one, 151, 48, 103. So change this one and minimize this button a little bit like this, and put this on the proper position. Now this one is looking better. After this, what we have to add is we have to add one data grid view. So drag and drop this data grid view and just maximize this like this. And here we go. Now this one is fine. After this, first thing what I have to do is I have to change the design name for this one. Change this one to btn exit. Now just double click on this and this will generate a click event for this one, and here what we have to do is this dot close. Okay, now that button is functional. Next thing what I have to do is I have to connect this one with the dashboard. So let me close these. I don't need these for now. Dashboard is over here. So we have to connect that with this one, all employee working. So first we have to change the design name for this one. So search for that. There we go. So this one is btn all employee working. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event, btn all employee working. Here what we have to do is we have to create an object of all employee working. AEW is equal to new all employee working like this. AEW dot show. Now this one is connected with the dashboard. Next thing what I have to do is I have to actually set the proper coordinates for the start position for this form. So just double click on the empty space and this will generate a all employee working load event, and here I have to set the location. So this dot location is equal to new point and I have to set the coordinate 350 comma 170. Now let's start and check this if this works or not. Start with the project. Sign in. Click on this and here you can see this one is working fine. This close button is also working. What we have to do is we have to fetch the data from the database and show inside this one when this loads. So just close this, and what we want is when this form loads, then all the data of the employee who are working, still working in our hostel, needs to be visible inside this data grid view. For that, just double click on this and the load event we have to code. So here what we have to do is we have to write the query first. So before writing anything, first thing what we have to do is we have to create a function class object. So function fn is equal to new function. So in previous videos I have created this function class object, function class actually, and inside that I have created two methods. I have written the code for two methods, and one method is used to get the data. It means that fetch the data from the database, and second method is used to insert the data into the database. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just watch the previous videos. Link is already in the description for all the previous videos. Okay, so string, and I'm going to name this one query. You can name it whatever you want, but I'm going to name this one query. This is actually to write the query string variable. Okay, so here this variable is of a string type, so I can write a string variable into this one. So here what query we have to write is select star from which table. The table name is new employee, where working is equal to yes. It means that the working, I want to fetch the details of only those employees who working status is yes. Okay, so data set ds is equal to fn dot get data. In the function class we have the method get data, and this get data, in this get data we have to pass the query. So in this way we have to pass the query. Okay, so now this get data method is going to return a data set object. That's why I have created a data set object over here, and the fetched data will be stored inside this data set. Next thing, now we have the data. Now what we have to do is we have to show that data into this data grid view. So for that we have to just call this guna2 data grid view dot data source is equal to ds dot tables 0 like this. That's it. That's what we have to do. Just start this and let's check if this works or not. So I'll start with the project. Just sign in. Click on this. And in the load event I have written the code. That's why it's taking a little bit of initial time. Here you can see this. Now Kumar Anil is working in our hostel. That's why only his data is visible. Now when you again click this one is quick. Okay, so here you can see this one is working fine. And that's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to code and design for the leaved employee. So stay tuned, subscribe and share this video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In last video I have shown you how to design this one, that is all employee working, and how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to the description. There I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. So this is going to be the last video of this project, because in this video I'm going to finish this project. Okay, so this is the last module which we have to design, that is the leaved employee. So let's start with that. So I'm going to close this one, and first thing, as usual, what we have to do is we have to actually add new form. So right click on this, click on add and select form, and here I'm going to name this form leaved employee. Hit enter. New form is added. First thing what we have to do is we have to remove the form border. So let me do that. Form border style, change this one to none. After this, let me set the form size. So I'm going to copy the form size from this one, 875, 512. So move back over here, right click and go to properties and set for size, and you have to manually write once 875, 512. And after this, what we have to do is we have to set the back color for this one. So let me close this one first because we don't need that right now. So click on this and search for back color 151, 48. So move back over here, right click, go to properties, search for back color. You have to just paste it or manually write 151, 48, 103 and hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one label. So let me just bring one label. There we go. Change the for color. For color means the front color, the visible color. Change this one to white. Change the text. I want to change this one to left employee. Hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the font. So click on this, Century Gothic. I'm going to change this one to italic, and 12 or 13 I guess. I'm going to increase this one. This one is looking quite small, so 14. Yeah, this one is looking better. After this, what I have to do is I have to add one button. So button, I'm going to use this Guna 2 button. I hope you all have added the DLL file to this toolbox so that you can use this. So I'm going to minimize this and remove this. If you stuck anywhere, you can directly contact me on Instagram. I will resolve your issue. And one more thing, don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon and share with your friends. Okay. So after this, what I have to do is I have to set the image. So click on this, local resource, click on import. Select this one, click on OK, and after this, you can see this, the image is quite small. So here you can see this image size. You can increase the image size, 30, and hit enter. After this, we have to change the fill color. So let me search for the color code. So 151, 48, 103. Change this one to fill color. Change this one. After this, you have to change one more stuff. That is the hover state. When you hover, you want to change the color to the same. This means that no effect will be visible when you hover it. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to, now this button is done over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add one data grid view. So data grid view. So just drag and drop it over here. Guna 2 data grid view. Just add it like this. Maximize this like this. After this, now over the design part is done over here. So first thing what I have to do is I have to change the design name for this button. So search for that name, and I'm going to change this one to PTN exit. Hit enter. Just double click on this and this will generate a PTN exit click event. And what I have to do is I have to just close this form when I click on this. So this dot close, that's it. After this, we have to connect this left employee form with the dashboard. For that, move back to the dashboard. Here we go. So click on this and change the design name first. So change this one to btn lead employee. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event for that, and after this we have to just create an object for that form. So lead employee le is equal to new lead employee le dot show, like this. And now let's check if this works or not. So I've started this and sign in. Click on this. Yeah, this one is working and this button is also working, but the thing is it's on the different location. We have to actually set the coordinates for this one. So let me close this and set the coordinate. So move back to the design part, just double click on this and this will generate a lead employee load event. And here what we have to do is we have to set the load event location, start position. So this dot location is equal to new point 350 comma 170. This is the location. So let's start and see if this works or not. Started this, sign in, click on this one, and here you can see this one is working. Next thing what I want is when this form opens, the data needs to be visible over this inside this data grid view. For that what we have to do is we have to code on the form lead employee load event. It means that we have to code here right now. So before that we have to create an object of function class. So function fn is equal to new function. In function class I have actually written the two methods, that is get data and set data. One is used to fetch the data from the database and another is used to insert the data into the database. So if you have not watched my previous video, then watch all my previous videos and then watch this one. And I need one variable of a string type to actually store the query inside of that. So string query, I have written the name with the query, I've taken the variable. So query, I'm going to write the query equals select, I want all the details, select star from new employee where working is equal to no. It means that the left no, like this. Now our query is ready. Next thing what I have to do is working is actually the column name, if you are worried about this one. So working is column name, new employee is table name. Okay, after this I have to just take a data set. I have to write a data set object, because the get data fn dot get data is going to get data method is going to return a data set object filled with the data, and that data is going to store inside this data set. Okay, so inside this we have to pass the query. There we go. Now when this query is fired into the or executed in the database, then this data set actually contains the data, and that data needs to be shown into lead employee data grid view. So the data grid view name is guna2 data grid view dot data source is equal ds dot tables 0, like this. Save this and let's check if this works or not. Started the project. Sign in, click on this, and here you can see this Rohan Kumar's working status is no. This one is working fine. Okay, let me close this. So all the task is done, but here you have observed that when I start this, username and password is pre-filled. I want to remove this because our project is completed now. So for that, move back to the form 1 and select this one, and just you need to do one thing. Just remove the text from here and hit enter, and just remove the text from here too and hit enter. So now start this. And now when it starts, the textual will be empty. So we have to remember, type manually and sign in. And now here you can observe everything is functional. Here you can see this. Okay, so now our project is complete here. So I hope you enjoyed coding with me and designing all the stuff, and I have explained it all in detail. So I have put a lot of efforts, and you have to make that effort success by just subscribing and sharing with your friends, and just stay tuned for upcoming projects. And if you want to purchase, then you can simply contact me on Instagram. You know all of this. Thanks for watching.